Yo, can you guys hear me? I don't even know what the fuck just happened. Um, is stream still on? Hold up. Fuck. What the fuck? Alright, yeah, you can hear me. I don't even know if anyone's watching. My computer just shit itself, right as I was booting up stream, and I thought it was about to get stuck on a blue screen of death again. So let's try this one more time. Fuck. Gr I have great luck. Awesome luck, actually. Is this shit working? All seven of you? Okay. All right, I think it's cool again. All right. Anyways, hold on. Dude, I'm having great fucking luck today. One sec. Anyways, what? Whoa. Dude, is the camera not working now? Hold on. One sec. This is actually just like a great day so far. Hold up. The camera's now gonna be broken. That would actually be an awesome twist. Oh, there we go. Cool. What is up, people? You got jump scared. What is up, people? What is up? Pity dono? Um, do not pity me. Anyways, um, great stream. Thank you for the $5. Starfish, Aiden in the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Well, tomorrow will be better. So, am I doing okay emotionally? Of course, I'm doing okay emotionally. Um, bad news is a part of life, and it's important to you know not let you have to be like Teflon. Okay, you got to be like Teflon. Gotta let shit slide right off of you. Hold up. The eye bags are a little ridiculous tonight. I mean, I haven't slept very well either, to be fair. um Late night, but it's early. Are you like Australian or some shit? You got screamed at by a girl. That's not the. That shit's nothing. That shit's nothing. When I was a kid, I didn't like getting yelled at, but I got yelled at enough where getting yelled at doesn't fucking it doesn't affect me like that. I know for some people they're like very sensitive to it, but you wouldn't be able to debate it, like regularly if you just were not if you were unable to handle people yelling at you. My exam was okay. I probably didn't do great, but that's fine. Yo, thank you, Balls One, for the 5. I just got home from work, so this is perfect timing. Damn, you're working late. We've got some stuff to cover in the aftermath of the convo from yesterday. More specifically, I went to go check out. This shirt is like way too oversized. More specifically, I went to go check out a stream from Foodshops yesterday. And I caught Foodshops in the most like stupid lie I've ever. It's like such an easily disprovable lie as well. Um, that like I actually just hold on. It's like insane how like just how flagrant the fucking lie was. And like yeah, I'm just gonna let you get away with that one. I gotta go. It's verifiably false as well. Easily refutable. So let me just check. We'll check this out. It's from yesterday's stream. Foodshops was, for those of you that don't remember, Foodshops was standing by idly as waiting to get an opportunity to speak as I was doing that like whole debate panel. Hold up. Aiden EH. Hold on, I'll read your tip. I just gotta pull this up. Hold on. Where the fuck is this? I think it was around
For
this timestamp, maybe? It's gonna be somewhere like here. No? Why are you streaming on Jimmy's time slot? I'm sorry, Jimmy. Stream got a little bit delayed. Had a bit of a road bump there. Let me just really quickly. Where the fuck is this, dude? I gotta search transcript. That's what we gotta do. Admit you were in Israel. So true. Where the fuck? Okay, one sec. It's like, here it is. Okay. So, for those of you that don't remember, there were multiple people yesterday that let's just pull this up. There were numerous people yesterday that conveniently, despite everyone who showed up yesterday publicly disagreeing with me at one point or another, a lot of these people, the opportunity to debate had been on the table. They never took me up on it at the time or blatantly ran. And now those same people, when I was talking to Destiny, who is often, I think that someone said this, I forgot who said this, but it's like, I think it was Jay Stock. I saw part of his stream. It's like, I feel like this guy has lost so many debates in a row that like, it's just the title is being repeatedly stripped. But a lot of people did not think I was going to do well or be able to handle myself. A lot of people didn't trust the plan. A lot of people didn't know what I was doing and thought I was just getting dog walked and led into a trap. You have to understand when to be aggressive and when to be calm. You have to understand when someone is looking for you to start spurging versus when you should actually spurg. You have to understand you have to understand why and when they're gonna spurg, and that sometimes remaining calm is probably the best thing to do in a situation like that. But many people did not trust the plan, did not trust the process, and many of these people were my ops, including Foodshops, who, despite me putting the opportunity for the debate out on the table, decided that to not show up then, but show up now, I guess. But let's take a look at this, because Foodshops actually has her own explanation here. I think it was right. Maybe it was here?
Hardcore Steven shit. Yeah, like you can be like the most. You don't even have to be connected to Steven anyway. You don't even have to be connected to Steven, right? Yeah, because Stardust came on later, but like Stardust was already harassed by this group before any kind of.
I have never harassed Stardust, and I don't think that any of the behavior demonstrated from Queeman was harassment. Harassment is unwanted. Harassment is unwanted attempts. Like when it crosses from making fun of somebody into harassment is when that person has voluntarily decided to no longer speak to you. That person has voluntarily decided to no longer speak to you, and despite their efforts to break contact, you repeatedly violate that and attempt to contact them directly or do things in a medium for them to see, etc. Somebody making fun of another creator on their own respective platform is not harassment, right? What Queeman did was Queeman was really mean, and he had his own personal lolcow or whatever. The problem is we're all really mean to different people, right? And the question is, or for whether or not I have any sympathy for you, is whether or not you voluntarily assumed a position where, you know, you should expect to have people that are mean to you. And Stardust has assumed that position. Stardust regularly engaged in shit flinging. Stardust has used personal insults against people. Stardust has made wild claims to minimize the poor behavior of Destiny. Claims such as 50% of men have shared intimate sexual images of a woman without her consent. And all while she goes in the attack, she simultaneously complains and plays victim. And I have no sympathy for people like that. I just don't. She was like saying to me in that debate that like I could have reached out to her or whatever, given her some personal courtesy because we were like cool when I was a kid or whatever, and it was like she went and tried to run with Destiny's like run with DGG's spin that my jokes, my edgy jokes, were actual serious statements of intent. She ran with that spin without reaching out to me. So what the fuck was my burden to offer any personal courtesy there? I said publicly that she could call into my stream. The opportunity to talk to me was put on the table, and she refused to take it and only showed up when she could hide behind Destiny and Whack. Yeah, we could talk. I kind of want to watch your thing first so I can remember exactly what it is that you said, but you didn't unblock me. That's another lie. You like because the lie is, I'll explain in a sec. Why are you claiming why are you claiming that you blocked me? You've never blocked me. We're still friends on Discord.
Wait, did I? Oh, wait, no, I think it was ignore. My bad. Yeah.
Okay, because you were claiming that I was.
Or was it block?
No, you've never blocked me. You were claiming that I was spamming your DMs. I sent you approximately five in a time span of 8 minutes.
I probably just ignored you then. Yeah.
So why are you claiming that the reason I wasn't talking to you is because I was spamming you? That's why you don't want to engage like unhinged behavior like that. I sent you 5 DMs.
Okay, in a row, right?
In a row, and then in a time span of 17 minutes, and then stopped. And the offer was still on the table. You never took me up on it.
Are we really gonna litigate like
you said it on stream
between DMing me in a row?
Yeah,
really?
You made the claim. Yeah, you thought it was important enough to make that claim publicly. So of course we're gonna litigate. You chose to litigate it.
Aiden.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna wait until we actually debate about a proper topic, not about like the time in between DMs in which you sent me that caused me to ignore you or block you or whatever. Like, okay, well, like give me an actual topic, dude.
Sure. I mean, we can. I don't remember exactly what it was that we were disputing at the time. I know you said I'm fair game. I know we had a debate about that, right?
Yeah. Do you still disagree with that?
That I'm fair game for depends on what form.
Yeah. I mean, like, as long as you're like a soldier for Queeman or J-Stock, like, wouldn't you be fair game for doxing?
No.
Okay, cool. Then we disagree. What's next?
What's the rationale behind that?
If you're like one of the propagandists that's like providing basically like the support network that doxers can use, like the doxers can use your arguments to basically justify their doxing crusade against Steven and everybody around him, then yeah, you're a part of it, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you
like,
would.
It's not like the doxers themselves are the ones who like come up with the arguments naturally, like on their own, right?
Okay. So
like they have to turn to people like you in order to find the moral justification or like the
is there any way
attention, right?
Okay. So is there any way under your belief system, which you've established your logic, I disagree, but that's your logic. Is there any way under your belief system that somebody can be a vocal critic of Stevens and not be fair game for being doxed?
Yeah, of course. Nicholas Diorio, right? Nicholas Diorio was a vocal critic of Steven. Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't justify doxing for Nicholas Diorio. Easy peasy.
Okay.
Nope.
Diorio specifically is a super light critic. He barely talks about the guy.
What are you talking about? He made like several fucking streams about Steven. Are you fucking retarded?
At the time that you understand Steven's bad behavior has been going on, that was around the time of the Pixie shit.
Should Nicholas Diorio just like be like fucking A-logging Steven up until now?
I'm not saying that everyone is to A-log Steven. I'm saying how can you be?
I'm gonna go to Nicholas Diorio's channel.
How can you be a continuous vocal critic of somebody actively engaging in continuous bad behavior and not be a justifiable target of being doxxed?
Specifically when they're like interlinked with you, like in like this specific way. Like for example, like this group of dickers, you, Queeman, J-Stock, right? And then you see all of your chatters like being in other people's chats, like basically trying to gas them, like gas them up to debate you or whatever the fuck, right?
Okay,
like this entire like ecosystem of justification, right?
Okay, so believe it or not, if somebody
Yeah.
watches a certain type of content, like for example, content that's critical of Destiny, they watch that in other places too. So of course, there's natural overlap between us. We agree on common positions because we're all critical of the
No,
guy,
not to
and we have
disagree.
other.
Nope, not to disagree. Not to
What, to
disagree.
what
Not even
degree?
close.
To what degree?
To the degree like of like the amount of people that you have interlinked. Like for example, Doobie is all over the place. Like okay, does Doobie donate to Nicholas Diorio? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I didn't. I haven't spoke. You know.
Okay, well
Wait. You
apparently
know. You
okay.
know that
So
yesterday.
so
You
you
know.
can.
Just so you're aware. You know,
Mhm.
yesterday
Yep.
was the first time I've spoken to this guy, except for like on a Prime K's panel 4 years ago. We don't know each other. So I
Okay,
don't know if the coordination is like as much as you and Steven would like people to believe. I don't think like
did Doobie?
yeah.
Okay.
The yes was
Someone told me before. Someone told me before. Like Doobie donated $40 before you entered like fucking the
yesterday.
cult,
Yes,
and
only
then
yesterday,
and
not
he and
before.
he also called you for
Before
aftercare,
that's
right?
that's a
Like
lie. That's a lie. Okay. The after that was the first time I've spoken to him in voice chat in 4 years. Yesterday, right? And that only happened because I was on a live stream where his name was invoked and Destiny was giving criticisms of him, despite the fact that I didn't know this guy. So he called into my stream to give his arguments to defend himself because in the debate that I was having in streaming, he was spoken about, and I gave him the opportunity. I gave him the opportunity to do that. So what's like the issue with that?
I don't think you actually believe this. This is retarded.
Okay, got it. So you can't dispute it. So it's just gonna be some like fucking
So
gay,
just to be
unprovable meta claim.
just to be very clear, okay, I'm sure you won't dispute this, okay, is that Doobie has donated to multiple people like who are streamer friends of you, all right, and not only that, like directly after the fucking debate, all right, he comes in and you don't even give him hard pushback on any of his
Okay,
Discord right? Literally, one of my viewers had to come in to confront you and Doobie in order for that to happen.
Yeah, name one piece of pushback you thought I should have given that I didn't.
You should have nailed him a lot more on like the fucking screenshotting of CSAM. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm so
like the shit that you like him collecting evidence. Like you realize that in order to report that kind of stuff. Okay, are you gonna let me finish or?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Of course.
Okay. So what Doobie is saying, okay, when he is supposedly tracking down PDFs, okay, in his Discord server, right? I'm pretty sure, and I think it was Counterpoints that said this, you're supposed to just give the hyperlink to the FBI. You're not actually supposed to screenshot the CSAM yourself
150%.
and put it on your own computer.
Absolutely.
Okay, why didn't you push him enough on that?
I literally
insane,
said,
right?
I literally said, insane. No, believe it or not, most people probably would not be able to adequately handle a situation where they're exposed to CP against their will, right? Obviously, people are mistaken when they do it, right? And we can both agree that's not how you should be doing it. But that is hardly indicative of pedophilia, especially when he volunteered that information himself. I don't know why you'd volunteer that information yourself if you believe that you've perpetrated some serious wrongdoing. It was clearly a misguided attempt at making a report. Law enforcement's aware of it because he's the one that reported it and sent it to them. He hasn't been prosecuted over it. But that claim is being brought to its most extreme to claim that he's a pedophile, when at best, if this was being engaged with in good faith, he was irresponsible or reckless, right?
Okay, quick question. Okay, you claim that not everyone is equipped to handle CSAM. Is Doobie equipped to handle CSAM?
We just explained. We can both agree that that's not what you should be doing.
Is he an FBI agent?
Wait, do you need to be an FBI agent to report child abuse?
Did you ever push Doobie on like
did I ask him if he was an FBI
anything?
agent? Did I push him for evidence of a police report? He agreed that he would send it to me.
Okay, and
I haven't gotten it yet. I'm gonna follow your. I will definitely follow up with him on that.
Aiden, that's like the single most important thing.
Yeah, of course.
You realize
So
that, right?
when he agreed that he was gonna go get it and provide me with evidence, right? What am I supposed to say?
Also, people are bringing up the fact that Doobie is like actively asking minors for the CSAM. Like, it's not just about like, you know,
where did that happen?
Like
I haven't seen evidence of that. Where's he asking minors for their CSAM?
I think there was a debate between him and Steven, like in that, I think in Wik TV's server that one night, I think.
He asked what minor was in that debate.
What minor is in that debate? What?
I'm
Excuse me?
saying what minor did he ask for a CSAM?
He admitted it. What
Where
are you
did
talking
where did he
about?
admit to asking minors for CSAM?
In the debate between him and Steven?
I don't think that ever happened.
Okay.
I think you literally
You,
just made that
you
up
watched
completely.
it? Well, I mean, like, chatters are telling me I could have forgotten it, okay? But, like, have you
I
watched the
will
debate?
concede.
Have you watched the debate? Have you watched the debate?
Nope. I will
At
concede. I
all?
will concede right now. Right now, if you give me the timestamp, I will give you a concession immediately.
Okay, I'm gonna deafen until I find it, okay? All right, go
Absolutely.
ahead.
Take your time, Foodie. Okay, let's not. How about let's not like be transphobic, please? There's absolutely no fucking reason. This is not Chud Logic's chat. I'm not. I get it that you guys come from. It's like you can. This person is a like this person is an admitted pedophile. You could probably criticize them for that. You probably don't need to make it about them being trans, right? You've donos, by the way? Yeah, I'll check that out. Hold up. Um, 1 second. Because what they're fucking doing is they're dishonestly trying to like link us to the right now. Like I heard Destiny say something on like a VOD from like 2 weeks ago. Apparently, like he was claiming that J-Stock was like J-Stock was a groiper or something, and that's why his name was originally Juice Stalker or something. It's like crazy. The fucking thank you so much Navakva, by the way, for the 10. Thank you Himpleton for the 20. Or Navaka says, take my money. Thank you, Hamilton, for the 20. Check DMs so I can be uncensored. I'll check. Yeah, I'll look at that. Thank you. How about Nope with the 5. Hope your final went well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Balls. Oh, I already read that. Or no, I don't think I read that. Thank you, Balls Mahone, for the 5. I hope your final went well. Age of Royal, much appreciated. Thank you, Balls Mahone, or sorry, that's How About Nope. Balls Mahone with the 5. The A-Log Queen and Soldier argument would be a great argument had you literally not just started covering Destiny like a month ago. She was calling me fair game before that, by the way. By the time when I was talking to her, I'd only covered Destiny at that point. Like, you could probably find like 6 VODs where he got like mentioned in a negative context. Littleton with the 5. Care to explain your alt? Okay, I'm not promoting that channel. Also, Stardust did that to me too. I'll send DMs and check the replies in it. Thank you so much. Balls Mo with the 5. Oh wait, I already read that one. Okay, cool. She's still looking, by the way. We'll give her. How am I ungrateful? All right, I'll take people's mod. Hold on. Thank you, Jimmy, for the raid. I'm sorry. My mind is. What am I missing? What am I not doing? Is chat delayed? I don't know what the fuck is going on. All right. Hey, you grifting, unfunny, virtue signaling wench. Remember when you had a homophobic meltdown because 2 men were nice to each other? Something glass. We'll check this out when I'm not in an active debate. I'm waiting on Foodie. We'll check this out in 2 seconds. Do something? What do you mean do something? I'm waiting. We're still in the call right now. We are literally in the call still. I'm actively in a debate. It's just this person is going to look for something. I'm not starting a whole new. We'll do this, and we'll go to everything else in a sec. Hold on. I'll give Foodie a little extra time. All right. Any day now. Read what you said about food. I thought I did. I honestly, I don't know what the fuck is how. What am I missing? Okay, what am I missing right now? Check DM so I can be, that's all you said in the fucking dono. All you said is check DM so I can be uncensored. Why would I read, she's not even in call. Or, so she is in call, just deaf end. Why would I read that right? You want me to say it to her? Himpleton said, hi food shops, go wrap yourself around another, okay, another 12-year-old, you dishonest rat. Extremely funny to see you morally grandson of reminders as a self-admitted pedophile. Waste of breath. You're such a waste of time, just completely unable to engage in anything. Honestly, Aiden, go eat a burger and check DMs. Okay, there's no point to me reading that now because she's not even listening, so. But yeah, appreciate it. Much appreciate Ambleton. Destroy Foodshops literally isn't. Foodshops is in call and still deaf end. I don't know what to do. It's not because I'm doing a night stream. I literally got the worst new, like, probably, like, top 5, like, worst piece of news of my life right before I went live. I'm fucking not, it's not, like, a big deal or whatever, but, like, yeah, I am a little bit, like, a little bit on edge, probably, but that's okay. Didn't pass his what world have you ever been to where you get the results of the final the same fucking day you take it? Any day now. Any day. Is this like a stalling tactic? I honestly can't tell. Practice your Spanish with us, 80. Let us judge if you passed your final or not. Hola, amigos. Hola, amigos. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Stream snipe? Who am I being stream sniped by? I'm just waiting for this. I have nothing to do. Your father passed away from a heart attack in Spanish. Lo siento. Tu padre es muerte. No, from a heart attack. I don't know how you say. I don't know how you'd say heart attack. I suck. Just sulking? I'm in a debate. I'm waiting for this person to come back. How am I sulking? Tu padre se murió de un infarto? What does that mean? Do the countries of the world quiz get? Will we wait? Okay. Is Foodshops still? Did Foodshops leave? We're still waiting. They're using AI to create evidence? Is that what's happening? All right, we'll go watch and see what Foodshops is doing. That's probably a good idea. I honestly don't know why we didn't do it sooner. They didn't expect me to want. That was the easiest. If the debate is over, that might be the easiest debate I think I've ever had. Can you? It's like has anyone played Arkham Origins? Anyone like a big Batman Arkham guy? It was like the electrocutioner boss fight. That's what I was expecting. Or that's what I got out of that.
For President Sunday?
Yeah. Wait, this is.
Yeah, in those cases, it is true that yes, I have had to see CSAM sometimes, and in cases where I was worried that it'd be like deleted, like it was a Telegram form or something where it'd be deleted. Yeah, I took a screenshot and I included that screenshot or the URL of, or the image URL for the screenshot in the forum. And
Here goes, since it's taking so long. Well, I mean, like, okay, I already dug up the first piece of evidence. This is just supplemental, no?
The cope, dude. The cope.
Not the one who's sending your own photos. Like, I am, like, we have 3, if possible, this is like 3 pieces, no? If you want to lower the age of consent, you have the photo, okay. This is Doopy arguing the age of consent. I was reporting a shirt. This is why I mentioned the JJ on thing yesterday. So then you
dude,
make copies of it.
This is what Hitler felt like in the bunker.
To report it. And delete. Well, I mean, like, this isn't. Well, I mean, okay. This is like, I'm specifically looking for Doobie asking the miner for CSAM.
all the logs and everything in the reports that I
It
sent to the
didn't
FBI.
happen. It didn't happen. I don't think that happened.
Was it NMEC? To all these like 4 or 5 different organizations, right?
I don't even remember what I wanted to debate her on like a month ago. I'd bring that up now. I just totally forgot. It was so fucking long ago.
Are you saying the pot shit? Dude, I'm debating agent right now.
Including organizations in other countries, if I knew that these guys were in another country. So yeah, I know I understand that this puts me at risk. I think the risk is worth it. And so far,
You're right. I did say, dude, I'm like having memory problems. My fucking sleep. I think it's part of this. Like, I just forget shit now. I think I have like early onset Alzheimer's. It's actually crazy.
I mean, typically, if it's something, it's very difficult to get a lot of these agencies to move on this stuff. My
Bro, this guy's such a yapper, bro. Yeah,
I mean, all
this
you
is
have to, like,
obviously retarded. Can this guy just go? You can't justify this, my man. Hello?
Hi, did you find it yet? Where he's asking a kid for CSAM? Hello? Oh wait, I'm muted. Fuck.
Aiden?
Sorry, I was muted. Did you find it yet? Where he was asking a kid for CSAM?
Yes, I did. Can I share my screen and you can watch with me?
Yeah, let's watch.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
Just gotta.
It's stupid. It's so stupid, Aiden. Okay, hold on. All right, ready?
Wait, hold up. I just want to pull it up for my stream.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Discord servers that were
But you can hear that, right? Like
Yep.
the audio's coming through.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just make sure. Thanks for the 5.
sorting and fucking with minors.
Hold on.
He's
So
one of
you
those
linked
people.
them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull the images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all
Hold on, I gotta let this play out. Oh my god,
to the
thanks.
fucking FBI. And then it
you
got
see how you keep mudding it, her DMs with the guy.
Wait, hold on. Did you miss it? Hold on.
I don't know if you know what 764 is, but yeah, it was like there are Discord servers and groups specifically dedicated to grooming, extorting, and fucking with minors.
Hold on.
He's
So
one of
you
those
linked
people.
them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull the images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all.
Okay. How do you think he pulls the images?
How do I think he pulls the images from like logs
Yeah,
or something?
Yeah? How does he pull it?
From logs, I guess, of the place it was happening. I don't know.
Okay, how does he get the logs?
depends on the situation, right? In one case, he sent me evidence. Obviously, the guy didn't fucking send me like the guy didn't send me the actual image itself, but he the other day when I was on stream, he DM'd me logs that show.
How does he access?
Yeah, he
Sorry,
DM'd me
wait, how
logs
does
that
he
show like
access
somebody
logs,
like
though?
putting like a somebody sending it revenge porn. I think it was either in his server or in his DMs or something, etc. Right?
Yeah, but how does he obtain the logs in the first place, right?
Depends on the situation. He's explained that there have been
Okay.
numerous, right? You
All
said
right,
he
give me one of
admitted.
them.
You said he admitted. Okay, your claim was that he said how he obtained those logs. So I just wanted to see the clip of that where he actually explains that how he obtained those logs by asking the child themselves for the CSAM.
Aiden,
Yep.
it's pretty clear to me, okay? Dude, how could you spin this any other way? Like, what does he have to do? Subpoena Discord?
No.
Like, how's he doing it?
Well, in like one of the
Like, is he
cases,
subpoenaing? Is he like subpoenaing the fucking company for the logs or something? Like, obviously, he has to ask the minor themselves, right? Or even like get it from the guy, right?
So if it's so okay, so in one case, I have the DM right here. Somebody is saying to him, "Want to see our past victims? By the way, I have images of them all. Whole folder dedicated to faces. Obviously, the image itself isn't included, but it seems like in some of these cases, it's actually just like people sending people in the server this to like one case he was talking about was these dudes were coming in and like spamming revenge porn or something, right? So it seemed
Yeah, but I would imagine that's not for all cases, right? Like, not everyone is doing the ones who are like spamming it in Gen Chat, right?
sure, I guess.
Obviously, there's gonna be like fucking private correspondence, no?
There's gonna be private correspond with the minor.
Yeah, most
Well,
people is coming
well,
in to Gen Chat
Well,
to
that's
spam
not
CSAM, right?
that's not a given, right? That's not a given. Just because that is just because that would be contained within the instances he has reported doesn't mean he's reporting those instances, right? He just all we know is that he has reported this stuff and he screenshotted it, right? We don't know what form of the distribution took up the bulk of his reports, all of his reports, etc. You led me to believe that he actually explained how he obtained it, but this clip doesn't seem like he is explaining that. I don't know where in this clip he said, like you claimed. I don't know where in this clip you said he claimed very explicitly. Anyone can rewind.
That's pretty important. That's pretty important.
You said he claimed that's how he got it.
Clarify, right?
Well, yeah, it is. You're saying he did clarify. That was your original claim. Are you going to concede on that?
Aiden, what does he mean when he says pull up her DMs? What does that mean? Let's listen to this again.
Sure,
okay, hold on,
of course.
Hold on. Let's get the.
Dedicated to 6.4 is. But yeah, it was like there are Discord servers and groups specifically dedicated to grooming, extorting, and fucking with minors.
Hold on. So you linked them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull images from her fucking DMs with the guy.
You had to pull images from her fucking DMs with the guy, right? That implies that like they save the images. They save the images. The actual CSAM.
Nobody's disputing that he's admitted to saving it. The claim was that he's soliciting minors for CSAM, right? That was your original claim that he's admitting to that.
Doesn't he have to ask her to get like her DMs?
I guess he could, right? Or it could come from, for example.
No, he needs to. It is mandatory. He needs to, right? It's the only way.
So he sent. Okay, so he sent me evidence in this case of like somebody sending something to somebody else. Right? There seems to be various instances of reporting. The claim specifically was that he admitted that one of the methods was he was asking minors directly to give him CSAM. Obviously, if that was a point that you could infer or wanted elaboration on, that would be a valid point. The problem is that's not what you said. You said he admitted to it, right? That's not what the clip shows. This is an inference. This is speculative, right? And you should have just said that. You should have just said you were inferring it. You shouldn't have lied to me that he admitted to it verbatim. I gave you ample time to find the clip of him doing that, and you were unable to do so. So a concession would be appropriate, probably, and then you would revise your take. That's what an honest person does, which you are not, right?
What if anybody common sense wise says pull up the DMs. Like I have to imagine you would ask. Otherwise, like because
Sure,
if
you're
it is
inferring
a
that-
unique,
you're-
hold on. If it hold on, I let you talk, okay? Because if it is like an extreme edge case, if it is an extreme edge case where let's just say he pulled it some other way, or maybe like whatever the fuck, right? He would clarify that already, right? But like, what is the part that he skips over, like that he doesn't want to actually say, right? Is that, well, in order to pull it, what does that mean, right? Pull is a very, how do you say? It's a very innocent term until you realize that he has to ask the miner themselves, right? It's a very neutral term for something that's so heinous, no?
For a neutral, you said he admitted to it. That's not what he's doing here. That's an inference
That's
off of his
literally
lack
what
of
he's doing.
elaboration.
Okay, if you want to call it inference, that's fine. Okay,
Well, that's what
But it's
you
a
should have
very,
called
very
it. You
good
shouldn't have
inference.
lied to me that he admitted
Hold on.
to it.
It's such a
You shouldn't
good,
have lied
it's
to me that
such
he
a good
admitted to
inference.
it.
It's such a good inference. It might as well be like admitting it, right?
Now, so
Like, just to
also,
be very clear.
Also, my other question here is, because I know that people like to do this, right? Is he talking about CSAM here?
Wait, Aiden, yes.
Because okay,
You want to argue that? Because we can if you want, but it will not go well for you.
I'm not. That was a question, not an argument.
Okay, just checking.
I'm just asking because he also, in my conversation with him yesterday, if you were listening, was saying he had to like deal with instances of like 764 people like getting kids to like harm their own like fucking dogs or etc. So other things of criminal nature could have occurred that he's apparently reported, and I want to know if this is specifically pertaining to the CSAM allegation. And I'd like to have seen, which apparently now we're finding out doesn't exist, where he admitted that specifically he was asking somebody who was presently a minor for CSAM.
Is there a legit way to pull up her DMs? Sorry, that's a don't know. Okay, thanks for the 100 DAK. Sorry.
So
What's her name?
Okay, so a good example of this, for
Hold on,
example,
I have to read out this guy's name.
could a minor not get it? Could a minor not get a DM? Could a minor not get a DM like that and then go
Thanks,
DM?
always reason. Sorry, can you repeat yourself? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, sure. So let's say like a minor gets DMs like that or about that, and they go and they DM a mod in the server and just like send them a screenshot, not realizing that it's a big deal or whatever. When he says pull the logs, they could have access to the logs through that channel. It's a matter of inference, right? I do agree. I do agree that based off of what he's not saying, that could be a possible inference that could be made. But it is not the only inference, and it is not certainly not what he admitted to, as you claim to me.
It's not obvious inference, but okay.
Okay, is it not possible to you that in a server of 100,000 members, a minor who's actively dealing with
What
also
does pull mean? Pull means like a very active action.
Pull
right?
means
like it's something
yes,
that you're
so,
purposefully
yes,
doing, right?
yes,
You're purposefully doing that.
Wait,
there is
yes,
no, oh, I received this,
he didn't
CSAM,
say,
right? You're pulling from
he
it.
said, he didn't say, he said, okay, he said
Okay.
pull from it. He didn't say ask for it,
pulling.
right? He's pulling from it means you have a pre-existing set that you are extrapolating something from, right? That set, for example, could be logs sent to a moderator in the server unsolicited. Could it not?
That's not what pulling means.
Pulling?
That's not what pulling means.
Okay, if I was to like, if I was
sent something by someone, I would say I was sent. See, it's simple, easy.
what do you
right?
think pulling
Super
means?
easy.
What do you think pulling means?
Our mods got sent this, right? Easy peasy. He
what
would
do-
have sent that, right?
What
Our
do you,
mods got
what do
sent
you
this.
think
Our admin
pulling
team got
means?
sent this,
What do you
right?
think pulling means?
Means that you're purposefully asking them for the CSAM.
That's what
For the
pulling means to
DMs?
you.
Pulling means like he specifically says screenshotting the CSAM after like what does pulling mean, right?
Why wouldn't he just say screenshotting? He seems to be totally fine using that word when he's talking to Connor.
Okay, why does he use pull instead of
What do you think
screenshot
pull
then?
means?
Good question. What does pull mean?
Because he uses the word screenshot. Can you
How
admit?
does he pull
Can you
the
admit?
DMs?
Can
How
you
does
admit?
he said
Can you admit?
specifically
Well, it doesn't
pull
seem
the
like it
DMs of
doesn't.
that
It
girl. What
doesn't.
does pulling the DMs
So
mean?
pulling means you have access to like a set of units and you are taking a unit from that set and using it for something, right? But the presumption would be you would already have access to that predefined set. You're pulling it out of that, right? So that's what pull would mean. It's clearly not in reference to the screenshot, because as evidenced by the conversation with Connor that you were watching and I just saw through your stream, he's totally fine using the word screenshot when he means that.
Okay, no common person would ever argue like you. I'm just saying, no common sense person.
Okay, so now
would
now you're
ever argue like you.
So now you're just gonna get fallacious. Now you're just gonna do like.
Well, because you're trying to use pedantry and words in order to.
How am I
like,
using pedantry?
Fucking muddy over what he is actually doing.
You're using the term pull to infer that he was asking minors for CSAM, right? I'm asking you to merely elaborate on that term.
Dude, I'm gonna be real, okay? Like, not even Doobie is like thinking about it this deeply when he was saying it.
Thinking about it this deep.
There's no way Doobie is thinking like, oh my god,
you're the one that is you're the one that is hyper analyzing this because you desperately needed a clip when you realized you didn't have what you said happened, right? And you're unwilling to concede on that, so you tried to find something that you could fit in to sort of be like the clip you said existed, which in reality
I'm just
doesn't.
Saying this is clear evidence, but okay. I mean, like, your opinion.
Got it. So you
sucks,
fucking lost. You've given up on the convo. Now, why were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Aiden, he pulled. What does that
Doesn't
mean?
deny it, by the way.
He pulled.
Why were you DMing a 17-year-old?
He pulled. What does that mean?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
I know you're trying
Were
to.
you DMing a 17-year-old? Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Okay, did you or did you not?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
I
did. I made an edgy joke about gutting someone's wife. You know what else made an edgy joke? Destiny. He said he would rape someone with a shovel, and he's talking about Courtney's little pikes.
Easy peasy.
Okay, it was an edgy. Okay, so you believe it's.
Well, I'm just simply using your. I'm just simply using your excuse, right?
Yeah. So believe it or not, the action. I never actually gutted somebody's wife. You actually were talking to a 17-year-old about sexually explicit subjects. No.
What does pull mean? If I were to
she doesn't even deny it.
From
they're literally promoting an open pedophile to be like their spokesperson. Look at how fucking desperate they are. You know they don't give a shit about you, right? You know Steven doesn't care about you. When I was fucking destroying you on that point, he never came in to defend you because you mean nothing to him.
Okay, but I'm just
you're
saying
just a sad, worthless pedophile. I asked you what pull mean. I asked you what pull mean 4 minutes ago. Anyone can rewind. You refused to answer. You only want to go back now because I'm digging skeletons out of your fucking closet.
No. You want to go to another topic because you just can't come to the fucking conclusion that pull obviously means that you have to ask a motherfucking person.
How do you define pull?
Are we gonna really pretend? Are we gonna really pretend that Doobie like just basically downloads CSAM and he's trying to retroactively make justifications?
How do you define pull? How do you define pull?
Pulling is like downloading, screenshotting, asking someone.
Downloading, screenshotting, and asking someone. So why wouldn't he just use the word
asking someone?
So why wouldn't he use the word screenshotting like he did with Connor? Why wouldn't he use the word ask?
Bro, that's a good question. Maybe you should ask Doobie. Why didn't he use the term screenshot then? And by the way, it's not like that makes it better because you said that you're going to look into Doobie sending you reports, like actual police reports, but okay.
Yeah, it sent you any. Wait, he said he would, right? I'll follow up with him on that and ask why if he doesn't after a given period of time.
But again, that's one of the most important questions. That's literally one of the most important questions.
And it was asked and he agreed to provide evidence, right? So I'm waiting for that.
Why'd you give him such a softball interview if like he didn't even provide you that crucial evidence?
What was softball? I literally told him that I disagree.
Because until you receive evidence that it is actually reported to the police and the police have taken action, then obviously he's the actual fucking PD downloading CSAM, right? Obviously he's downloading CSAM and he's proactively trying to justify it using the trying to catch it for the FBI. Okay, you can laugh all you want, but I'm just saying I'm gonna still press you on this point.
You're so right. No, you're totally winning here. You're totally winning.
I am.
When Daddy Steven will definitely give you some money tonight.
Is Daddy Steven in the room with us right now? Hello, am I your therapist?
No, wait. I'm sorry. You realize he is in the room with you right now.
Right?
Wait, you have this plushie in the background. Your whole life is based around him. What are you talking about? He is in the room. His concept is in the room with you, right in the background.
Okay, says the Groom 16-year-old from the commentary community who got groomed by the stalker community, who is actively a child soldier.
If I got groomed, maybe I ran into somebody like you. I guess you're talking to 17-year-olds. You're not denying it.
Listen, if you want to go to Bloodsports, that's fine. But I just, dude, you're just.
That's fine. You're taking the gloves off. You're taking the gloves off.
Wait, why? Like, Okay, we can go to Bloodsport if you want, but like Bloodsport is boring. Okay, like the thing is that you, dude, how do you pull it? How do you pull the DMs? How?
Okay,
How, Aiden?
so pull could be.
Aiden, tell me, describe it to me.
Yeah, so
describe it to me clearly, without going into like a fucking thesis or like a fucking dissertation. Yeah,
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Okay, so pull, for example, could mean you've been given access to a set of logs and you're looking for something specific to pull from those logs.
How do you get the logs? How do you get the logs?
So, for example, if you get someone to infiltrate a server, which he evidently has, I have seen evidence of that, right? If you get someone to infiltrate a server and get logs from said server, you would be pulling something from those logs. What about that doesn't make sense to you, you stupid fucking moron?
Okay, hold on. There's another dono coming in. Okay,
got it. Cool.
Hey, thanks for the $5. Okay, wait. So, what'd you say again? Like someone sent him, or not? Did you make that argument?
No, I just said to you, for example,
I wasn't listening.
For example,
yeah,
you could get someone to join a server where this is occurring. You could get someone to join a server where this is occurring, right? And within that server, you would download a set of logs, and when you need to make the report, you would pull something from those logs. Would that not be an appropriate use of the term pull?
But how would you pull? But how would you pull the logs?
So by getting for example, somebody's tipped you off about like a 764 adjacent server or something. You get someone to go into the server and download and scrape the logs.
DMs?
By getting someone to go into the server and scraping the logs.
But he said DMs. He didn't say logs or gen chat. He said DMs. DMs implies private communication, no?
Sure, I guess it could, but it could also be like, for example,
okay, so you're just a retard.
Wait,
Aiden,
no. So, for example, somebody, for example, how do you? Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, how do you think he would get the logs? If there was a case where he's getting logs of a server, how would he get those logs?
He has to ask for the DMs, but like.
He has to ask.
If you're talking about the server, if you're talking about the server, you have to
so is it not plausible
right?
to you? Is it not plausible to you that somebody could DM him a set of logs from the server and those logs could be pulled from the DMs? I agree. By the way, what you're saying,
people are randomly sending
Foodshops
DMs between.
Wait, why wouldn't they? He's the head moderator of a server with 100,000 people. If someone believes wrong, you don't think if some wrongdoing, if some wrongdoing has occurred, you don't think someone could reach out to him about that? If they believe some wrongdoings occurred?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you implying that someone just bombs him with the DMs, including CSAM?
No, someone could DM him. Hey, Doobie, I was a little bit concerned about this. Somebody in the server invited me, and I got into a server where it looks like some really shady shit is going on. Here's some screenshots of it. I don't know what to do with this information, but do with it what you will. Is that not possible to you?
Okay, and after he knows about it, what next?
You would report it, right?
No. He has to ask for the DMs, right?
Wait, if somebody sends,
and then he screenshots.
Wait, I've just provided you. You're looping back.
He's supposed to report it, right?
Foodshops. I just provided you.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
gonna ask you the same thing.
Yeah, so I just provided you with a plausible scenario where somebody could send him the logs without him directly asking for it. And the claim specifically was that he was directly asking for it from the miner themselves, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So there's we've not seen any evidence that happening. Okay, I'm getting sent something that I'm allowed to show. For disclosure, I know people like to lie, that I get anyone who actually DMs me, by the way, while I'm debating knows how, like, fucking absurd the claim that I'm reading DMs while I'm debating is. But I actually did just get a DM, from Doobie, who has told me I can pull this off.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, what's funny about that?
No, sorry, it's just funny you're getting it directly from Dewey. That's
wait, who else? I'm sorry. Who else would I go to for?
Funny. No, I just listen. I just find it funny. I just find it funny.
I'm sorry. You think it's? Are you retarded? You think it's stupid? You think it's stupid to get clarification on someone's statements from the person themselves?
Funny. I'm just finding it funny.
So you're a pedophile and you're retarded. Can you pick a struggle? Yeah, of course, if we're trying to interpret someone else's words, of course their input would be valuable as to what they meant. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it's funny.
As in, like, some wrongdoings going on because you're getting clarification from the person whose statement is being debated, which is actually like a totally normal concept that you're performatively pretending is funny because you've nothing.
What? No, I said I personally find it funny that Doobie messaged you about it.
What is? Yeah, I've just explained what is like funny there. It's funny that he's defending himself from a pedophilia claim. That's funny.
I find it funny that
he's doing more than you did. You don't even contest the pedophile claim. You don't even contest that one.
Like I don't think I need to explain to you why I think it's
yeah.
Funny,
most people who
actually.
do most people yeah most people yeah most
you just wanna
it's a yeah no I know what you're doing. I know it's a performative gesture when you don't have a point. I understand what you're doing.
What did Doobie send you? What did Doobie send you?
So I was about to read it. I was about to read it. This is hilarious, by the way, guys. We're really laughing at this. Is a real knee slapper, guys.
This is one. Or are you gonna send it to me? Send it to me.
I am. No, hold on.
Don't send it to me if it's decent. If it's decent, I don't want to see it. Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, I know you probably have every CSAM image that's ever been exchanged online.
I'm not soliciting. I'm not soliciting DMs from a minor. Okay, so you know,
he's soliciting DMs from a minor.
Even though you're a minor,
he's soliciting DMs from a minor.
I'm not soliciting anything.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
Were you not actively DMing a minor about sexually explicit topics calling them an IRL lolly? I don't even think that's true. I think you were right. You were trying to get them to reciprocate. No.
Are you gonna send it to me or not?
Got it. So you just lied. This is one of the examples of me pulling images from DMs, which is screenshots sent to us by the minor being targeted, not containing CSAM, but I have screenshots in the Telegram groups. When I was worried, he did say that yesterday as well. He did bring up Telegram groups. Anyone can go rewind and verify that to be true, and then they have nothing. Also received prepackaged pedophiles put together by the minor or their friends containing, pedophiles, PDFs. Sorry, I read that as pedophiles. Prepackaged PDFs put together by the minor or their friends containing links to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves. Sometimes while naked. That was, of course, on my PC when I received it then. Of course, I later report it. Also, even access to minors' Discord accounts after any season was released, so I could take screenshots, pull message links of an adult sending them nudes, like this guy. So the claim here is... So he was sent pre-prepared dockets, and I have seen evidence in one case where, hold on.
Wait, can you just screenshot what DB
yeah,
sent you?
Yeah, we're pulling it up. We'll pull it up.
So then I can, like, look over it?
Yeah. Hold on. It's multiple screenshots. You want to just do me a favor? Do you want to just, yeah, can you just, like, you have my stream pulled up, don't you? Fuck, I'll just screen share. I'll screen share with you. I'll screen share with you.
I can go back to your stream.
I'll screen share with you. Hold up. Just want to make sure I don't have anything.
Did you just screenshot it? You don't have a screenshotting tool? What the
I do. It's he sent me multiple, like, it's a chain, right? It'd be a little bit complicated, so I'll just screen share with you. That's easier, no?
Not that hard. Okay, fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, is it both allow you to read the fucking messages?
Okay, all right, let me just... So,
that's proof. I don't need you getting angry, whatever. They don't match, so what kind of tips and tricks did my girlfriend give you? She basically gave me
Whoa! Okay, does this contain CSAM?
No. What? I'm sorry. Where is the CSAM here? Are you retarded? Or are you blind?
I don't know because this is clearly, hold on, because this isn't just, because what I'm asking for is the DMs Doobie is communicating with you.
This is what
not the actual logs themselves.
I just read it to you. We'll pull it up because I know you're like mentally challenged. So I'll
screenshot it.
Yeah. So this is the first.
I didn't ask for the actual logs between the minor and the pedophile. I'm asking what Doobie is typing to you in DMs.
I'm sorry. What are you looking at that is like causing this reaction? These are just DMs.
I'm asking.
So this is So this is part one.
What Doobie is telling you.
This is part one. Right here.
That's better.
Okay. Right here. Now let's go through what he sends under here.
I don't want to see any of that shit. Okay. Yeah.
You don't want to see. What are you looking at that is causing you to spurg the fuck out?
What's even the point of showing this? Like, hello?
Because he's proving his statement.
Just show me Doobie's
He's providing proof for his statement.
It's fine. Just show me Doobie's thing.
I'm sorry, do you get, like, scared by text? Are you, like, one of those people?
Hold on.
Do texts give you anxiety?
Hold on. Okay, let me read this out. Did she include the part where I come in her mouth?
I got it.
Is that important for the debate? Is that important for the debate?
It's going to trigger the POCD. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have been more considerate. I should have been more considerate.
Did she include the part where I come in her mouth?
Guys, she might molest the kid. She might molest the kid if she's reminded of it.
This is important. This is important for the debate. Did she include the part where I come in her mouth?
Is your POCD flaring up out of curiosity?
No.
Okay, I just didn't know what
But are
that
you
reaction
okay if you're
was
sending me
because nothing scary is
sexting?
happening. Nothing
Because I don't
scary.
know why you're sending me logs of
Yeah,
people sexting,
So,
but okay.
so I'm not sending those logs to you. I'm pulling them up on my stream, which I'm screen sharing with you right now. What about this is scary? Everyone can see what I have pulled up. It's actually insane that you're scared by this. This is scary to you, just so we're clear.
Are you going to show DB's DMs now?
I'm sorry. I just did. He then sends supplemental
Okay,
screenshots.
stay on the Doobie DM. Why'd you switch back so
I
fast?
already read
stay
it.
On the...
Calm down.
No, let
Calm
me
down.
read it myself.
I'm
Let me
dealing
read
with
it
a fucking
myself.
lunatic.
Motherfucker. Hold on. Let me read it myself.
You're insane.
Because I don't know why you stayed so long on the sexting. Okay,
I
what the
forgot.
fuck?
I forgot you had POCD. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. I should have been more considerate.
What's that, bro? That has nothing to do with POC.
Well, your reaction is like super irrational. Nobody should be getting that scared over like DMs being pulled up, right?
Oh no, that's not it. Screenshots folder. This is one of the examples of me pulling images from DMs, just screenshots sent to us by the miner being targeted, not containing CSAM. But I've screenshotted it in Telegram groups when I was worried it would be purged and the evidence would be lost. Also received prepackaged PDFs put together by the miner or their friends containing leaks to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves, sometimes while naked. That was, of course, on my PC when I received it, then of course deleted after I reported it. Also been given access to a miner's Discord account after any CSAM was deleted so I can take screenshots and pull message links of the adults sending them nudes. Wait, sorry. Did he say containing links to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves, sometimes while naked?
Yeah.
Am I reading this correctly?
Yep. Someone sent him prepackaged PDFs containing those videos, which he then reported to law enforcement. That's what he just said, right?
Which you can't prove because you haven't received any reports, right?
Okay, okay, what's the proof that he's ever looked at CP? What's the proof? His word.
Serious.
No, it's his word. That's all you guys.
You're not serious.
Wait. How am I not serious? What about that to you sounds ridiculous? Your entire claim hinges on his word.
Are you gonna ask me for evidence now of him admitting that he looked at CSAM?
No.
Are you gonna ask for evidence of that now?
I've seen him admitting to it, right? But in that same sentence that you guys originally used as a dunk, he's also saying he reported to law enforcement. So if his word is good enough for you to believe the first part of the claim, I don't know why it isn't good enough to believe the second. If we can't take him at his word, then we can't even trust that this event happened, can we?
Thanks for the 100 DKK. Sorry. Okay, wait. Bro. He said multiple times across multiple streams, across multiple recordings. What are you on about?
What?
About looking at CSAM. What do you mean that he didn't see CSAM?
I'm sorry.
This is like one of the things that he's consistent on. What are you talking about?
Let's just refocus for a sec, because I want to demonstrate how far the goalpost has been moved. What is the argument now? What is your argument?
You're not being serious. You're actually just straight up not being serious.
So anytime you have they do some gay performative posturing because they don't have any substance. So anytime you push them on a specific point or ask them to clarify something, it's just gay performative posturing to chat because they have nothing. I honestly, you make me feel a little bit bad for Steven that his white knight is a pedophilic retard that can't debate for shit. No wonder you ran from me.
Also been given access to a miner's Discord account. What is that?
Wait, Foodshops also been given access to a miner's Discord account. Do you want to read the next part of the sentence?
after any CSAM was deleted. So I can take screenshots and pull message links. Okay, so why is this not consistent
What?
with him saying that he
Your
actually
claim,
sold
your
CSAM?
claim, your
Well, why
claim.
don't you question the inconsistency of this?
The original claim that you were making was that he asked the miners to give them for CSAM, for their CSAM, right? That's not what's happening here. I explained to you that after you spent a ridiculous fucking amount of time trying to desperately find a clip to substantiate your lie, you found something that was vague enough that allowed you to like sort of try to like to sort of fit it in. Wait, what about this indicates when he says he received prepackaged PDFs? What it indicates to you that he sought that out of curiosity? When it says prepackaged PDFs, he was sent those, right? Received, sorry.
Do you think that they're just sending him out of nowhere?
Yes,
or do you
he
think
runs,
he has to ask
unfortunately, yes, he runs a server with over 100,000 people in it as like the head mod or whatever. A lot of people probably reach out to him with any concern they have about anything that's going on, including misguided miners that are trying to like report on some wrongdoing and reaching out to the head admin, right? So yeah, I actually can totally believe that, right?
Steven wants to talk to you. You want to talk to him?
Sure.
Okay, let me add him in. I give up, man. This is silly, but okay. Give me a second.
It's supposed to be a chill late night stream. Yo, how's it going?
What does this mean?
What I have pulled up?
No, I sent you a screenshot.
Oh. While I was reporting it, did you take screenshots of the evidence you had CSAM on your computer? While I was reporting it, sure. This is why I mentioned the JDOM thing yesterday. Sometimes you do need to make copies of it to report it. Then you delete all the copies. Obviously, I'll show you. It means that he was screenshotting copies of it, which you should not do because that is illegal, right? That's a misguided attempt at reporting it.
Okay, that's it. So multiple times, he's been saving child porn on his computer to do something that no law enforcement official would ever tell you to do, right?
Yes. Yeah, sure. And
Okay, cool.
That's a misguided. Okay. But the claim is that his intention there is pedophilic. My question is if his intention is pedophilic and this is not a misguided attempt at reporting this information, and in fact, some wrongdoing on his part, why did he volunteer this information?
Because he thinks he's cool? I don't know. He thinks it's awesome? I'm not sure.
He thinks it's...
I do know that there's no place ever in the history of all of mankind where we would be comfortable with an anonymous figure running a Discord server with children in it who admits to saving child porn on their computer multiple times.
Yeah,
and then
we should.
That they're reporting it to law enforcement. Have you ever posted proof that he's reported it to law enforcement?
I asked him to, right? But if there's enough, the proof that he's seen CP is off of his word and his statements. So I don't know why his statement, the second half, wouldn't be utilized as well, right?
Well, because the first half makes him look bad and the second half makes him look good. So you give a little bit more weight to somebody admitting something that makes them look bad and less weight to something that makes somebody look good, right?
Why would you give more weight to him volunteering the thing that makes him look bad? Unless
I just want to clarify. Wait. Do I really need to answer that question?
I mean, unless like you know what? No. You know what? No. If he's saying that, if he's saying, actually, yeah, because was he being pressed?
So question.
Was he being?
Somebody says to you, I was bullied a lot in high school, and somebody else says I was the track star, #1 star in high school. Which one of those statements is more likely to be a lie, and why?
So the second one is probably going to be more likely to be a lie, but the intention of the second one, you would see this from somebody that's trying to make themselves look cooler, right? But if the whole statement itself is, I was bullied a lot in high school, but was also the track star, it's a statement that makes you look bad in combination with a mitigating statement that you volunteered without any like burden or impetus to do so, then I'm probably inclined to just believe the statement in totality.
No. You can, because those two statements are completely non-related. What if somebody says, I was bullied a ton in high school, so I took jujitsu and I learned to beat up all my bullies? Would you believe that entire statement? Or do you think the first half is more likely to be true than the second half is probably not true?
The first half might be more likely to be true just because it's more plausible in general, right?
Okay, so why would anybody admit to taking... Has Doobie ever in his entire life posted any proof whatsoever of him being a part of any FBI investigation? Ever?
To my knowledge, no. I request this information from him. He said he would send it, and I'm sure as hell going to follow up with him if he doesn't.
Okay. You won't, and he won't.
I absolutely will. That's just not true.
Did you follow up with Wick about who sent you his docs?
Yes. So this occurred later in the stream. I told people I wouldn't tell him, and the reason I'm not going to tell him is
Okay,
because
yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I don't
wait,
care.
what do you mean? What do you?
For Doobie, so Doobie runs a
do you
server
not realize
with
how-
minors.
Do you not
Doobie
see how
runs a server
fucked
with
it
minors,
is?
and he admits to getting child porn, right? And saving it on his computer, right? We know that. It's probably true. There's no reason to think he would lie about that. Now, he claims he's part of all these FBI investigations, but isn't it kind of weird that he admits to saving child porn and he runs a huge server with minors tagged in it and argues for pedophiles to be in that server talking to the minors? Isn't that kind of weird?
Sure, but you know, it'd be even more weird. Somebody who believes that for malicious reasons they've saved CP volunteering that information without being asked to or alleged to, for it to allege to have happened, right? What would be more likely is that they believe they haven't done anything wrong and have made a mistake in the process of reporting it and are volunteering this information because they don't think they've done anything wrong. That seems like there would be far less steps to get to that point.
Sure, that could be true. Like, I don't know if I would say Doobie is maliciously seeking out child porn, but the level of recklessness, the negligence here is so extreme. It seems like a really, really, really bad situation for everybody to be in, no?
Sure, I agree that's reckless and negligent. You shouldn't save it like that.
Well, I mean, with regards to minors, period,
I
right?
called him reckless to his face, and called him yesterday.
Did you say that you had a minor tag when you were on that server?
Yeah, but I was over. They gave it to me improperly. I was over the age of 18. Or I was
how long?
18. I think it was for a few months. I don't remember exactly. I ended up leaving the server just because I
Well, if
wasn't.
you would have been having sexual conversations with minors, they would have been okay with it, and they tagged you incorrectly? And this would have been on the server with the guy who admits to saving
Well,
child porn on his
I don't know.
computer multiple
I don't-
times, right?
I
Do you
don't-
see how like all of this kind of starts to look really, really, really bad, even if he's not really guilty of anything? You see it looks like really fucking horrible.
Sure, like sure. If you're trying to make a certain descriptor fit, you can absolutely try to interpret all
Make
these
a
things.
certain descriptor fit.
Yes, the descriptor is that he's a pedophile. I believe that all of these things indicate recklessness. I agree that all these things indicate like negligence and certain responsibilities and duties and wrongdoing, right? But I don't think that the takeaway here, unless you had like incentive to mischaracterize it, would automatically be that this person is doing so because he derives pleasure from the sexualization of prepubescent children.
Sure, he might not, but he absolutely shouldn't be in charge of that server.
Listen, if that's your claim, I think that's
You and
fair
I were to
enough.
go out, if you and I were to go out and we had to argue with 100 strangers or whatever, at the end of the day, how many do you think would agree with you that he should remain in charge of that server? And how many would agree with me that the guy who says he saves child porn on his computer to report to the FBI has never given proof for that, gives the minor tag out to anybody, I guess, who wants it, or
Well,
they mess up with it?
you know they'd agree with you because for the correct reasons, words like CP, CSAM, etc., just by hearing those words, people's mind is all automatically swayed in a certain direction because there's a lot of importance given to these topics, and rightfully so. But the truth of the
Does
matter
that mean
is,
that he should be even more aware of it then if he's going to be the head of a server that allows tagged minors to hang out there?
yeah, absolutely.
Isn't
I think
it's on him to be aware of that? Then shouldn't he maybe not?
Sure. If you want to make the prescription that through like what I also can agree is reckless, he should step down. I wouldn't even blame you for making that prescription. I think it would probably be fair.
I don't know what
right?
this language is. Would you disagree with that?
Would I disagree with that? I mean, probably not.
Probably not.
If-
One could make the argument that you could have the prescription. I don't know what these words are. We are so many
Sure.
levels of abstraction away from
so-
real sentences. Do you think it's a good idea?
You don't know what the
for
word
Doobie-
prescription means.
Really? You think I don't know what the word
I
prescription
know
means?
that's not true.
Yeah. Okay. Stop giggling. So, do you think, without 50 million layers of abstraction, do you think that it's a good idea that Doobie is the head of the server, or do you think he should probably step down?
It depends on what corrective actions you want to take going forward, right? If he's
Do you think
unwilling
Doobie's
to
gonna
make
take
it,
any corrective action going forward?
if he's unwilling to take any corrective action going forward, then yeah, he probably should. Because this is a
Yeah,
responsibility.
he probably should. Do you think he should step down if he doesn't change how that server's ran?
Actually, yeah, I'll agree to that.
Okay.
But the problem I have here is it feels like these things are being interpreted like obvious. I mean, are you gonna even deny it's bad? Like, it's obvious there's like personal motivation here, to like personal spite here, that's leading to the most bad faith assertion possible off of this. I think there are legitimate criticisms against him for this.
What was
but
the bad faith assertion I just
sure
made?
that he's a pedophile. Okay, no, it seems
I'm
like
not
the
saying
claim
he's a pedophile. I'm just saying that everything he's done is kind of extreme.
You've not called him a pedophile. in like the last week or two? You even called him a pedophile?
I mean, I might have, but he's called me a pedophile. I mean, sure, but that's not
Okay, sure,
evaluating,
so-
or that's not part of the evaluation
so
right
it's-
here over
it's
whether or not he should be the
bad
mod of
faith.
that server. No, don't say, no, that's what we just talked about right here. What you just agreed to, that he should step down from being the owner of that server if things don't change going forward. Then nothing will change, by the way, and you won't call for him to step down because you don't actually care about any of this. But that
Neither
argument
do
didn't
you.
rely on personal spite or anything at all. Neither do I. What?
You knew him for 7 years. You were in that server. Why did you never call him out prior to like
I thought that there were weird things going in that server, and I did call him out for things in that server. That's why we stopped partnering with them.
Why didn't? Okay, but did you remain in the server?
I don't know if I remained in the server or not, but being in the server as a user is not the same as being the owner of a server.
Well, I wouldn't. If I
don't know.
if I believe there was
I'm
a
member of,
server,
like, 20 or-
if I believe the server was being run by a pedophile, I wouldn't want to fucking be in it, would I? Right?
I don't know. How many Discord servers are you a part of?
I think about 10.
Okay, I feel like I'm not in very many, and I'm in like 15. I don't know what the fuck who's running all of these at all points in time. Dude's not the only owner. But that nice burden shift right there, by the way. What was that supposed to prove?
It was to prove that it seems like your concern is only being expressed because you don't like him because he said certain things about you, right? Not due to legitimate concern over the broader issue being discussed.
No, we stopped partnering with that server years ago, way before any drama or anything popped up between me and Doobie.
Did you give him those? Was it the same reasoning at the time for the
I don't remember the
termination
reason I gave.
partnership?
I just know there was a lot of weird stuff going on with that server, so we stopped partnering with them.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew at the time that he was
Can that-
hoarding child porn and had a minor tag or whatever, but I know that there was like weird shit that was going on in that server, and I didn't feel comfortable endorsing it for mine.
Well, okay, but is it any of the weird shit you're describing now?
No, but I don't know if I knew any of that weird shit that I'm getting sent now.
Okay, so these are just like new revelations that conveniently
I
coincide.
didn't say new
with
revelation
him, with
that
him.
conveniently coincide. I didn't say new revelations. I've been getting new things sent to me, and yeah,
Yes,
nobody's
but
ever
if,
dug
but
stuff
if
up
these
about
were old
Doobie before because they're
revelations,
public
if these were old
party.
revelations, these would have come up in the 7 years you knew him, right?
Yeah, but I haven't had people setting me stuff on Doobie. Our
Yes.
fighting publicly has happened over the last probably a couple weeks.
So there'd be new revelations.
New revelations implies that I'm having new thoughts on old evidence. This is stuff that's never been sent to me before.
Okay, you don't think revelation could be implied you got sent evidence that leads you to now accept a certain fact that you hadn't previously accepted due to new evidence being provided?
If you want to phrase it that way, sure, but that's not what it implies.
Okay, I feel like it does, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that I guess it just like obviously seems like this. A lot of this is just like being driven by spite, right? As opposed to legitimate
does it
concern.
not make sense that when you're fighting with somebody publicly, that people start sending people a lot of stuff when people start fighting publicly? Has that never happened?
It does, but I feel like there's a certain reach to go and portray a certain narrative about the guy at the center of it. When I think that the legitimate criticisms here that you would
What I
accept.
said is a reach.
Sure, the pedophile claim that's been reiterated by
I'm not
your
claiming he's a
community.
pedophile. I'm saying that he shouldn't be part of that server.
Okay, it
That's
seemed like
insane.
that was the previous claim.
No, find my claims and find it better.
Okay, so if you haven't said previously as a pedophile, then I guess I would have to
But it's
consider.
fine. I mean, it seems like we agree on the central claims anyway. He probably shouldn't be the head of that server unless they make significant changes going forward, which they won't.
Okay, well, I think that would probably be fair. I just don't think he's a pedophile over it. Out of curiosity though, why do you, if you're like so concerned by the weirdness there, why do you actively promote and uphold Foodshops, who is unwilling to deny the fact that she was messaging a 17-year-old in a sexually explicit fashion?
Who was pretending to be an 18-year-old?
She was pretending to be 18. Do you have evidence of that?
Bro, if you cannot dig up, dude, I'm sorry. I'm good. I'm good. Okay. No, I know the bait. I know the trap.
Got it. Yeah.
Even if that
most
was
people
the
could
case,
just deny
though, it's
that.
not, even if that was the case, well, it sounds like you don't have all the facts, but even if it was the case, there's a difference between a person doing a thing versus a person defending a thing as a standard operating procedure for every member in their Discord server.
Sure, there's a difference there, which I guess I'm trying to figure out. So then what?
So then what?
Well, you've just demonstrated that two things are different. I don't know how the comparison wouldn't work.
Well, because the two things are different, I probably wouldn't have the same standard for both. I think that if Foodshops had an open advocacy program for people fucking 17-year-olds in the Discord server, I would probably be a lot more hesitant to engage.
2,000 minors. 2,000 minors. Okay,
As far
no
as I'm aware,
minors are
that's not
allowed
the
in the
case.
server.
Only in
Is
your
that the case?
DMs.
You know-
They're only allowed in
you
your DMs.
I'm not in Foodshops.
Sorry,
One
I was talking- I was
person,
talking to her. I was
one person
talking to her.
pretending to be 18. Okay,
Got it.
but okay.
Well,
By the way, you're defending Doobie, okay, who has like 2,000 miners on the payroll ready to be like churned through the fucking meat factory. But
what
okay, you're going after me.
what am I saying?
You're going after
What am
me
I
being
saying? What am
honeypotted
I?
by one
What am I
person.
saying?
But okay.
What am I saying about Doobie that's unfair?
It's just crazy that you're comparing me with Doobie. What the fuck? Hello? That's insane, right? You realize that's fucking insane, right?
This is just posturing and no substance.
Like you're the one concerned trolling over like this person pretending to be 18 or 19-year-old, okay, who turns out to be 17, right?
I'm bringing that up to make fun of you. I'm mocking you over that. I'm not
interpreting
concerned.
that in the best possible light. Like you're arguing over the pedanticness of like the word pull. Like, are you actually fucking getting? This is not a serious debate. None of this is a serious debate. But okay, it doesn't.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Why did we argue? Why did we argue about the word pull? You're the one that started that argument. How are you gonna fucking try to claim now that it's pedantic?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
The fact that you're even comparing me with Doobie is just I don't care anymore.
Okay, just more.
You can say anything you want. I don't care.
Got it. Well, do you guys have anything else?
I look forward to you championing that Doobie probably shouldn't have that server anymore. He probably needs to step the fuck down. He's been involved in way too much weird shit. Them meeting minors in real life that they know are minors is really weird. The fact that Doobie defends sexual conversations around minors means that they could have had a 16-year-old in their little mod meetup that they were all talking about anal sex with because he thinks that that's an okay thing. He's defended that publicly. He's giving bad advice to members of his server by saying that it's okay to commit crimes or collect drugs or collect child porn as long as you turn it into the police afterwards. That's absolutely not true, and it's kind of insane that a server owner of a server that large with 2,000 tagged minors on it would say that. Yeah, I think it's about it.
Well, I'll go by that point. I mean, I guess I'll look into that point by point just to ensure there's.
No,
because you would never gish gallop, would you? Right?
What thing did I just say do you think I can't substantiate? Gish gallop is when you make a bunch of bad arguments all together to try to substantiate.
Yeah, you utilize the quantity instead of
think...
quality. I obviously know what a gish gallop is, right?
Yeah. So what argument there was lacking quality?
So you were
so
you were citing numerous examples. I'd like to look into each individually to make sure it is as you describe it. To make sure that what you did it was not a gish gallop.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I showed you DMs for almost all of these things before, but
I've pulled it all up. I will absolutely talk about. I literally said to him that I think it's reckless to minors in the server, etc. I will totally make that criticism. I have no vested in. I have no fucking loyalty to Doobie or anyone else. I just have loyalty to positions and arguments.
You do, but okay.
No, I know that helps the narrative. I didn't fucking talk to this guy for 4 years until yesterday. And we only spoke once 4 years prior.
Yeah, resistance cell.
I know we're all like sleeping with each other, and your guys view. It's just not happening. I'm sorry.
You guys don't have to be like knowing each other and having like sex every single night to like
but like we're in communication
one
and some
specific line.
I'm in some secret.
When you and Doobie had a little pleasure session after the conversation that we had yesterday or the day before, what did Doobie show you a single piece of evidence substantiating literally anything he said about himself or about me?
Yes. So he showed me like there's so many fucking screenshots in here. I haven't even got. Whoa, I didn't mean to pull that up. I didn't even go through all of them. There is evidence to suggest that numerous, like for example, he showed me logs from the server where it was noted in the ban logs among several members that law enforcement reports were made by the moderator that banned them at the time. He sent me DMs.
What is ban? Hold on, wait, just real quick. That's not evidence of anything, right?
Okay, it wouldn't be proof, but that would be evidence.
No, it's not even evidence. What is it? What is it? It's just you just write words there.
Do you not think somebody being consistent on a statement across time, including prior to them being challenged on it, you don't think that would be evidence, consistency, that they were possibly telling the truth? It just wouldn't be proof.
No, because it's all consistent with the fact that Doobie's just a liar who likes to hype up his past. In fact, I'm 100% confident of it. I would put, I don't know, $100 on it, that Doobie is lying of one of two things. Either one, he completely lies about having a wife and kids, or two, he lies about collecting child porn and turning it into the FBI, because there's no way that a person with children would be willingly subjecting themselves to the risk of collecting child porn to turn people into the police. That's just insane.
I agree. I don't think this guy's ever engaged with CP. He's obviously made the whole thing up. Can't take him at his word for it, right?
Okay. In that case, I think he should probably step down from the server since he seems to be comfortable engaging with joking about child porn, and he has 2,000 tagged minors on a server that he claims that pedophiles are hunting them in.
I love like the fake concern for jokes. It's like actually, it's like you're maybe a bit more persuaded by your positions if like you weren't trying to fucking.
Wait, they're all jokes now?
No, you.
So
Okay.
he was joking about everything?
No, no, I don't think he was, right? But the
What do you
claim.
mean concerned about jokes? Who said? Who's talking about
So
jokes?
you're the one
Where
that
did
just
come
you're
from?
the one that just said it as like as an alternative to if we can't take him at his word, which I suggested because you're denying part of this statement, but while accepting another. So the alternate
I'm
explanation you
denying the
provided
part that
in
makes
like
it
a
look
tongue-in-cheek
really good, and I'm
fashion was that it was a
accepting the part
joke.
that- yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we already went over that.
We did.
So do we have to cycle back on it every single time you don't understand? Okay, so
No, I
somebody tells
understand
you,
everything.
I got bullied a ton in high school, but I took jujitsu and then I beat them all up. You would either accept or deny that entire statement. You can't look at a part of it and then look at the other part differently.
No, because the first part is far more common and far more. I'd venture to guess if we got like a room of 5 kids, like at least half have probably been bullied. So it's probably like that would be the default assumption. The jujitsu part is something that statistically is far less likely to be the case, and there would be more denial of that claim. Now, statistically speaking, it's less. It's not really all that likely. I'd say it's probably comparable that the amount of people that unwittingly have to see child porn and the amount of people that report the unwitting viewing of child porn is probably comparable percentage-wise, right?
Who are we talking about? Unwitting child porn or whatever.
Okay, so for example, there have been cases of like trolls from like fucking 09A, etc., going around.
We're not talking about trolls. We're talking about Doobie. Doobie is seeking this out. This is not unwitting, right? He's asking for access to these accounts. He's asking to see the evidence.
Yep, it seems like people come to him with claims, right? But the evidence that we saw, he says he was sent pre-prepared PDFs.
Doobie is not a police officer. Why the fuck would somebody go to Doobie with claims?
Because
go to the police.
Because unfortunately, not everybody knows what to do when they get information like this, especially.
Then Doobie should say, go to the police.
They should, 150%.
But he's not.
Yeah.
So he's collecting child porn.
I agree that
willingly. You agree that he's collecting child porn willingly?
Yeah, and a misguided. Yes. Collecting implies it's retained, right?
I don't know. It doesn't have to be. I guess.
It'd be
I don't know if he's retaining it or not, but.
Well, it seems like I just don't know. Like, it seems like we take him at his word for equally as like unlikely claims, but we're unwilling to accept other claims because they are mitigating factors. When
nobody says that for anything ever, that every single thing a person says is either the truth or every single thing a person says is a lie. This is not a standard.
That's not what I said.
Why do you keep using it? Yes,
I said the claim. So the claim was. The claim was,
if somebody says I have a whole bunch of child porn because I'm collecting from people who are getting harassed on my server, and then I turn it all into the FBI afterwards, guys, nobody would look at that guy and think, wow, I guess he's just lying about everything, LOL. They would think at the very least this thing is really fucking weird.
It would be far okay. Do you not think probability-wise, it'd be far more likely that somebody believes they haven't perpetrated any wrongdoing would volunteer that information as opposed to somebody that knows that they were doing it for pedophilic purposes and for no reason at all decided to volunteer that information?
Stop reading what Doobie is telling you, okay?
Doobie's not
for pedophilic purposes.
I'm
saying
close
that there's
my
no
eyes.
reason for him to be collecting child porn. That's just crazy. That's a crazy thing to do as a server owner with 2,000 tagged minors in it.
That's a crazy thing to do as a server owner with over 2,000 tagged minors in it. I mean, yeah, I agree. He shouldn't be doing that. I think it's a misguided attempt at reporting it.
Why don't you give Doobie the same pressure you give Steven? Like, it doesn't make any sense, but okay. Like,
because he wasn't. I don't know. I don't know shit about this guy other than his claims about you.
Aiden, can you read this real quick? Hold on, Aiden. Do you see the screenshot I just posted real quick?
Sure. I mean, one day, but for now.
So this is the person. This is the person who is the 17-year-old you're talking about, right?
That's very clear. That you give me a turn off.
No, hold on. I'm gonna put it on stream.
Yeah, I'll put it on stream. I'll put it on stream too. I'll put it on stream too. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Right.
If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so.
No, read the whole thing top to bottom. Read the whole thing top to bottom.
Look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me. The vibes just don't match. Okay, wait a second. The vibes don't match. Wouldn't you say you're a minor? What do you mean the vibes don't match? Yeah, after you found out they were a minor that lied about being an adult. We can see these DMs.
This is them wanting to be my friend after lying to me.
This is them wanting to be your friend after lying to you.
Wanting to be my friend.
Okay, so you were engaged in sexually intimate conversations with this person.
Okay,
you found out they were a minor.
Are you gonna read the rest or not?
Yes, absolutely. Look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me. The vibes just don't match. Then it fits that you give me a turn off as a dishonest fuck you, huh? If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so rude and distant. I literally didn't even let you into the server or the chat at times because you weren't 18. Don't be weird. You're implying I'm an actual creep pedo. I'm not doing it to be derogatory. Look, I generally don't like making friends on the web, with few exceptions, and I think if you're having this kind of reaction to being turned down on friendship, I'm sorry. I don't want much to do with you.
Okay, all right, what's wrong here? So I acknowledged again, right? Like, why are you implying that I'm a pedo person? Okay. And number two, right? Like, she literally confessed here. If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18. So will you concede
wait,
here?
okay.
Okay, I'm playing in here. I'm playing in here, okay? Will you concede here and say that, like,
nope,
this isn't
nope,
actually, like,
nope,
like, I'm actually willingly doing
I
the
won't.
17-year-old thing. Really?
Sure.
Oh,
nope.
okay.
And the reason
okay,
I
you
won't
concede here.
is
Okay,
because
that's fine. Oh, okay.
so
All right.
I can't provide my reasoning. And the reason I
Why?
won't is because right, it seems like this person, because I'm actually covering someone like this, right? It seems
This is
like
totally gay op, right?
how's this a gay out?
Just to be very clear.
You're literally
It's so
saying
obviously a gay out.
you're saying that the reason you're not talking to this person is because of the vibes, not because they're a minor.
You're fixating on that part. You're fixating on that part instead of if I lied and pretend I didn't turn 18.
Where they did.
You're fixating on that part. What the fuck?
They did. But
There's
why would you
fucking
continue?
stigma right here.
Why would you continue to engage with the person you supposedly engaged with sexually when they were a minor? And according to you, unwittingly so. Sure, but why would you ever want to continue to engage with someone like that right after they turn 18?
Okay, we're moving.
Wouldn't you
we're
block
moving that
them?
post. I understand.
No,
You're
the
moving that
claim.
post.
No, the claim was that
I
you were.
understand you're moving that post.
Wait,
No, no
what was my
explanation
original
I'll
claim?
ever give.
What was my first
No-
claim? What was my
no
first claim?
explanation I
You
will
claimed I
ever
moved the
give. No
goalpost.
explanation I
Where did the
give.
goalpost move? What was the
No
first goalpost and what is the new
explanation.
goalpost?
No. Okay, sure. The original goalpost was you said, "Oh yeah, like are you gonna admit that you like sexted with a minor who is like 17 or whatever the fuck?" Basically, you didn't clarify the additional context that this person has basically confessed and lied about them being 18. And
Well, I
showed you
asked
the
you about
context
it. It
now,
was
and
actually-
now you're fixating on the
I
vibes.
asked you
I showed
about
you
it.
goalpost
I
one and
asked you
goalpost
about
two.
it.
Boom.
Yes,
Hey,
yes,
what
yeah,
up
yeah.
there?
There's no
What else
move
am I trying to
there.
hide?
Wait, there's
Okay,
no move there.
yeah.
You've just provided a minimizing factor that still makes the
Okay,
first
I'm
statement
good.
true.
No, I'm good.
Where was
There's
that?
no
How
game
is that a
for you. I
goalpost
provided two
move?
goalposts.
What are you
I provided
talking
two
about?
goalposts. The first
claim
goalpost
was that you-
the first goalpost is you keep on going at me with the
Can we-
claim
Also,
that I was sexting with a 17-year-old.
you are.
implying like because you excluded the context. You
No, okay,
excluded
wait.
the context.
You understand?
where this person
Food shops.
confessed to lying.
Food shops. Okay, so I asked you, were you sexting with a 17-year-old? Which you were. You had a mitigating reason that you're providing now, and you refused to provide at the time. At which point you went silent, right?
this is basically
the mitigating
logic.
reason you're
This
giving.
is
The
literally
mitigating
just
reason you're giving.
logic, right? Okay, so would you also
Okay,
say the same?
after finding out that the person he was talking to was a minor, did he continue to engage?
Oh no, you tell me.
I'm asking you. You're the one that invoked it. You guys probably cover that situation way more than I know about it. I just know that the person
No,
lied.
I get it. You're just plain stupid.
No,
I
I'm
get
not.
it.
I
You're plain
asked. I've just
stupid.
given you an
You're plain
opportunity to make an
dumb.
argument. You're refusing
Aiden,
to.
you literally grew up with the commentary community. You asked Stardust for help with your homework before you turned 18. Okay, why the fuck?
Well, I
you're
asked her
so
to proofread
bad
something
faith.
for me.
It is. You're so bad faith.
What is
You
bad
were in the
faith here?
commentary community since you were 16. Okay, you spent. This entire time growing up watching Steven, you said you were a fan of Steven. Okay,
I was.
implying that you were there when Steven was going over the Chud Logic logs.
I was
okay?
no,
So
wait.
you
I'm
know
sorry.
all
I
of
was a
this.
fan.
You're
I was a
pretending
fan
to
of
be
his.
stupid
I was a fan.
and
I was a
insulting my
fan of his.
fucking
I was a fan
intelligence,
of his.
Aiden.
But what if? Are you crying? What have I said that's contradictory there? You don't? Do you think because I was a fan of his, I've consumed every piece of media he's put out? I don't think any DGGer does that, dude. I mean, you probably have some super dedicated fans.
Aiden, are you sure
Having
you're
a
still
strong
not
feelings
16?
about an adult talking to a minor, if you're okay with it happening in Doobie's server.
I just said to you, I think he should ban all minors.
He's not going to though, right?
Apparently,
You're not going to care about it.
no, I do. Right? I think all minors should be banned.
You're not going to, but there's no action you're going to take. You're not going to talk about it. You're going to push him on it.
I did at the time. I literally said to him, I think it's reckless.
but
I
you're
challenged
not
him on
sitting
it.
there.
I challenged him on it
Nothing else-
yesterday. I literally
Yeah,
challenged
but
him on it
nothing else is going to
yesterday.
come up about it. Yeah, he's just not going to change
I'm
it.
sorry.
No
What
one
do you
cares.
want? What do you want me to personally do about it?
I don't
Do
know.
the
What
same thing you
do
did to
want Foodshops do about
Steven.
these
The
DMs?
same
What
thing-
am I
the same
doing?
thing you
What
did
am
to
I
Steven.
doing
The
to
same thing you did
Steven?
to
I got
Steven.
asked to go to. I got asked to come on for a conversation with Wick. Wick pulls in Steven. Steven makes
Mauling
claims.
24/7 about him. Mauling 24/7 about
I don't
Destiny.
maul
yeah?
20. Okay, just so you're aware.
You're gonna
You've been
cover
saying.
me.
You've been
You're
saying.
gonna
You've been
make a
saying-
stream
you've
on
been
me
saying-
late night,
You've been
right?
saying. You've been saying that I. Wait, no, the stream wasn't. I was gonna briefly go over you as a segment. And then I was gonna go over the fucking Lego drama or whatever the fuck's going on with bricks and minifigs or whatever. I was gonna react to a segment just because you lied that you blocked me after I spammed your
Legos.
DMs, which wasn't true. So I was just gonna refute that lie, right? Then you called me, and now we're having this conversation.
Okay, hold on. Steven, what does this look like? Hold on.
Your mom?
Oh yeah, my mom. Okay, hold on. Steven, what does this look like? Is he spamming my DMs? Yes or no? What is that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
All right, cool.
so
That's
no,
all I need.
so-
I
no,
don't
you
care
said
anymore.
you said I was spamming your DMs to the point you had to block me. You never blocked me. I sent you 5 DMs
Yeah,
and
it
then
turns out.
stopped.
Yeah, it turns out I ignored you instead. I didn't know whether or not I blocked you or ignored you. I turns out I ignored you instead. What's the
Yeah,
distinction?
wait.
Difference?
Does you?
Like,
yeah,
what's the,
because
what's the importance of
the
this
implication.
distinction?
Yeah. So
What
the
was the
distinction
importance
is
of
I'm
this
actively
distinction?
answering her question and she's talking because she doesn't want an answer. The distinction
Oh,
would be blocking me would make me unable to continue sending DMs. So the implication would be that I didn't stop DMing you on my own. I did. I sent you 5 DMs and then stopped.
Dude, you're gonna grow up to be a good debate pedophile.
I'm excited for it. Thanks.
Have you paid money for Andrew Wilson's course, or do you just?
I
Like,
have not.
absorb
I'm
all
not.
this
I'm
tactics
not.
secondhand?
No, I ended up I've
Aiden, I hope you know that you're a good example of like a DGer who has replicated Steven's shit, but then didn't actually get down to the fundamentals of like debating at all. Okay, like you keep on
What?
asking everyone to debate, but you just like shit at it, and so you
so
keep
I-
on getting your ass
so
beat,
people
but
are
okay.
multifaceted. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't like partially inspired.
You're literally like every single like
But-
pretend Destiny debater who is like going like,
What am I
bet I can
pretend-
be like Destiny too. I just have to mimic his mannerisms.
What am I
without like actually getting the concepts down? But
you know,
okay, like
you
so
understand.
cringe,
you
dude.
understand. You understand. The media people consume is probably going to influence things like speaking patterns. One of the primary agents of socialization.
Yeah, that's what you
And
guys
I've
say about
literally
me.
said-
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
lit-
That's what you guys say about me. Yeah, that's fine.
What have I said about you? What have I said about you? I don't even think you like talk all that much like him. That wasn't even a criticism I made.
Considering how
Yet.
you lied, considering how you lied about me, I don't give a fuck what you say about
How did
me
I
anymore.
lie about you?
You,
the-
17-year-old, 18-year-old.
No,
okay.
I said,
Hey, do you have
I said,
control over that? Hello?
I said, why were you sexually DMing sexually explicit messages to a 17-year-old? You at that point went silent, refused to provide
do
your
you provide
minimizing
a con-
factor. You're providing that
Okay,
now.
why do you think I went silent? Why do you think I went silent?
Because
What-
you were
what's the
posturing
context?
to
What's the
stream, you
additional
just
context?
gave up, I guess.
Hold on. Tell your chat. What's the context? What's the context?
Well, the context here is that this person lied about being 18 or whatever, but then you continued to remain in contact with them, which I just don't know why you would do that.
Okay, great. So that's the moving of the goalpost, by the way.
Wait, no, the claim was
you just
the claim
defined yourself.
was.
No, you just define yourself. You
No.
asked me for the goalpost one, goalpost two. You just defined yourself.
So claim 1 hasn't changed. Claim 1 hasn't changed. You've just provided a minimizing factor for
Oh
it.
my god.
Also, what evidence did you see,
Aiden,
by the way? What
Aiden,
evidence did you
Aiden,
see, by the
you
way, to
have-
suggest this
Aiden,
person was actually 18?
Aiden, you have to get out of the cult, okay? Aiden, you have to get out of the cult, okay? This is not good.
Wait,
for
also,
you,
wait, just
all
curious.
right?
How long ago? When did this like drama or whatever happen? I don't want to call it drama. yet, but-
This is it says no. Oh, sorry, I was looking at Aiden's DMs. This is. Oh, let me see. When did Mrao cover this on stream? You can ask Mrao actually. Hold
No,
on, let me
like
see.
the 17, 18-year-old thing. When was this?
Yeah, because Mrao covered it on stream. I'm just looking back.
Like,
Oh no, I'm just curious. Was it like 2 months ago? Was it like 10 years ago? Was it like?
Oh, this was 2025 of July or June, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a while ago.
I think it's
Yeah, like more than 4 years ago, or about a year ago, I'll say. Most accurately. So just to be very clear, okay, they're going at me with false allegations from a year ago, all right, in which the context easily disproves, in which I sent to Mrao.
if it's
This is shit I sent to.
okay.
Hold on, Aiden. Did you know I sent this context to Mrao a year ago? Are you friends with Mrao? Are you friends with Mrao? Yes or no?
No, we're not. I wouldn't say we're friends. We're friendly.
Wait, do you
right?
guys DM? Okay, all right.
Over the last 5 months,
over the many times,
I've DM'd him probably 10 times.
Over the many times that the streamers, like in your specific circle, okay, have talked about this, which all of them pretty much, okay, has Mrao ever went forward to clarify that this person was lying?
I don't know. I don't watch Morale.
I'm good. All right, Aiden.
Why is that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do
How
you
are
watch
doing,
Morale?
Aiden?
I'm doing pretty good.
Aiden, did you drop out of school yet? Dude, like, what's going on, Aiden, in your life?
Just finishing school. Getting through it.
Okay. What
plans.
major? What major?
Communications. I know, useless humanities degree, right? Wait, Morale.
Do you know what I
Morale
majored
wants in.
in?
Can
Do you know what I
Morale? Can
majored
Morale
in?
join?
Yeah, American join.
Yeah, let's get him in here.
Steven, you don't mind?
Well, I'm just hanging out. I'm just working right now.
Add. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. What
That's his old account.
Because that account is banned. Okay,
Yeah.
because that account is banned.
Steven, tips my hat. What's up?
Oh, what's up, buddy?
God, don't be so meek. Come on, man. Speak with your
Hi,
chat.
what's up, buddy? Hi.
There you go. That's better. All right. What have I lied about in regards to you, Foodshops? Sorry.
Okay. Out of all the streamers around you who have covered like this Ica person basically like fucking lying about their age, right? Like, have you corrected any of them about this
like
whenever
who?
they covered it? Aiden?
So I believe what Aiden has said, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you sexted a 17-year-old that lied about their age and said that they were 18 to you?
I didn't say the
Well, he
lie
left
about their
out
age
that
part. I
context,
gave
right?
Food
He left
Shops
out
the
the
opportunity
context.
to add that, and Food Shops refused to engage and is now providing the minimizing reason
Okay.
or mitigating
So
factor.
Foodshops, your claim is that they were 17 but lied and said they were 18, right?
It's not a claim, it's true, right? Just to be very clear.
How'd they lie
She
to
is
you?
the one that's confessed. She is the one that's confessed.
Did you send you fake ID or something?
Okay, hold on. We're gonna read the DMs over again because you have reading comprehension skills.
You know in
that
your
are
DMs,
lacking.
you
Hold
reference
on.
them as being
No,
19, not 18, right?
Okay, cool. So
Wait.
they pretend to be 19 instead, right? Okay.
So is it
I don't
19 or
care.
is it 18?
I said 18 or 19, right? I'm pretty sure.
They're saying
Like at some point.
Okay.
So
I just want to note it down. Initially, you said that they lied saying that they were 18 now, but in the DMs, you say 19.
Is this a consistency issue? Is this what they call a consistency issue? Because if I said that she said that she was 27 versus 18, then yeah, like that's a huge age gap, right? But if I said 18 or 19, does that even fucking
It's just
matter?
curious that you don't really remember the situation fully, and you're arguing.
Great, you really
competently
got
on
me.
it, right?
You really got me, bro. You really got me, bro.
Yeah, I did.
My own
Why'd you call them an
drama.
IRL lolly?
Hold on. Hey,
What does
can you
lolly
read
mean?
to me? Can you read to me the part?
does
If I
lolly
lied
mean?
and predict, this is the original.
What does
claim
lolly
now.
mean? What does
Are you
lolly
moving
mean?
Are you pivoting? Are you
is
moving?
So
the
I'm
goalposts?
I'm just curious. So I'm gonna put this screenshot in the chat. So what does lolly mean? Because you say, I can't believe this cute IRL Japanese girl in this space who's actually into me. I'm just curious. What does lolly mean? I'm just curious.
You're reading
Doesn't
out
lolly-
our
doesn't lolly
late
mean
DMs,
cartoon?
But okay.
I don't think lolly means cartoon, Destiny.
Well, no, like I think that it has to be like a cartoon. Isn't that what a lolicon is?
I can
Like a
never
cartoon?
A
escape
lolly
lolly
is
debates at this
a
point. It's over.
pornographic image, cartoon image like of a child. Yeah.
yeah, it's a cartoon.
Was this person a cartoon?
I hope not.
Well, if they're saying they're an
Well,
IRL cartoon, the implication would be that the traits in the cartoon are carried over to like the real person.
Oh, so you
right?
believe half the
Right,
sentence,
yeah.
but not the other half? Was Food Shops
no.
a lolly when Radiant kept calling her that?
Wait, what half am I not accepting? IRL lolly. That would be that's one assertion there that this person is
Okay,
exhibiting
Destiny,
the traits
if
of
a
lolicon
lolly
and
is a
IRL.
cartoon child, right,
Mhm.
and someone says, "Oh, you're an IRL lolly," that would mean they're an IRL what?
They could just look young or be young, no?
Right. So they look like a kid, is what is
Does that
being
be a
implied here,
kid?
right?
Well, wait. If we accept everything, even as you're saying, a 17-year-old wouldn't necessarily be a lolly either. Then no.
Sure. I mean, the 30-year-old that you're talking to, you know, puts her hair in pigtails, takes pictures in her kid's room to try to look like a kid for you. It's kind of the same thing about what's going on here,
Sure.
right?
Sure. Or like that leak call where you were talking to a minor that was posted like 8
Yeah,
months ago, right?
And you actually acknowledge that they were
Right, yeah.
17? Okay,
Yeah.
dude.
So yeah, so we're all.
I
on the
knew
same
they were
page.
17. Fuck
So
yeah,
we're
I
all on the
did.
same page. So we're all on the same page.
We're all on the
Sorry.
same page.
We're out of you know
I'm
that,
not a pussy about it, though. I'll admit what I did. You won't.
Hold on, out of curiosity, Food Shops, how old are you?
What? I'm 26 right now.
Okay, got it. You were 21 at that point in time, right, Mara?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Is that what we're doing? Babe, King.
I mean, we can. Oh, we can go that route. Sure. When you were 24, you said you wanted to fuck a 15-year-old. We can go
Yeah.
back and forth with this all day.
What fucking?
How hard was it to say
15-year-old?
no to her, by the way? How big were her tits that it was so hard for you to say no? I'm just curious.
Apparently
What
not that
cup
hard,
size are we
considering
talking
what I
here?
did. You're attacking me with drama that happened when you were like 8 years old, bro. Is this supposed to be
Oh,
me?
no. Drama
Are
that
you
happened
okay?
when you, okay, like when you sexually assaulted someone and admitted that it was sexual assault.
You're talking about the person that was hopping into my lap while we were all wasted? Is that the thing? Damn, dude. One more and you're gonna.
Yeah, and
kick
you
me out
had
for
to
good
say
this
that it was
time. You're
really
so
bad
close.
that you did that on
Wasn't that
stream,
more than
right?
10 years
I'm just
ago? Wasn't
curious.
that more than 10 years
Yeah,
ago,
this
dude?
was. I think this is 14 or 15 years
More than
ago.
10
but-
years
Not only-
ago? That's crazy.
Not only that, she has
Why
come
did you
out
lie? Really?
recently.
Sorry,
Hold on,
food
hold on.
shops. Sorry,
Hold
food
on,
shops.
do you
Big
real-
boys are
hold on,
talking.
hold on.
Food shops.
Hold on,
Big
hold on,
boys are
hold on,
talking.
hold on.
Food
The
shops. Hey,
person- the
food shops.
person- the
Food
person-
shops.
Hold on. Hold on.
Food
The
shops.
person
Come on, calm
you were
down.
mentioning-
Calm down. Hey,
Well, I'm gonna
hey,
ask again. I'm
hey.
gonna ask again
Food
once you're
shops.
done. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can. I'd love to talk to you when this is done. Destiny,
Okay.
why'd you lie today on
Yeah,
Wick stream?
Go ahead.
Is this like a Mr. Medicare wannabe? I'm trying to figure out.
A Mr. Medicare wannabe? Basically, yeah.
Well, he just
Seems
needs
like
stomach
it.
cancer, right?
Stomach cancer? That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
to-
I have
need
been
to
losing a lot
complete
of
the
weight recently.
cosplay. Okay.
Why did you lie on Wick stream? I'm just curious.
You mean when I lied about not fucking your mom and I actually did fuck your mom?
The Destinyisms are fucking awesome.
Well, I figured if
All
you're
right.
rolling out all my greatest hits, I might as well roll out mine. Yeah.
Yeah, so you
So-
said it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. You understand that that's verbatim what you did to Anna, right? You said
No,
that that's
it's
not what you did, but that's literally what you did.
But it's not really, right?
No, it is.
No, it's not.
Is this real, Grok?
Okay, so when she requests you to fix her reputation, you say, I'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. And maybe in the future, yeah, tease me and make me tweet about it sometime. And then she makes a reply, and then you reply, I'll fix it sometime publicly in reference to her reputation. Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet. The implication obviously being that if you don't give her, or if she doesn't give you sexual favors, that you're not going to try to fix her reputation publicly, right? So that is verbatim what you did.
That's not really verbatim what I did. What do you think fix her reputation means?
Okay, so you said on the Wick stream,
Okay, I'm
it's
just-
not
can
like
you
I'm
say-
saying
what
you
is-
have to
what does
sext
fix
me
your
and I'll fix your
reputation mean?
reputation. The
Wait,
DMs
is it
that
a
I'm
record?
referencing,
Is
Destiny,
it like an AI
are
thing?
you literally saying I'll fix your
Is it an AI
reputation
thing?
if you give me sexual favors?
You understand
right?
that you understand that, like, a relationship over like years can't be boiled down to like a single message, right? What does it mean when you say fix somebody's reputation?
I don't know. What did you mean when you said that?
What do you think? Do you have any idea? Do you know anything about our friendship, our history, or anything at all? Or do you?
So I am Rao. I'm not Destiny. I don't like e-rape
No, but you're trying to
bitches
take
and
a
whores.
really
Okay.
strong-
You
why
are
don't you tell me what you meant?
You are Mal.
have
Yep.
no bitches and no whores. I understand. I'm just asking you. Do you know anything at all? Or are you really trying to litigate to
Okay,
me
so
a 4-year relationship based on
Sure,
one
sure.
page
So
of
you're doing
DMs?
this thing where it's like,
I'm
do
just
you know this?
asking
Do you know
a
this? Bitch, motherfucker. How about you sit the fuck down? So what you said on Wick stream, I'll go through step by step with you.
okay?
All right. I'll
Hey,
go through
you don't
step by
know
step. It's
anything.
okay.
I'm not gonna.
Hey,
no,
I know.
there's no
I know. You're
step
gonna
I
keep
can go
talking
through.
over me
You don't
because
know-
you think you're big and
literally what
tough.
you're
You are
doing.
a whiny fucking
Oh,
loser.
this is
Let's
where
go
we
step
do
by
this thing
step.
where we
Let's go
project.
step by step.
One of my favorite stream moments, I will admit,
Steven,
over the past
hey,
couple months,
Steven,
was
Steven.
logistical screaming
Maybe
at
I'll
you
suck
and
your
called
dick
a
if you kind of
faggot,
settle down and
you
let
were
me, talk
crying,
about
saying
that.
It was a
Would
really
you like
bad
that?
look when he was trying to avoid talking
I'll spit
about
the comeback
terror
into your
thing,
mouth
and he
even. Would you
actually
appreciate that?
smacked you the fuck down.
Didn't
It
you
was
say
one
you
of the
want to
saddest
do
things
crazy
I've ever
style on the
seen in my
MTF?
entire life, but it was pretty funny. It was pretty
All
funny.
right. So you said, and I quote,
It was
it's not like I'm saying you have to
insanely
sext me
One of
and then
my
I'll fix your
favorite things when I
reputation.
talk to my
Is that what you
haters
said?
Online is when they think that they can boil down.
So you
an
do this
entire
whenever you're put into a situation where you look bad. You
4-year
understand? Like this is a super
relationship.
big tell
so
when you
funny.
look
People
bad
think
and
that
when you're put
the
into
way
a
that they can make me
situation
look
where you
bad is
look
to
bad,
read
right?
3
You do this
sentences
thing where you
and
try to
not
talk
understand
over someone
anything.
and you try to
You
bring
all
up
do
Jay
this
Stock, you
thing
try to
where
bring
you
up
try
all
to
these
read
other people.
one
You
page
do
of
this like
DMs
every
you
single
pretend
time.
that somehow
Like it's super
overrides
telling
the
whenever you've been
hundreds
caught
of
in some
hours
shit,
of
right? You
streams,
know
of
it's super
chat
telling,
logs,
right?
of the lived experience
know
of
it's super
everybody that was
telling.
in the space at the
You're
time.
40
and
years
you can-
old,
you
motherfucker.
can
Come
plow
on.
through
Are you
this
ready?
And go, well, hold on.
Ready?
You might have this experience, sir.
Keep
but I have
talking,
4
keep talking.
sentences. I have 4 sentences, sir. So let me read you these 4 sentences and tell you exactly what was going on the entire time.
Yeah,
by the way,
crybaby
I'm also
bitch. Tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done.
Who has
Remember
to
when
flirt with
fucking
17-year-olds
Lab did this to you on Wick and you cried and muted her because you're a total bitch?
Talk about other people online
Oh
all day,
my
every
God.
day
It's
because
so
it's literally
pathetic.
the
It's
only
so
thing that
fucking
I can
pathetic.
do.
Keep talking over me.
I
Keep
will
trying.
say,
It's
though,
fine.
I
Take
will
your time.
reiterate
Take your
one more
time.
time.
Take your time.
Watching
You know you've
Giffords
been caught in some
smack
shit,
the
which is
shit
why
out
you're
of you.
doing this.
I
You
am,
know
dude,
you're
and I'm
caught in
so
some shit,
close.
which is why you're doing
Every
this.
single day
You
I
know
wake
you've
up
been
and I
caught.
go,
It's okay.
Oh my God.
It's
they're
all
so
right.
close to
You're
taking me
so
out.
small.
One more
You know that,
pedophile
motherfucker? You're
allegation,
so
my
small.
career
You're
is
so small.
dying. I'm about to turn into a Republican. Meanwhile, I still have 100 times your viewership, 1,000 times your money.
100 times my
10,000 times your
viewership?
vision.
I average
literally
50
have
viewers, motherfucker, and I
every
still live
single
rent-free in your
thing.
head.
Every single thing.
I
It's
still
pretty
live
easy to
rent-free in your head.
rent-free
I average
when mom
50
and dad
fucking
pay
viewers,
for it.
bitch.
When mom and dad pay for for it. You live rent free in my
I'm
head.
a complete shitter. Nobody knows who I am other than you. You know who I am. I'm in your head, motherfucker. I'm a nobody.
I do think it's cute that this is probably one of the most
All
exciting
right.
moments you'll have.
You ready
maybe
to
for
you
the
ready to
past
go? You ready to
couple
move
of
on?
years.
You ready to keep
With
going?
The idea
You
that
ready
you
to
can
keep
come
going?
here and be so
You ready to
happy
keep
that you can
going?
show
Tell me
Daddy
when
the
you come
one
on. Get
page
to
of
it.
DMs,
Get to the
you know what I
fucking
mean?
point. Come
Do you
on,
have
pussy.
to
Come
memorize
on.
them in advance, or does
Come
somebody like
on.
walk you
Come
through it?
on.
Did Doobie and
Come
J-Stock
on.
rep you in the back
I
room?
know. Did
With
J-Stock
just a
keep
girl
bringing up J-Stock?
rubbing your-
J-Stock,
was he
J-Stock,
rubbing
J-Stock.
your, was he
J-Stock,
rubbing your
you know
wounds
that
there
J-Stock
after he
abused
smashed his
Cherry?
gun in the
Oh my
stream?
god. Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about J-Stock abusing Cherry? J-Stock could put a fucking wooden spike in Cherry's chest, and I wouldn't give a fuck because I'm talking to Destiny. I'm not talking to J-Stock. Who cares? Move on, move on. Come on, motherfucker. Let's keep it going. Keep it going.
But wait,
How long are you gonna do this?
Page of DMs though.
Do you want to take like? Do you want to take? Hold on. Destiny, really quick. Hold on. Hey, really, just one thing. Hey, one thing.
One of my favorite.
Do you want? I know you're talking a lot. Do you want to take a break and we can both get like a sip of water? Do you want to do that just really quick, like 5 seconds? We'll both take a sip of water.
Do I interject? Chat, do I interject?
It's so boring. It's so boring. The fact that your audience eats this up is so pathetic. They're like actually brain rot.
I'm sorry that you're bored right now because I'm actually having a lot of fun. Actually, it's actually really cool for me. I haven't had a good chat with somebody in a long time.
So you ready?
To engage with my biggest fans. You know, it's kind of like a Make-A-Wish Foundation thing. Except I'm not getting paid for it, unfortunately. But you know, maybe my guys can cut this up and use it as content tomorrow. I know you wanted to cut this up and use it as content.
Are you ready?
But unfortunately, maybe you can mute my
voice
out of it, and then you could just like find clips from Anna 5 or 6 years ago, and you could just play her voice over and over and over and over again because you could cut her sentences up to like 5 or 6 sentences. Kind of like how you cut our entire relationship up to like 5 or 6 sentences, and then you could just go over the same things over and over and over again. It's kind of like you guys are kind of like a guy that buys Netflix, and then every single night you just rewatch The Office.
TikTok. That's the sound of my watch going off, waiting for you to be done fucking yapping, bitch. Come on.
The Office, except instead of The Office, it's the same like 4 screenshots or videos from my stream.
I know, big guy. Hey, I know it's rough. I know it's rough being caught in the fucking lies. I know it's rough. You ready?
You ready? Hop into these Discords, not knowing anything besides like the weird things.
You're done. How old are you again? Fucking 40. You're coming up on 40 and you're acting like this.
You know exactly.
Is that not embarrassing for you?
And I don't know.
Is this not embarrassing? Is this not totally embarrassing?
I'm so embarrassed by you having my autobiography memorized. I don't know anything about you.
Right. So I came in here with something to ask. So I'm just curious. So I'll explain it. You ready? You ready? I want to have like a dialogue. I want to have like a back and forth. You ready for that?
I just want to read one page of DMs over and over and over and over.
No, I actually have 2 lines of DMs. So again, I just want to point out to Aiden's viewers watching this. I just want to point out this is what Destiny does when he is caught in some shit. This is what Destiny does when he is caught in a lie. He will talk over you. He will continue to ramble, and he will strawman. So I actually have only 2 lines of DMs that I've already read out, by the way. And he's trying to strawman that by saying, "Oh, he's reading pages of DMs, pages and pages and pages of DMs." And he's continuing to try to talk over me because he knows he's been caught in a lie. And I'm happy to explain the lie, and I'm happy to see if Destiny has a rebuttal to the lie. But I'm guessing the fact that he's continuing to ramble and attempt to get in control of the situation and attempt to talk over me and all this bullshit, it's probably the case that he can't push back on this lie because he is fucking lying. 5 years. 5 years. 5 whole years after he talked to Anna. 4 years after he stopped talking to Anna. He's still lying about her. So this is crazy. This is crazy.
And the funniest thing is after you make these dinosaurs, you predict, you're like, it's about to collapse. It's about to end.
Yawn. You done? You finished?
Crazy. But the reality is the same thing will repeat. Every single time. 5 years from now, I will still be here. 5 years from now, nobody will know who you ever were.
Wrap it
You're
up.
just going to be another orbiter of an orbiter of an orbiter.
Wrap it up.
That nobody will remember. You're going to fling yourself off into the
Wrap it up. Oh, you'll remember me. I live rent free in your head, motherfucker. You ready to have the dialogue now? You ready to have the back and forth?
1 or 2 pages of DMs you've saved of the
ready to have the back and forth?
My life.
Ready to have the back and forth?
Infinitely as you drift off into the solar system to be forgotten by everybody. But that's okay.
It's so boring. It's so boring.
I actually think it's kind of cool. I respect the hustle. I kind of wonder sometimes, like, how do you guys keep yourselves powered? How do you keep going, watching my streams all day, every day? And then when you get bored watching the same 1 or 2 clips, reading the same 1 or 2 pages, and you're like, if I could just
1 or 2 pages, 1 or 2 lines,
Destiny,
1 or 2 lines.
I can hit him with that killer question about how he manipulated that 32-year-old clinical psychologist. I'm gonna get him on this one, and then finally, everybody's gonna see how evil he is. I'm gonna get him, and it's gonna.
So you understand that the lie that I'm referencing happened yesterday, right? You understand that?
Every single
You get
person in
that?
the sphere, they're gonna
You get
worship
that?
me because I'm gonna
You get
finally
that?
be the guy who took.
You
out
understand that I'm
Destiny.
referencing something that
I'm
happened
gonna
yesterday,
finally be the guy
right?
that took
You
out-
understand
it's gonna
that?
Be me. I'm
You
gonna
get
be
that?
the one. It's gonna be
Are we on the same page here?
crazy. It's gonna
This
be
isn't
amazing.
something that
Everyone's
happened
gonna be
years
like,
ago. I'm referencing something you
guys,
said yesterday,
Mr.
right?
Medicare thought he could do it, he couldn't.
Yep.
And Justical tried it, he couldn't. Mr. Girl tried, he couldn't. Laugh tried, she couldn't. But
Yep.
me, the cancer cat Meow, I'm gonna be the one to take him out. When
Oh,
I
you
just
pronounced
read-
it well this
I just
time.
read
No
this
more
page of
wow. No
DMs
more
off.
wow.
I just have to
Your
read
gay
the
little
page
lisp
of
that you
DMs
couldn't
off, and
fucking fix
everything is
after
gonna
30
be
years.
great. He thinks that the R sound that I messed up was a lisp, and me just not knowing his name. That's how pathetic you are.
Wait,
I don't
hold
know
on. No, that
anything
was a
about you,
lisp.
bro.
Hold on.
I don't know anything about. Oh shit! the
You're
battle
such an
of fake
insecure
laugh.
loser. No,
Do
that
you and
wasn't a lisp.
Justical go
That
to the
wasn't a
back room
lisp.
and practice
I just
your
didn't
fake
know how to
laughs
say his
together?
name. I just
Holy
didn't know
shit.
how to say his
It's like
name.
you guys have all the TVs up, like in the Matrix, where Hassan is doing his
all
fake
right.
laugh, and then you guys practice your fake laughs.
Yeah.
next, and
No,
then you
it's
bring
a
it
real
in.
laugh.
And
It's
you're like,
really
I'm
funny.
gonna-
It's really
I'm
funny
gonna-
to see you
I'm gonna try
flounder
to
like
read
this.
the page of DMs off, and then when he doesn't respond, I'm gonna hit him up with the the fake laugh. I'm gonna
Right.
do it
So I don't have a
loud.
page. I have 2 lines.
He's
You
gonna
ready?
know how
You ready?
absolutely epically fucking owned he is.
Oh
And
my
I'm
God.
gonna
Okay,
be the one
Destiny,
to
you
do
ready?
it.
I want to have
And
the
it's gonna
back and
be
forth.
so
Because if I'm
fucking
incorrect
awesome.
about this, I'd like to know. You ready to
Wait,
disprove me?
And then they're gonna welcome me with open arms. I'm gonna control the Discord servers. You're not gonna release the new videos of me anymore. Okay? They're gonna look at people like Chub Logic, and they're gonna go, "Oh, not that guy. Yeah, I'm the one on top now." Wow. I'm gonna have my own orbiters. I'm gonna have people coming
Wow.
at me now. It's gonna
Wow.
be so cool. I'm gonna be such a hip,
Oh,
awesome
no.
dude. I know you can't wait
Yup.
for that day, and I'm looking forward
Yup.
to it. And one day, all of us are gonna be
Yup.
clapping and applauding. We're all gonna be watching you ascend to 51,
So when are we wrapping up? When are you
52
wrapping up your
viewers,
whole little like speech here?
53 viewers, 54 viewers. If just
After a Queeman
post you,
raid.
you might even get 100 viewers.
After a
Who
Queeman raid,
knows?
sometimes I push
Oh my
70,
God, that would be
frankly. Okay, on a
crazy.
good day.
Do you and Queeman and Justical all practice your fake laughs together? Do you guys do this like one at a time, or do you guys do it while watching Hassan, or do you guys do it just in your own room?
I do. I'm a big Hassan watcher. That's true. Yeah, I watch.
elucidated
I
the
do it while I watch
process there?
Hassan. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Maybe you get them secondhand through Queeman because you guys are kind of like the human centipede, you know, with the way that you guys consume content. Except I guess
Yep.
you put me in the mouth and then you connect your ass to the front mouth and then you just regurgitate my content and then eat it over and
Make
over.
sexual
and over and over
references
and
because
over
you're a
again.
degenerate loser. That's
Well, I
all you
to,
have.
Because
Yeah.
I was hoping
You plugged
were
up right now?
16
You
or
plugged up, bud?
17. Yeah, I'm actually.
What's the gauge?
absolutely. It
What's the
gets
gauge?
700. I don't even know. Are there gauges for plot? You're gayer than I am.
Oh
but
yeah,
you know what?
Yeah,
After
absolutely
learning
there.
that Aiden
Are
over
you
here
telling me
was
you
getting
got
his
the
knobs
Amazon
flopped
starter
on,
pack and that's
he's
all
getting
you've
his
been
knobs
using
flopped
this
on.
whole
You
time?
guys might actually do
Uncalled
more gay
for.
shit than I do. I'm gonna be honest. On Pride Month, I'm feeling kind
I'm
of
sorry,
lacking here. I
think it's gayer. I think it's gayer to suck a dick than get your dick sucked. Let's be
That's
honest.
the case here. Holy fuck!
It's
I
a
need to
little
get my.
gayer to suck a
You
dick.
can't.
Pride
You can
colors
close your
up.
eyes and pretend it's a
Jesus
girl. There's a lot of
Wait,
good
wait,
reasons. to
hold
get
on, I
your
got
dick
something.
sucked.
I
Yeah,
got
true.
something.
Holy
Yo, look
shit!
at this. This is the AG4L. Truth is, I got my dick sucked. And
All right,
it
so
didn't
Destiny, can I ask you a
for
question
fun.
now?
True. I
can
endorse
promise
Is
it.
this-
you
is
identical
this something about
regardless if
Aiden?
gender's not
I
basically
approve
straight.
this message.
Wait, is that El Jeffy? Who's El Jeffy?
El Jefe. It's Jefe. Oh, it's Spanish.
Oh,
For the
Jefe,
boss, it's
gotcha.
me.
Destiny, you're Mexican.
Me,
You should
it's
know
me.
this. Come on.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's you. Wait, that's you?
Holy shit! Well, no, this is Pride Month. That's good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right,
go ahead.
Destiny, can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is you.
All right.
He left.
Oh, and he left. Okay, so
Oh.
Aiden, can I explain to you the lie? And then I want you to tell me if you believe that it is a lie or not.
Sure.
Right. So I'm going to send you a timestamp. I can give you the quote and then send you the timestamp. So this is the timestamp I want you to look at. Foodshops, I guess you can just sit here and watch because that's all you're good for. All right. So he says, and I quote, "It's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation." So that's what I want you to look for if you want to go ahead and listen to that timestamp and listen to that quote.
Got it.
Threads about her deleting it. That's me fixing a reputation.
Just tell me when you're
It's
ready.
not
You
like
don't
I'm
even
saying,
have to stream it. Just let me know.
All right. I'm starting now.
my Reddit history for old threads about her deleting it. That's me fixing a reputation. It's not like I'm saying like you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. Blah blah blah. This never happened.
You don't think? You don't
Dude,
think
you
that
know,
would?
stop, dude. You can't keep doing this. You don't think,
All right,
you don't
so
think. What
We're watching up until he says. We're watching up until he says. Hold on. I think it was this part. Fuck.
you have to sext me and then I'll fix
It's
your
like right
reputation,
there.
blah, blah,
I
blah.
can
This-
copy paste the quote I'm looking
Yeah.
for.
Yeah. Got it. Got it. Okay. So.
So he says it's not like it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. So those DMs, I've highlighted it. This is all in reference to fixing the reputation. So he says, I'll cross that bridge in relation to fixing her reputation when it comes to it. Okay. And maybe in the future, yeah, tease me and I'll make a tweet about it. So this is, if you give me sexual favors, if you tease me sexually, then maybe I'll fix your reputation. Then the next line, I'll fix it sometimes, sorry. Again, in relation to her public image, fixing her reputation. Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub on your legs and feet. He has a foot fetish. So the implication here, obviously, is that if she does not give him sexual favors, that he's not going to fix her reputation. And I have some other screenshots as well, but that is the big one. Really quick, there's only one more screenshot I want to show you. You can talk. I'll find it.
Yeah. No, the argument. If these are the DMs, which seems like they are, the argument works here. Absolutely, I agree. It's valid, sound. Obviously.
So this is a. Do you remember on that debate when Destiny showed you that Zerka panel where Anna was crying?
Yep.
This is 4 days before that. She says, you respond quick to whom related messages though. Destiny says, yeah, don't judge me. Throughout the rest of these DMs, he does not respond well to her actually trying to like mend their relationship, mend the bridge, mend whatever. But he responds exceedingly well to the sexual DMs. This is actively while he is calling her a stalker, an abuser, etc. So yes, this guy is a total liar. And I just want to point out, and I know I've been yapping and I want to, give you your stream back, but I do just want to point out whenever this guy is being put in a situation where he looks bad or he looks like he's lying, he will just do what you just saw. He will strawman, he will talk over you, and he will continue over and over, just try his best to avoid it. That's why he left the fucking group chat. He left. He wouldn't actually address this, or he wouldn't actually try to combat this because he is lying. He lied yesterday on Wix. What he lied about is literally the exact opposite of what happened. But yeah, I'll let you.
Good work.
We can have
good work. I'm not just saying this because it's Destiny. I actually completely agree with your argument here. I don't see any holes in it. Yeah, good job. Is Foodshop?
Yeah, I don't.
Foodshop's like plugging her ears. Just want to listen to
her. Is there anything else you want to chat about? Or do you want me to hop out?
Yeah, no, that's it. Take care.
Yeah, good job.
I was impressed. He impressed me. I don't know if Foodshop's coming back. I think that's it. All right. Oh wait, do you have anything else you want to talk about Foodshops?
No, not really. Oh yeah, by the way, okay, so that person that Mao was talking about, the person in which she's saying that, oh yeah, Destiny groped her or whatever the fuck, right? That's the person.
I think that's the one he's referring to, right?
So you know their name. Okay. Well,
yeah,
I
from
didn't
the Ryan
know
Beard
name,
video.
okay?
I watched the Ryan Beard video.
Okay. Well, she has. Did you know she came out on Twitter to defend Steven? And that was the part that Mao didn't want to hear.
Yeah, what was the specific defense she gave? I think I saw this earlier.
She said that Steven, I think she said that Steven isn't a bad person. Like, he regrets what he's done 10 years ago. Like, it's so long ago, and he's like not a bad person. Blah blah blah. Right? Basically, she came out in defense of his character.
Yeah, so it seems like she wasn't denying that the descriptive claim happened. It was just minimizing.
So it did happen,
yeah.
Right?
So, but she provided.
It did happen, 10 years ago, right?
Yeah,
but just to be very
absolutely.
clear, 10 years ago, right?
Absolutely. Have you heard me bring that up?
Something. Hold on. But the thing is that Mao brought it up 10 years later.
Well, I didn't. Right? Have I brought it up at all this entire? I've known about. Have I brought it up?
Mao's your boy, right?
When did I said we're friendly?
Like Hutch and Pisco.
Wait, how?
Well, I don't know, man.
Why? Just because I find common ground with other creators and arguments? It's like this is such a. This is such a. What am I?
Curious?
Am I? Yes. Yes. I've already established that. Do you take issue
Okay.
with that?
No, I'm just seeing a trend.
Okay. What's the trend? That humans have varying sexuality? I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. Let me screen share something. Can you put it up on your stream?
Sure.
What is can you read this for me? So first it's Mao, then it's me, and then it's Mao.
Yeah. Well, can you just like send me that screenshot so I can pull it up on my so I don't do the whole blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Or you could have already screenshot this, but
okay. I guess I could do that as well. You were insisting that I didn't screen share and sent you a screenshot, so. All right. So I started like really sexually harassing you or whatever. Would you leak DMs and poor going forward? Just asking really broad questions. Well, as long as you understand, I'm genuinely a lesbian. Fuck. God damn it.
Okay, what's your interpretation?
He's being a sex pose.
You know what? Good enough for me.
Okay. She just left. Well, that was interesting. very interesting conversation. Once again, I wasn't prepared for. I didn't think Foodshops was gonna call in. I didn't think I was gonna be talking to me. I didn't know what the fuck was going on there. I just kind of let it roll. I'd say that he's gotten better. He's gotten a lot better. I've debated Morale before. I've always said he's absolutely shit at it. But the thing is, you get good at debate by doing it and losing over and over and over and over again, and you hone in on those skills and you get better at it. You know how many fucking times, like, I look back on my like first debates or whatever, I was like, I look like a moron. I look like an actual moron. But I'd say I've seen a big improvement. I think the point that he brought up and provided receipts for is entirely substantiated by what's occurred. I think that literally the only thing I think he lost on there was his laugh at one point did sound like a little bit fake. But like other than that, I think that that was a morale W. And apparently it was a W for me as well, because I got to go through a lot of fucking super chats. So let's do that really quick. I also am going to check Streamlabs. I think it was Navakva that tipped earlier. I don't remember if I read it or not. And then we're going to go back to watching what we were watching prior. Let me just, really quick. Damn, the content's been crazy for me recently, man. That's fucking crazy. This was going to be just like a late night, like, shitter stream. I didn't think anyone was going to be really watching this. Hold on. Page unresponsive? What the fuck is going on? One sec, guys. One sec. We're about to, I don't know if we're, fuck. Why is my shit not, Chrome is like literally just not, it's like not responding. Wait, hold up. Here we go. Fuck, man. Okay. We'll go back to watching part of that Foodshops stream that I was going to talk about, but I just want to point something out to you guys. I'm going to pull up super chats here. The way she describes it, once again, is that I had sent her I was just spamming her, so she had to block me. I sent her 5 DMs and then voluntarily decided to stop, despite having the ability to continue to DM her. I don't think 5 DMs in the span of like a few minutes, I don't think that's all that crazy. I gotta be honest. Foodshop says that's the reason that she was running from me before. She says that's the reason she was running from me before. And she had to block me over that. That wasn't true. She never blocked me. But also, something else I wanted to point out, and it's actually like a little bit sad, okay? This part, like, I actually kind of felt sad. And it sort of lets you know why, like, being an orbiter of this guy, like, I just don't know why people do it, other than, like, I mean, sure, there's, like, the money aspect, but, like, you get money, I feel like you get money either way, whether you're an orbiter or a fucking anti or whatever, and it just seems like the orbiter position... Hold up, let me read the tips real quick. And thank you, Navakva, for clipping, by the way. Clip like fuck, guys. These debates only do so well so long as they're clipped. There were so many great clips there that everyone can get. I'll retweet it and shit. Let's read through this. So thank you so much to Doobie for the 10. Sent you DMs, screenshots laying out my crimes. We went through those. Much appreciated. Astrowells with the 5. This is what's left of the orbit. Foodshops, Wick, and Stardust. What a dream team. Thank you, Denal, for the 25 Polish dollars. Aiden, who showed you Wick stocks? It was Rita. No, Rita was the person that posted it in the server a year ago. I was shown a log of that message to verify that Rita did that, at which point I took action, because I don't think it's okay to dox Wick, or I don't know. I heard there's a clip somewhere of Wick saying, I don't know how true this is, but apparently there's a past clip of him downplaying how much he considers his name a dox, because it got like leaked through some, I don't know, PV thing or whatever, and he was like, it's like saying my name's out there and like downplaying it then, and it seems played up now. I'd have to look into that clip. I'm not asserting that as fact. I've just heard that, which would be relevant, by the way. Gila the Blood Spill with 10. Tactically giggle to throw off the debate opponent classic move. So true. That annoys me when people do that, but Murad took a total W there. Oh, I was giggling. He was laughing. I was giggling. Thank you so much, Doobie, for the 10. We don't allow minors to have sexually or flirty combos. Even with the minors allowed, would Destiny still talk to a 13-year-old about sexual topics? Apparently, yeah. I should have asked him that. I'm sorry. I can't read donos during the fucking debate. I should do that more. Thank you for the 10, Doobie. That was over Discord cracking down on white nationalism and us allowing them on the server. Okay, so that was a lie. just to be clear, because the claim specifically was, if this was actually a gripe that Steven had, and not merely something that he's not merely going on a fishing expedition to apply the worst and most damning label possible to somebody, pretending to take issue with things he otherwise does not take issue with, aka engaging in bad faith, he would have brought this up prior, within the 7 years of knowing Doobie. His response and rebuttal to that was that they had broken ties with the server. But apparently the reason he had broken ties with the server, which I imagine because he was refusing to, he was being a little tricky about whether or not these were new revelations to him or not. Apparently that reasoning was due to cracking down on white nationalism. And yeah, Nazis are allowed in the politics server in a way like you can debate them and shit. Communists are allowed. People with all sorts of fucking broad, insane ideas, because it's a server where you debate politics, right? Let It Go New Zealand with the 1699 AIDS Gang Generational Run. Thank you so much. Wills me with the 2. Asked why he's okay with food. I did. I think. 10 from Doobie. Reminder that the age play enjoyer said he talked to a 13-year-old about having sex and was flabbergasted at the suggestion he'd send them to their parents. That's true. There's a clip of that. And Fix with the 10. Why is Foodshops here? Bro thinks they're on the team. Oh, I don't know if I avowed the just to be precise, because they're gonna hammer down on this. For like the age play stuff, isn't the claim that like apparently they tried it once and he supposedly didn't like it? So I don't know how true. I don't know. I guess maybe, I don't fucking know. I don't need to run with the I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just think we have so many strong points against him. I haven't really been running with the recent Connor revelations because I just haven't seen enough, right? And Fix at the 10. Why is Foodshops here? Bro thinks they're on the team. That's true, and I'm going to show you why in a second. Will is me with the 2. How does Destiny like having this as his top guy? Astroworlds with the 5. Destiny on Aiden's stream defending Foodshops. Didn't have this on the bingo card. True. But there was like barely a defense of Foodshops there. If that was a defense of Foodshops, then like he must really hate that person. Starfish with the 2. I just woke up to ear rape. Astroworlds with the 2. Rein it in, ask some questions. I thought so, but I also felt like if I interjected, I'd be taking away from the keynote that was happening, which is why I asked chat which is why I referred to chat, because I didn't want to come in and interject and take away the spotlight when morale was getting, his W. Right? Let other people have it. Let other people have their moment. Destiny was right. This is probably like a huge moment for morale or whatever, but it's rightfully a huge moment. Destiny has like a reputation as being this like great debater. Morale has a reputation of being shit at debate. So in this like little like shit talking session, if he's able to perform better, that should be a big moment for him, right? Starfish or Nene with the 2, AG4L, thank you so much. Speed Racer with the 5. You should have put Foodshops hold DMs when you're flashing that Sam on screen. That would have been awesome to see her reaction. Yeah, she like completely freaked out over nothing. Connor is just like Mr. Girl. Both of them expose them because they weren't spineless retards, and so they get burned. Yeah, I don't know Connor well enough to maybe accurately gauge it, but from what I watched, I think Connor, regardless of if I accept what he believes is fact or not, I don't see Connor as engaging in bad faith. I honestly don't. I think that unless I haven't presented with any, and once again, I am open to being wrong. I am fair, okay? I am fair. I am strong in my convictions, but I am fair. And I'm not like them. I don't need to run with every characterization of like things that are in the weeds, etc. because there's so many strong claims that they're unable to refute. And if you just stick to those like same 5, it's like they can't do anything. They just flail and they spurg. But yeah, so this was embarrassing because she's reacting to her performance in the debate with me. And I normally wouldn't do this because it's like, holy fucking react. Oh, wait, I think I missed a Streamlabs donut too. One sec. But it's like, holy reaction. But it's actually like one of the most pathetic clips I've ever seen. I don't know if I like am like, maybe like thought it was more embarrassing than it was. But it's, hold on. Navaka with the 10, take my money. Thank you so much. Wait, I already read that.
Thank you for calling in.
I like the way he was subtly laying down an assumption that Destiny would defend you unquestionably too. Yeah, interesting. Nothing to
stream, and I wanted to debate you on it.
Okay. Topic. Why would you even debate about this? It's so stupid.
Do you guys also, by the way, do you see how easy it is to not run from a debate? I was completely taken off guard by that. It's like, I was completely taken off guard by that again. I didn't think we were going to go back for a third time, right? And I just accepted it because it's my obligation. And I'm saying this for a very specific reason. Because there are so many people that expect others to show up when it's beneficial to them and run like cowards the second that they're asked to go and get into a debate. I do not run. And I think running, unironically, should be one of the most shameful fucking things you do in this space.
But like, get me out of here, man. I don't know. I think it's so stupid to debate this topic. What? Like, no one's gonna debate whether or not they won a debate. Okay, if you debate whether or not you're gonna win a debate.
I was actually asked this, by the way. But they like to pretend like a lot of times. You'll have like I've noticed this strategy. People will pretend like they really don't want to be there. I think there's like a funny clip. I remember this clip very explicitly. I think it was Connor fucking getting at President Sunday for doing this once. But like, it's like, it actually works. Where you just like pretend like you don't want to fucking be there or whatever. But they asked me, or Wick had asked me to come on for that conversation. And I, of course, accepted it because I believe that's my obligation. And I showed up, right? But it's like, if there was any complaints about where topics were going, if there's any complaints about the nature of the debate, etc., that's on Wick. That's not on me.
Debate, chances are you lost, okay? Like,
what's with the creepy DM from Morale to Foodshops? Morale is a known sex pest, and he was seemingly being a sex pest in DMs of Foodshops.
If you have to debate this, chances are you lost. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, okay? But again, if you have to debate this, chances are you lost.
But in the course of that debate, it was not presented. When I was given that evidence after the fact, I revised my position. But from the claim that there was not enough evidence to justify the description. It's not hard to just my loyalty is to positions. I used to be loyal to people, right? But no, the truth of the matter is, to remain principled, you're loyal to positions. I can absolutely. It's not like I have to sit here and try to sweep for morale. I mean, you have to remember, I've gone at Morale like so many fucking times. I only invited him back to my server recently, because I don't even know if he was ever actually in there to begin with, but I invited him back because I was liking what I was seeing. I think he's doing a lot better. He's not being as spurgy. I think there was like a moment where I felt like it was like bad optics to go at Stardust, like over her dad and shit, because I think that although edgy humor is fine and anything can be joked about, you have to understand time and place. And the truth of the matter is, if there's like a very important message being disseminated strategically, it doesn't make any sense to just like alienate normies for the sake of a joke. If they're trying to portray us as like evil, indecent people that will go to the lowest of the low or whatever. Also, why are people claiming that, just so we're clear, like this is what we're dealing with on Twitter here. There's like 1,000 sock puppet accounts. This is what we're dealing with. I wonder why Aiden nitpicks Foodshops and the omni-liberals' actions and assume fault, but when it's Doobie, it is, yeah, I'll look into that and follow up. I'm sorry. I said that well before Doobie ever donated to me. It was the exact same take yesterday. I don't even consider it talking because I don't even know if I said anything to him directly. It's probably public record somewhere. I was just on a panel with a frog 4 years ago, and I know that frog was like the owner of the politics server. I don't know this guy. I didn't know this guy. He probably doesn't remember me. I only remember him because he was a fucking frog, which was like a little strange, I thought at the time or whatever. And we're only talking again. We're not again. We're talking now. I mean, again, yeah, it is again, because I guess you consider it talking back then. I don't know if I said anything to him directly. But we're only talking now because his name got invoked in a debate intended for me yesterday, and I believe he should be given an opportunity to vocalize, his defense if there are various very strong claims being made against him. And also, if you believe that I can be bought and paid for, then I guess super chats are down below, Steven. It's not going to change. you could give me 1,000. Give me 10 grand and I wouldn't change. If we're talking like $1 million, I might change. Okay. If you're offering me $1 million, I might say yes. I can't tell you I'd say no. So once again, I don't even think Doobie has ever spoken in my chat until yesterday. This is obviously ridiculous. Wait, Aiden, you were about to tell Destiny why you weren't going to show Wick, the person who doxed him, but he cut you off. What was the reason? This is the reason. It's very simple. The entire premise of them wanting to seek this out is being done in bad faith. I was told by them that somebody in the Snark Left server had doxed Wick. Of course, I wanted to cover my own ass, and I wanted to verify various claims and insinuations that were made at the time that they failed to provide evidence for. I unironically didn't know yesterday who did it. I said I'd have to go back and look in my message, and I did, and I figured out who did it. That person is somebody that has trusted me with important information in the past, that I'm friends with, right? That trusts me to not disseminate it, which I didn't. We were only looking at that so we could both independently verify that this did in fact happen and then take corrective action. The only reason they want me to give up the name is so they can spin that in a way that makes it look like that person was doxing somebody, when in fact it was corrective efforts between two individuals who trust one another to get rid of the person that had engaged in dox or dox adjacent activity. So that is why I won't be giving them the name. Any questions? It's just like, that should let you know how much this guy cares. I do something in a show, despite the fact that Wick is retweeting accounts that were making threats against me to contact family members, besides the fact that Wick, he didn't retweet those tweets in of themselves, but obviously they establish links and hold us responsible for actions off of way more tenuous connections, right? You know, I was attempting, because I believe some wrongdoing had been perpetrated against Wick, I underwent a risk-free action, because obviously I trust myself and the other person trusts me as well, right, to not publish or disseminate this information. I went through the act of verifying that this occurred because they failed to provide evidence. When I made sure it happened, I then took corrective action, right? If there's anything wrong with that, you probably take issue with it, because you have to everything against your opposition, you just have to run with it and interpret it through the most like bad faith lens possible, even when it's somebody attempting to do something good. Now, where were we? Hold on. Also, I wanted to bring this up because I thought this was crazy. During the debate with Destiny and Wick, by the way, I had stated that this Denal account had threatened to contact my family or something. There was a threat. I didn't provide the log for that at the time. Somebody is accusing me of exaggerating it, and Denal has a response. So let's take a look. I want you to tell me if I'm crazy for interpreting this as a threat, okay? Reason with me here. I could just be hyperperceptive to it and misreading it. Let's take a look. I will ensure that Aiden's family and friends in New York City and California and his grandmother in Florida know about it. Why would, I guess maybe I'm crazy for interpreting that as a threat. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that's like a little, I feel like that, like to go through my channel to figure out like the detail of where given family members of mine are living. And then to say that is it crazy to think that's a threat? This almost seems like PII. I don't, not necessarily, because I provided that. I should be a little more careful with what I say. But like when I was in Florida and streaming from Florida, I said I was visiting my grandma. I've spoken about how I come from New York originally, and that's where my family lives. And obviously, people know that I live in LA. So these things, it's not doxing. I've given out this PII, and I don't think that would qualify as that. But besides the point, it still is almost certainly can be interpreted as a fucking threat. Am I worried? No, I only brought it up to show how their side also engages in this behavior. Not that, like, I think Denal is actually going to go call up my grandma. I think it's just a threat, right? So let's see the defense here. Aiden lied flat to your face on Wick TV. He claimed, my claim specifically was, if you're quoting it verbatim, that Denal had threatened to contact my grandma in Florida or something, right? That's what I said. Aiden lied flat to your face on Wick TV. He claimed I launched an unhinged, real-world threat against his family by mentioning his grandmother in Florida. That is a blatant lie. Here's an immediate truth. I did not threaten anyone. I used his grandmother as a rhetorical mirror to expose his disgusting, violent statements. If his graphic fantasies are truly just harmless jokes, his family should have absolutely no issue hearing them. I'm sorry, you don't think that... I'm sorry. Just so we're clear, I'm responding to AI, so I'm already losing. But just so we're clear, I'm doing a Destinyism. The jokes, when you're making them, are perceived in different ways by different audiences. And awareness of that audience and what they would respectively be okay with is the deciding factor between whether or not a joke is okay. Everybody my age makes jokes with people their age or that they would not be willing to make to their family, right? I wouldn't make edgy jokes around my family. Not because I think that I've committed some egregious, morally fucking wrong act, but because my family is not like 21 and terribly online. They don't understand the nature of edgy comments, edgy jokes, etc., and they wouldn't perceive it as funny. Here's the immediate truth. I did not threaten anyone. I used his grandmother's rhetorical mirror to expose his disgusting, violent statements. If his graphic fantasies are truly just harmless jokes, his family should have absolutely no issue hearing them. By crying about it on stream, I wasn't crying about it. I literally, in a calm manner, just invoked it as an example of like, well, look, like, I'm pretty sure I was either saying it to show how like those links can be created, those tenuous links can be created, because Wick had retweeted an account that Wick had retweeted this account, and I absolutely perceived that as a threat. What Denal had said, a threat to contact or get in contact with my family. So that was only, I'm not like saying I'm legitimately worried Denal's going to contact my family, right? I'm not scared. It's not like a, by crying about it on stream, he explicitly admitted his words are toxic. He knows they're entirely indefensible in the real world. So this would be like if somebody makes a joke about the Holocaust, and it's like, if it was just a joke, you'd have no issue with me showing this to a room full of Holocaust survivors. It's like, we know that people can make jokes about the Holocaust that are okay, because anything can be joked about, right? It matters. What matters is, does the audience you're disseminating it to understand it's a joke, and how will they perceive it, right? It's time and place. By crying about it on stream, he explicitly admitted his words are toxic. He knows they're entirely indefensible. I can absolutely defend my words. I was making an edgy joke based on in-group humor. It was shock humor and edgy humor in the part of my server specifically intended for the place where you're allowed to do shock humor and edgy humor while I was fucking drunk, right? It was a dick move to invoke somebody's wife. Don't get me wrong. That was like an asshole thing to do, but it was a joke. The facts are plain as that, and also, as I said to them, right, in-group humor, when analyzed by the out-group, is always going to look bad. Where do people think the meme, like, the group chat got leaked, and it's like Saul Goodman getting his mugshot taken? Why do people think memes like that exist? Because people have jokes with an in-group that they regularly engage in communication with that would look bad if they were brought to an audience that did not understand that it was a joke. The facts are plain as day, attached in the screenshot and quoted post. Let's break it down. The real context. This started when I exposed a disturbing Discord call. And that audio, Aiden detailed... graphic violent fantasies. Graphic violent fantasies. Like like this. Why is Destiny legitimately fantasizing about raping a woman with a fucking shovel until she bleeds out of her fucking vag? Oh my god, I can't believe he would even think about that. I've never actually used this against him because I don't think that he actually was thinking and fantasizing and considering raping a woman with a shovel, right? I think this was like a shot, like a fucking provocative, fucking like shock humor comment. I haven't had to use this against them. This started when I exposed a disturbing discourse on that audio in detailed graphic, violent fantasies. So an edgy joke gets rephrased as graphic, violent fantasies, despite the fact that it was occurring in the part of my server explicitly intended for the place that edgy and shock humor is okay. The call is being conducted with known trolls. I'm literally rapping during portions of it and obviously drunk. That's described as legitimate fantasies. The tactical countermeasure. I did not back down. I dropped a tactical response to shatter their bluff. I promised a raw 60-second compilation of his own audio. Yes, so obviously it's the same reason that the full VC isn't posted by Denal, because you need to take the joke out of context to make it not look like a joke. That's why you have to cut it down to 60 seconds. Presumably, Denal would cut out the part that Lumpy Willie talks, cut out the part where I'm literally rapping, cut out the part where, you know, just things that would, you know, sort of indicate that what's happening is a joke. Aiden's narrative on Wick's stream is entirely fraudulent. He operates on a massive double standard. He openly minimizes the unauthorized distribution. I minimized it by attempting to, because they refused to provide me with the evidence, attempting to verify that this occurred so I could take action, even though this happened in somebody else's Discord server. I didn't even have to. I could be like them. I'm pretty sure Wick himself used to have this standard for his server. I don't moderate out-of-server behavior. I could have done what they do, but I didn't. I didn't because I don't think it's okay to, I don't think it's okay when I did it, even though there's apparently a clip that's been brought to me that suggests that Wick might be exaggerating how much he considers his name docs. I'd have to get that clip up, though, before I completely, went with that as fact. For example, I'm not okay. I'm not okay with the distribution and dissemination of PII. It wasn't cool, even though this person had been on Megadocs and the information was widely accessible, right? It's still not cool to, if they don't want it, disseminate it, don't disseminate it, right? It's that simple. And I wasn't okay with that, and I took corrective action, even though it happened outside my server. The hazardous waste admission. He treats his own words like hazardous waste. If his comments, these people are so dramatic. With Anna, her being like the person with OCD being obsessive to the guy that is the fixture of her obsession that actively sex with her to keep feeding into it, right? That's stalking. She DMs some people. That's stalking, right? They have to use the most bitch-made dramatic wording possible, like a bunch of pussies. Hazardous waste. By weaponizing my tweet, Aiden exposed his own guilt. He knows his behavior cannot survive outside of his insulated digital bubble. Well, that's why I wouldn't make a joke like that in public, right? Because I understand that people would be able to mischaracterize it when perceived to an out group where it wouldn't look great, right? Just like the jokes that people make in the group chat, right? With their friends. That sort of shit. It's not hazardous waste. It's just an edgy joke that got leaked that looks bad, right? If you're assessing it through the angle of this isn't a joke, which you have no reason to do, because obviously if I was motivated to consider killing some woman I've never even spoken to who hasn't done anything to me, there have been people that have done fuck shit to me. Surely I would have some documented history of violence if this was something I ever legitimately considered, no? The human shield. He manufactured a victim narrative to dodge accountability. He used his grandma in Florida as a human shield on the panel. It was a cheap, transparent distraction. He wanted to dodge the actual allegations of doxing inside his own community. So I wanted to dodge it. That's why when they refused to provide me with evidence and there was an allegation that happened outside of my server, I went through the efforts of verifying that occurred so I could take corrective action on my server when honestly, I didn't even fucking have to. It was an act of courtesy. and they'll still spin that in the most bad faith light possible to use it against you. Do you notice that the Mia Rose shit didn't come up? Because I acknowledge that was 10 years ago. The fucking, I haven't had to pretend like this, tweet from Destiny, the shovel tweet, is like a serious statement of intent, etc. Because I don't need to try to fucking sweat lord and find like things that I can spin about my opponents. I could just talk about the things that they objectively did that I know are like, we have solid hard proof of. Because I am engaging honestly, and I know that's really hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe for the DGGers, but believe it or not, no, I don't accept every single negative claim that's made about Destiny. I have no reason to. Because, believe it or not, I don't... There are a lot of people, because Destiny's wronged so many people, there are a lot of people that legitimately want to watch this guy burn, okay? Just like he wants to watch all of them burn for various reasons. I'm not one of those people that sits here just, like, satisfied at the idea of, like, total life ruination of this guy, etc. I just see arguments that he's making, and they suck. And I address them. It was a cheap, transparent distraction. He wanted to dodge the actual allegation, doxing inside his own community circle, smashing irony culture. My argument was a masterclass in destroying internet irony culture. It strips away digital insulation. It breaks the edgy joke bluff. How was it a bluff? It forces real-world accountability onto online cowards. If you cannot stand behind your words in front of your family, do not say them. How is that dishonest? You just admitted that you wanted to create clips for my family to see. How are you disputing anything that I claim? What is the dispute here? What is being disputed exactly? You literally are just restating that you did the thing that I said you did with a bunch of dramatic fucking wording. Oh, fuck. Did Foodshops private the VOD? Dude. Total embarrassment. It's not even unlisted. It's just privated. I just find it so, and this is the funny thing. I need to highlight this account because I don't even know who this person is, but like this bitch is the most annoying person on Twitter. I gotta be honest with you. Wait, hold up. I like my own tweets. Get over it. Everyone else should be as well because likes aren't public. I'll proudly own that. So I say DGG is literally deploying ChatGPT to say disaster for combo. Black Cat Night Kitten. I don't know who the fuck this person is, but it's so insufferable. They do the same thing every time. They pretend like they're asking a good faith question that just happens to coincide with the narrative that's most beneficial to DGG. They get a response that they can't refute, so they stop replying. We've gone through this cycle 15 times. They just ask a question, I respond, and they have nothing. They stop responding. I don't know who this is like retarded. Haven't y'all been running around saying that account is run by some small commentary figure / spicy chat person? I'm sorry. Where do you think... Okay. This is under the presumption that Denal is star-based, which I am not 100% convinced of. He's the top suspect, but I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you. I like solid proof before I assert something, and there is no solid proof. People have pretended like things were solid proof that were not. A lot of the evidence just happens to be circumstantial. I gotta be honest. And I say this as somebody that was the first person to think it was him and make this claim. So the claims, haven't y'all run around saying that account is run by some small commentary figure / spicy chat person? I hope that Black Cat sees this clip because I'm going to respond to every part of this argument instead of wasting my time replying to some fucking like question built on talking points that you got sent to in some fucking group chat, right? For you to just not respond because you don't have a rebuttal. It's just you muddying the waters and pretending like you're doing so in good faith. First of all, star-based does not come from commentary. If we're to assume that Denal is star-based, went by the name Paragon and was in J-Stalk's community and had beef with J-Stalk and Destiny, I think, at one point. But ultimately ended up going over to the SpiceJack community, which then came into like the commentary streamer community. And then, of course, Starbase gets like exposed on a lot of shit, including his obvious lies about his messages to a 16-year-old, etc. And obviously he's not present in our community. Why would it matter, though, if this, assuming this is star-based, which there is no hard proof of, right? Assuming this is star-based, all the evidence is circumstantial, why would it matter that he at one point was talking to us? Denal openly and actively just perpetuates DGG narratives and attacks all the enemies of Destiny. In what world... Why would this, is it not possible, is the concept of somebody going from one community to another or originating from their community, despite the fact that they were at one point talking to us, why is that such a foreign concept to this person? Furthermore, as I explained before, I did find, so the answer is yes to that question. I figured out who it was, and it's an individual who I trust and trusts me. And both of us, in good faith, were attempting to figure out whether or not the allegation occurred. And once the allegation was proven to me to have occurred, we both took respective, or I think it was just, I don't even remember what they did, but we took respective action to remove this individual from our space, right? That's it. There is no dissemination of this material. It's not accessible, even though it has been widely, like Wick's been doxxed over and over and over again, per his own admission, I think at one point, right? It was literally two trusted people in private confirming that an allegation of doxing did in fact happen, so we could take corrective measures, or I could take corrective measures, right? And this is now the only purpose of me providing this person's name would be for you to smear them for good faith efforts at resolving a situation of Wix PII being distributed, so you could spin that so it somehow looks bad for them. And I don't want to help you do that. So obviously I'm not going to give out my source's name. No. Can you please PSA the tweet I just put out? It's important. Thank you, Himpy, for the 5, by the way.
Well, but then again, why would you assume
that would be negligence, right? If somebody saw, whoever did
No.
verify. Wait, there's an inherently dishonest clip from the malicious witch known as Leia something, aka Gorilla Grodd. Out of anything I've ever done in my lifetime, the thing I am the most proud of, is calling this person Gorilla Grodd and the fact that that nickname stuck, and it really bothers her. That is what I am most proud of anything I've ever done. Leia dishonestly said that my friend Nick Andros was referring to in the leaks was Rita when that wasn't the case at all. Nick was referring to somebody else, and there is zero evidence to indicate the contrary. I've been barely involved in any of this, and honestly, it is tiring and annoying to be brought back in by an attention and grabbing ex-OnlyFans model who literally offered to send pictures of her asshole. What the fuck? Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that, Grodd. To my friends for fun, turned gun-toting, mindless DGG clipper. You were disgustingly dishonest. I would tell Leia this myself, but I'm blocked. Without harassing her, please feel free to let her know for me. I do not want involvement in this bullshit. Thank you and goodbye. We need like a law implemented where you shouldn't be able to talk about, like, Twitter should have a feature where if your name is mentioned in the tweet, you're allowed to reply to it. It's like, obviously not really, because I could see like conceivable scenarios where that would be a horrible idea, but it is such bitch-made behavior to just
nobody reported
continuously,
it, nobody
continuously tweet about somebody from behind a block. So obviously, if you're an unbiased party that doesn't have vested interest in defending Destiny and a doxing community, right, you would probably understand that yesterday's conversation did go pretty well for me. I get cocky on Twitter sometimes. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some, master debater that like completely like destroyed. But I think, considering I was only going in there to talk to Wick, so there was no prep, I didn't know what was going to come up, the fact that I was taken off guard, and Destiny got brought in, and then it turned into like a 4v1 at one point, I think I did pretty good, all things considered. And a lot of other people think so as well. In a conversation with politics streamer Wick TV, commentary snark doxer Aiden Underground is now stating that he I'm not now stating that. So this is a lie. So known liar and pedophile, Leia something, is lying about me. It has been my claim since day one, and anyone can rewind this and verify this, which will show you how fucking lazy this gorilla-ass bitch is, okay? Too busy fucking eating bananas instead of, like, going and actually doing her due diligence or research, right? I have stated that I didn't think it was doxing from day one. This was literally a dispute at the time. Per the definition of doxing, he's currently giving and defending the Snark in the Snark server where doxing occurred. Seems like Aiden is rewriting history to pander to those that are currently under fire for the Snark server. Why do you does she think that Gilded Poo, somebody that hates my guts and has gone at me harder than anyone else, or Beckett, somebody that loves Lio and hates my guts, has gone at me harder than anyone else, both personal friends of Lio Convoy, right? Does she think that just for no reason at all, maybe I paid them off, they decided to walk back the claim that I doxed after I gave them my concise argument? I gave Queeman my concise argument, and he said on stream that people went too hard at me over the doxing claim, when he was also a major critic of that. And to be fair, right, to everyone there, everyone, even the people I don't like involved, right, to be fair, I didn't do a good job of providing my defense at the time. I was being like a neurotic schizo. I was like talking all over the place, saying a bunch of stupid shit. I didn't know how to handle it. It was my first like super big controversy. And I just didn't handle myself well there at all, which is why I'm not too worried when they walk back the claim as I provide my present argument. I don't give a fuck who lied and who didn't about what at what point in time. All I wanted and my only vested interest, as I said to Gilded Poo, was to clear my name on that allegation specifically. I can understand why people thought I did that, because I didn't provide, I was not capable of giving I was not capable of serving as my own defense at that point in time, right? I've laid out my argument time and time again on this. Seems like Aiden is rewriting history to pander those that are currently under fire. I'm not trying to pander to anyone. If I was trying to pander, I would have started covering Destiny a long time ago. Here is Aiden Underground completely grandstanding about PII being used while he was facing his own doxing controversy because he had doxed the wife of a person he was covering at the time. Aiden tells Dickers, Beckett, and Gilded Poo he would tell somebody off and correct the behavior just for using PI even in private. This is like by the way, this is like the biggest IQ test. If you've engaged in behavior yourself that you have admitted you don't think is cool, and you don't stand by, and you're not proud of, and have walked back and have disavowed yourself for doing it, it is not hypocrisy to apply that standard to other people and not be okay with the act that's occurred, right? You could, for example, previously be a drunk driver in your 20s that when you got completely sober, and in your 40s, you could be not okay with drunk driving, actually. And if anything, my position here is consistent because I said about Rita, I said if Rita doesn't repeat the act and shows legitimate remorse for anything that's occurred, etc., after a given duration of time, I'm willing to accept this person back, right? So I'm giving Rita the grace that I give to myself. Albeit, to be fair, in my instance, the dox info that I was alleged to have spread was just like way more widely available, like utilized in multiple places over the course of years, including YouTube videos, like 20,000 people watching, like fucking half the size of Yankee Stadium. But, right, if somebody doesn't want their PII spread, even if it's already out there, don't spread that shit. I moderate, like, for example, I'm not going to call this person out by name, but there have been instances where somebody else has voluntarily given out their name in the past, and they just don't want that used anymore, and it's not widely known. I still moderate that in my server, even though I don't consider it doxing when the person, when other people use it, right? I still don't consider that doxing, but I moderate it because it's a courtesy thing. The other component as well is, it's not that this information was widely available docs info. It's that this person voluntarily gave out every piece of info I was accused to have shared. Lio Convoy's wife, on her public Facebook profile, which was never taken down after Gilded doxed it, the two of them were interacting with each other under his Lio Convoy Facebook account. Lio gives out his full legal name and address. The two of them had the same last name. They voluntarily interacted with each other. And when this exploit was exposed, when Gilded Poo aired it out in a YouTube video with 20,000 subs, Kumo showed photos in his video, Kiwi Farms doxed it, they left it all up. They took no corrective measures because Lio has never considered his information doxable, right? Because he gives it all out. It was only when a vocal critic did it that he then considered it dox information. And the fact that they had voluntarily disclosed at the time was, in my opinion, lied about. But I don't care to accuse anyone of lying. Additionally, Jay Stock cut Aiden off as a result of his doxing controversy, and Aiden showed a face dox, name, and occupation workplace info. So, just so we're clear, I've disputed this last part, but let's say I did this. Let's say I shared her occupation.workplace. Let's say I did this for a minute. On the public-facing Facebook account, where she still leaves it up and engaged with Lyle Convoy's Facebook account after this was identified as belonging to his wife. They have the same last name. Lyle voluntarily gave out all their information, her age, etc. Right? After this, her workplace, she still has that. She literally on her public Facebook, all this. I didn't go. The only reason I didn't go to her Facebook, right? I didn't go to her Facebook. But obviously, to prove my claims, I had to go figure out, or I had to go, because I knew. What I knew at the time was, you could say, oh, he couldn't have known this at the time. What I knew at the time was Lio doesn't consider anything PII. That's why he proudly displays his address, right? So I knew they never considered this docs information, and I was almost certain he'd given out info, like a ton of info about his wife at the time, right? Go back and see that, right? The workplace is still listed on the public-facing account that voluntarily interacts with Lio Convoy and remained up. Is the Lio Convoy Facebook like a... No, it's a brand Facebook. According to Gilded Poo, Lio's personal friend and associate. And Lio has not disputed that. It was his brand Facebook under the name Lio Convoy. And his brand is also his real full legal name as well. Assuming, let's say that was personal, which it wasn't. I think the two might be the same. I think he uses the Lio Convoy account. Like, I don't think he has a he uses the Lio Convoy Facebook to do personal and content stuff. But he goes, but I'm not doxing him by his name. He gives it out proudly. It's not doxing him, his full legal name. I won't say it anyways, because I don't want to give these people fucking anything to use, right? It was his brand account. According to Gilded Poo, Lio's current personal friend, the person that had been one of my hardest critics at the time, who has now walked back the doxing claim, just like Beckett has, just like other people have, because you can't dox information that people voluntarily leave up and put on the internet, and after it's been made apparent to them that this information is up, etc., and they've decided to link it to their brand or the brand of the person, which the associate, which she doesn't have a brand, the brand's her husband, but voluntarily link the two, and then when that's made clear to you that that's up, and it's widely distributed in YouTube videos with upwards of 20,000 views, and you choose to leave it up, and the husband still continues to choose to brag about what an open book he is, how he can't be doxxed, reads out their address, etc., that information wouldn't be doxxed. It would be like me accusing, I'm not going to accuse Leia of doxing me for calling me Aiden. Or, for example, Denal bringing up that my grandma lives in Florida. You would have to search for that. I mentioned that in an old stream, but that's not dox info because I knew that was there. I knew I had previously said it, and I never took it down. That's not dox info. You don't need to ask me if that's true. Ask my biggest critic and Lio's personal friend and the first guy to widely distribute all this information years before I knew who Lio Convo was, Gilded Poo. Ask him. He will tell you the exact same thing. In fact, why take my word for it? Why take my word for it?
Thirdly,
take his word. Oh, well, that's a lot of my word.
already put a picture of his wife on a video and didn't actually even say it was his wife. Lio said it was his wife. Fucking nobody knew it was his wife until Lio acknowledged that it was his wife.
Well, real quick, that leads to one of my questions. Were you the person who put my wife in a video, or was that Kumo?
Oops. All Lio had to do was just pretend that didn't exist. That's all he had to do. But him being a victim, man, it was too hard to pass up. He just couldn't stop himself. Besides that, these pictures are also spammed all over Kiwi Farms. It's just a fucking photo of some weirdo with a fucking mole and a large...
Oh, this clip cuts out the face part. He says it in the same clip. I've shown the full clip before, and he admits it on stream. I spoke to him last week on Himpleton's stream, so you could go back and verify it. The clip didn't have what I said. At the end, he goes on to explain the connection through the Facebook. Have you addressed why you said dox her in the call? Sure. So doxing is an unacceptable thing, and shock humor, by virtue of it being shock humor, is something that pushes the edge and says things that aren't okay. Just like things like murder, just like things like, for example, gangbang someone's wife. All that shit is like pushing the edge under benign violation theory. Which I think is a valid proposition for why people find things funny. It's perceived as a rule violation that is simultaneously perceived as a rule violation and simultaneously perceived as safe. And obviously, people who like shock humor will see something like that as a violation of a social rule, but understand it's a joke and therefore perceive it as safe and find it funny, which is why everyone was laughing, right? Because it was in a space, in my server, explicitly intended for shock humor and edgy humor. When I actually got pressed on this in a serious context at the time, which is publicly verifiable, anyone can index this and prove that I'm lying if I am, which I'm not, right? I said at the time this was not doxing. I've repeated that. I say that now. And the whole argument is just laid out here. He had no response. He had no rebuttal. Anyways, I hope that addresses everyone's concerns.
It's
The
not
statement being
something you
made, I
should
believe I was
be
correct in that, and that
debating.
wasn't disputed.
Like,
So at this point in the conversation,
watched before this.
it's still sweeping for the person who's already doxing Wick. The person, it's not. I'm sorry. You think it's doxing? If, let's say, for example, would it be doxing? Okay, let's say two people who both trust one another with private info, and neither of them have respectively leaked the other's private information, and both know each other. Let's say those people are concerned about an instance of doxing that's occurred, and they want to verify that it has happened. If one party sends logs to the other under the understanding that it will not be disseminated, which it wasn't, to take corrective action and remove the doxer from the server, right, that wouldn't be doxing. Because doxing, even if we remove the publication requirement, which DGG thinks is like gay and pedantic, what about the malice requirement? Where's the malice there? What about the harassment requirement? Where's the harassment there? What about the, like, you would have to completely rework the definition of this word, and believe it or not, words have definitions and meaning, to argue that that would be a dox.
I think I've only watched like maybe since Duckbringer came on, so fuck. I may have derailed this thing.
You said they provided you proof that Wick was, yes, so they sent me logs from the Snark Left server that substantiated the claim that they had made on the stream that Wick got doxed in that server. So they sent logs proving this to me. We both trusted one another, and they trusted me not to disseminate it, which I didn't, right? You only know about this because I voluntarily have told you about it, and took corrective action as a result. What about that is confusing or inconsistent?
Fuck. Yeah. You want to talk about?
I don't even remember what I said. Most people do not subscribe to your definition. I'm sorry. Most people don't give a fuck about about a dox. It's a termly online term, and its application online absolutely relies on a standard definition. And almost any time that's been applied, that standard definition relies on a combination of the unwillingness of the party whose PII is disseminated, publication of that material, the motivation, which has to include, or typically includes, doesn't always have to, include malice, etc. So, I'm sorry. Most people don't believe that an apple is an orange, right? Most people don't believe that an apple is an orange. People that are familiar with this term are probably familiar with its definition. The only thing that ever really respectively changes is the malice requirement. That's up for dispute as to whether or not the publication of that material has to involve malice, right? But the problem is, even if you don't subscribe to that, in this instance, the publication requirement isn't met either. What I wanted to debate you on at the time. I just remember you were making a claim about me. And you voluntarily told Wick you would get back to him within an hour about who was doxing him. Okay, that was not a dox. I said I would tell him who was sharing around his PII. I went back, verified that this person was a trusted individual that shared this with me in confidence, and I understood, and at that moment, upon verifying who they were and what their intent was, that this was somebody doing a good thing. This was somebody who trusted me and tried to do a good thing with me, at which point we took corrective action that we didn't have to take, because Wick himself says, he doesn't moderate off-server behavior. I do, and I took corrective action over that, and it's still being spammed to try to be an own. Because I fucking tried to prove the claim that they refused to provide so I could take action against the person who was distributing his PII. That is not a fucking dox, you retard. On stream, and I wanted to debate you on it.
Okay, so just to be very clear, okay, I have debated people who are far smarter than you, okay? And
they weren't just sharing it with you. That's what initially caused the outreach about it. No, okay, they sent me logs to prove that somebody else distributed this info. That somebody else has already been identified, and corrective action was taken. So you would presume that that somebody else that was disseminating, which is the entire reason this dialogue was being engaged in, is probably the person that was disseminating it. I know, that's crazy.
And even they ran away, all right? So it's not... just to be very clear, I debated Aiden, I think, two or three times at this point, okay? And he is still, like, spamming my DMs about, like, debating me. Okay, at first, I was like...
DM'd her 5 messages in a time span of, like, 10 minutes, and then never messaged her about it again. 5 messages. 5. Never got blocked over it, so I could have voluntarily kept DMing her, and I didn't, because I was just being persistent about my request. And then I stopped after 5 messages. Why are these people so fucking dramatic?
At first, I was like, right-click ignore on Discord. And then eventually down the line, because he was still spamming me, yeah, I blocked.
So Wick should probably know who not to trust because they were disseminating that info. I'm sorry. Do you think that the person that shared it with me is somebody that Wick trusted with his PII? And that person leaked it to me. Is that what you think happened? Is that actually what you think happened? No. There was an allegation made to my face that they didn't substantiate that Wick's PII was posted in the Snark Left server. I spoke to someone who had logs on that server, saw proof that it happened, that they gave to me in confidence, trusting I wouldn't disseminate it, which I didn't, because I don't want Wick doxed. It lets this fucking rat try to play victim, which I don't want to do. And I took corrective action and removed the person that disseminated that information from my server, who's already been identified ad infinitum. It's fucking Rita. Everyone has said this already. I just don't understand what's not clicking for you.
Blocked him, okay? And then later on, I forgot that I blocked him. So it's like, okay. All right, but yeah, like, if you actually...
Why do y'all seem to... Another good faith question, guys. Why are you sharing... I've just literally explained to you exactly why the exchange was occurring, and you still are asking why the exchange was occurring? Have you, like, hit your head recently out of curiosity?
Actually want a debate, that's fine, all right? But at least I don't think Dickers was spamming like you did, okay?
None of these pussies call in, because watch what happens when they do. You can see what happens when they do. You've literally watched it. People have walked back claims, they obviously get their claims, they concede, or they run. Because they can't refute you on substance. It's just mischaracterizations.
So hungry for any crumb of debate, like, not that. Wow. It's not about that. It's that you, like, I already debated you 2 times. Okay, like, what else do you want to talk about? I guess that we haven't.
Well, you're making. I don't remember exactly. So obviously, I said this week. It's weird that you're coming in now. Well, Destiny's here to follow up on that debate because I'd asked you how long ago. Also, tomorrow we'll be talking and debating Destiny for a 4th time. And I'm sure he's gonna win this one. All right, I'm sure he's gonna win this one. Listen, number 1, we'll call that a draw because number 1, my performance was not the greatest. I still think, like, we won that on substance. But I don't think I was as locked in for number 2, which I think was unilaterally a win, right? I think that was absolutely a win. No question, right? I was being cocky about number 1 because I was trying to get people to call on debate, that sort of thing. And I do think we won, but I'll give it to him. You know what? We'll go back, revise that, call it a draw. Okay? We'll call it a draw. Number 2, absolutely fucking won. Absolutely won. Number 3, I guess I wasn't really a participant as so much as morale was. And the points that Destiny was pressing me on, I absolutely won. And the points that, and whereas the shit flinging with morale, I think morale won there. Ask you to debate me? I don't remember exactly what I wanted to debate.
Just
you on
ignore
the
him.
time.
Just ignore him. Okay. If he says anything, I'll shut him up. Okay.
No,
I'm
not saying he's doing. I'm not. You know what I call? I love the deployment of tactical retards. That's what they are. Like the people who just never seem to know what's going on and are always just like, I'm just asking questions on matters that have been clarified a million times, where you can obviously tell that the purpose of the question is literally just to reinforce a given narrative that they've heard from somebody else. It's like the deployment of tactical retards. It's just a question. I don't know anything. I never seem to know anything because I'm a fucking retard. I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong right now. I'm saying it's just like, I think it's a little cowardly for you to not take the offer up at the time and only now show up when he's here. I think that's like a little... Yeah, that is cowardly. Is anyone disputing that? Because it seems like Denal was disputing my character. Out of curiosity, because people are saying I exaggerated this. For the DGers watching, is it a mischaracterization to say this is a threat? Because the claim was that Denal threatened to contact my family, and it just seems like here, they say I lie and then proceed to explain why they were going to contact my family. So I don't really understand why you can't even, like, there's just no engagement in good faith. I don't use I don't run with every claim made about Destiny. And you always, the problem is, like, I do want to be bad faith. I do. Because it's, and I understand why some of these, like, people are totally brain broken. Because, like, they just constantly hit you with bad faith shit. And it's like, you just have to, like, be principled while you're up against people that will lie, mischaracterize, obfuscate, deploy tactical retards, etc. And it's just like, at some point, you literally just want to sit there and call them all pedophiles, right? But obviously, we're principled. We don't do things like that. Nobody knows your well, you seem to know enough about it to ask questions, even though I've repeatedly given multiples. I've literally written an essay answering every question you've already asked me, and I'm pretty sure you saw that and replied to it. A little bit cowardly.
Nothing to do with that. Again, I debated him when Steven was not here, okay, on my own stream before this, okay?
Right.
Well, it's because Wick told me. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, Aiden's here.
You,
like,
okay, so you didn't know that I was trying to... What did she just say?
Steven was not here, okay, on my own stream before this, okay? When Steven was...
I think that's like a little bit cowardly.
Nothing to do with that. Again, I debated him when Steven was not here, okay?
So this is another revision of history. She did not debate me. I forgot exactly what our last debate was. It was months and months ago, on a completely separate matter. And she did the thing. This is what I explicitly remember, because I remember the tactic she used. She did the thing where she claimed, like, the good example would be, I didn't murder you. I didn't murder that person. I just unjustifiably took their life. So they dispute the label, but then proceed to explain their actions in the context of defining that exact term in a manner that's synonymous with the initial label that they're denying. I called that out when Foodshops did that, at which point Foodshops kicked me from the call. I was on for a net total of, I think, under 10 minutes, and that was months ago on a completely unrelated matter. Since then, Foodshops has claimed various things about me that I have publicly requested a debate on that Foodshops never pulled up for. Now all of a sudden, now that Steven's in the call, all of a sudden Foodshops is comfortable pulling up, right?
On my own stream before this, okay?
Right.
Well, it's because Wick told me. He's like,
just to clarify, the person who doxed Wick is outed. It's just the person who verified that doxing was happening. Yes. That's the person that's literally the person whose name they want. Yes. How are you confused on this exactly? I actually, I'm so curious. Because even Wick has literally said, I'm pretty sure verbatim, who doxed him. He said this verbatim. So how are you the only fucking retard that's still confused by this? It's just like question things a million times that have already been answered by multiple parties. This was always the claim being made.
Like, oh yeah, by the way, Aiden's
Well,
here.
you
I'm like,
okay? So you didn't know that I was trying to debate you at the time?
Okay, would you consider it cowardly?
Can you
like,
answer my
after
question?
debating, you
DGG is going to reframe that as a win when she just blatantly dodges my question. Time number 1, let's tally it. She's going to do it again.
twice.
Can you answer my
Like,
question?
Why would you
Can answer
consider
my
it all I had to do was show him in the. To be fair, I banned him. But that was after. But that was after like he was like spamming me and shit. I think I don't remember the exact reason why.
I'm pretty sure I left Foodshops server after that last debate from months ago. I asked Foodshops to debate me on a new unrelated matter, which I can't fucking remember exactly what I wanted to originally debate on. It's on my Twitter. You just have to go back and find it. I even forget because it was so long ago. Foodshops wouldn't take me up on the offer, but continued talking about me. So I was DMing Food because we were still friends on Discord. I was DMing Foodshops to debate me. I think while I was live, I sent 5 DMs. Foodshops, I think, just ignored it, and I stopped DMing Foodshops after 5 DMs in the span of 10 minutes. This is like the life-ruining, like, wait, they're going to describe the, you know what? Wait, guys, I actually agree with DG on this one. This is I actually, I digitally attacked, I engaged in a digital assault of Foodshops. Can we clip this? Can we put this on the Black Cat Twitter? I engaged in a digital assault on Foodshops. Foodshops could not engage with such unhinged, deranged behavior. I didn't get blocked here. I could have kept DMing if I wanted to. 5 times was sufficient and I moved on. I did. It was a digital assault. Denal, can we tweet that, Denal? Can we tweet that I digitally assaulted? And can you actually, you know what you guys should cut? When I just said I digitally assaulted, you should cut out the digitally part and then claim, shocking, Aiden confesses to assault in a leaked clip or something, and then tweet that out. I think that's a good idea.
Never happened.
You don't think
Dude,
that would...
stop, dude.
Wait, hold on. This was I meant to go back here.
I banned him, but yeah.
Question? Can you answer my question? Did you know that I wanted to debate you at the time?
Are we gonna debate about the topic you want to talk about?
Okay, so hold on, both of you. If you guys are just gonna argue about another debate that has nothing to do with this, I don't particularly give a shit. I don't care. Do you have anything for Aiden on this specific topic that we're talking about tonight, Foodshops?
Nope. Outside of the fact that I think I just feel bad for Aiden, just primarily because it just feels like he's being used as a pawn by
people can never, I can lay out to you exactly what I think, and I do read things from my chat. So if I read something like I did in this debate, I'll say I am reading this one, someone in my chat is saying, right? So it's always going to be, when they can't argue on substance, it's always going to be just like smearing my motivations. Someone had to have groomed me into doing it, as if I don't have, it's like, why are we infantilizing like adult? You're infantilizing me, okay? Believe it or not, I arrived at the positions I've arrived at because the arguments are sound and valid, and the counter argument that's provided just doesn't really hold up, right? Someone was making the claims about like Destiny in relation to this Brit person. I'm not running with that as fact because the evidence doesn't necessarily completely substantiate the broader claim being made. So I'm not running with it. Believe it or not, I arrive at my positions organically, not due to. And if anything, I'll say this: there's probably more incentive for me to turn and become one of them. Like unironically, there's probably more incentive there. The people that they're main snarkers. I've had beef with all of them at one point. I've had beef with all of them. At one point, DG was trying to victimize me. They're like, I can't believe that fucking, I can't believe that Queen was like talking about it. It's like, that was okay, because that was information that got publicly released or whatever, right? But I've beef with everyone around me. Me and J-Stock weren't talking, right? If anything, there's far more incentive for me to go back to DGG than there is for me to stay here. I'm staying here because I don't want to sit there and lie all day. I'd never feel good about myself.
People like Queeman and J-Stelk. I find it kind of sad that Queeman and J-Stelk wouldn't debate Steven after that one, especially like Chud Logic blowout, right? And I think that Aiden, I think you're just being used.
Is Queeman refusing a debate with? I'm being used. I'm being. If I was being used, I'd sit here and say, no, I think it's a really great idea that Jay Stock was romantically involved. Jay Stock was romantically involved with like a woman that's like at the center of many of the allegations being perpetuated against Destiny. Somebody he is actively criticizing. No, of course not. Obviously not. No shit. That's fucking horrible. It's a really bad look for him at that point in time. That whole thing is a disaster. And I said as such at the time, right? If I was being used, I'd sit here and say, no, it's a great idea to be this involved in a story you're that personally connected to. It's a fucking incredible idea. Steve, I don't.
What Queeman could do right now.
No, I mean, Steven has said many times.
What Queeman could do right now, if he wanted, and someone could DM him, right? And I'm sure people will. He could jump backstage right now in my Discord, and I will pull him in, and he can have a chat with Destiny and I. That is something that he could do. But Foodshops, if you don't have anything else, thank you for calling in.
I like the way he was subtly laying down an assumption that Destiny would defend you unquestionably too. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? But to be fair, okay, like it's not like that has
ignoring donut. Sorry, I missed it. My bad. I forgot you just did that. My bad. Puddle with the 5. Foodshops face when you asked her to block her digital rapist. True.
Happened before, because I think that when it comes to Steven, he has defended me in terms of against Connor, and I think against.
We're your producer. I'm unironically, I need an editor. I don't need an editor. I need somebody, because I know how to edit. Anyone can edit, and I could teach anyone how to edit, because I don't really want anything complex. I need somebody who has theory of mind. Somebody who understands what's going to hook people at the beginning of a video and understands an audience. That's what I need. If you can do that, I'll teach you how to edit if you don't know how.
People in the DG community who did not like me. Yeah. Nope, nothing else. Yeah. All right.
And we'll talk to you later. Okay.
So just to be very clear, okay, this is what I blocked him over. This is why he.
When you said you were disappointed to hear the shit against Destiny had merit was real, it sucks to see him abandoned. What do you? Yes. I wasn't lying. I was not lying, and I'll take this back. If anything, people from the fucking like people from around my on the like Snarker side or whatever are probably gonna think I'm way too soft on the guy, because believe it or not, there is a version of Destiny that I wanted to see win. Right? I would love if that version was all there was to Destiny. I would love that, right? Unfortunately, that's not the case, right? Individuals are multifaceted, despite the fact that I think he's done some really great political debates, etc. He just does not seem to be a really great person for various reasons that I've listed out. And it's not just that he has done things that make him not a good person. It's that he just it seems unrepentant over it, right? And it seems to be ongoing active behavior. And it's just yes, I can't sit there when he's fucking sitting there and he's saying about Connor, right? And to be fair, yeah, Connor's come back at him, but let's not pretend like it has not been back and forth at her. When he's sitting there on stream saying Connor molested his own kids or whatever, how are you gonna morally posture about any jokes I've made in private when you're saying shit like that? You know what I mean? I didn't have the Destiny brainworm, but people like Foodshops literally insisted that I had when I spoke about Destiny negatively 6 times in total. People like Foodshops were saying I was fair game. I didn't allow discussion of him in my server, which is why people eventually went to the Snark, etc. I didn't want any part of it. I thought it was boring as fuck, even though I agreed with that. Right? And as I explained to him yesterday, you have to, with a guy like him, I'm not going to appeal to a sense of empathy or moral conscience, moral consciousness, because I don't know if he has one, right? What I appealed to was strategy. What is the utility in doxing people? What purpose does that serve? Well, if he claims he's a utilitarian, right? So am I. And if you appeal to strategy there, what you do is you could take people that were otherwise critics of yours and give them that brainworm that you talk about, because now they personally hate you and probably have good reason to do so. You push people into this, he's these people are obsessed with you or whatever. Sunday is fucking trying to what I don't know all the Sunday lore, but it probably didn't help when you like read out this guy's full legal name on stream. That would probably push somebody into a position where they despise you and want to prey on your downfall, right? Thank you for the 5. Hey, Dance. Thanks for the great content recently. I hope you did well on your exam. I probably didn't, but that's okay. B's get degrees.
He said I was running, all right?
It was Dan, I believe. Not true. It was not Dan. I got sent the clip.
It's like, what? Like, this guy is like spamming my chat, bro. Look.
I think Dan might have done it as well, potentially. Spamming my chat. And by the way, she's gonna lie. This was a lie, by the way. I caught her on this lie, and she won't admit that she lied. She did lie. She completely lied, and then tried to justify it by saying, no, I hit the ignore button, saying that we obviously can't verify. She's saying that's where she got confused. She's like, what's the discernible difference? Well, obviously the difference is if you ignore somebody, they're still able to message you. And if they want to spam you, they'll be able to continue to message you. Blocking implies their ability to message you was cut off. And that's why the DM stopped. She never blocked me. I could have kept DMing her if I wanted to. I stopped after 5 messages.
Like, this is even texting, okay? It's like double texting and triple texting and quadruple texting. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. What the fuck? Yeah, of course. I'm good, man.
There's going to be so many twitlongers of why I left DGG after the civil case is over, and then the feds come swooping in to... Okay, I don't know if the civil... I haven't followed the civil case, but I have heard... It's probably... Like, I've heard it was probably going to be a win for him, right? I don't know. I haven't been following it. I haven't been following any of that. I heard he's probably going to win that from people I trust their opinion on the matter. And unfortunately, if he does win, he's going to now have a piece of paper to flash around that he'll pretend totally exonerates him. When my dispute has always been on the fact that he disseminated her images without her consent. And obviously the ruling of the... I'm pretty sure the court can still find that occurred and still rule against her, right? Or not agree to... I know way more about criminal law than I do about civil law. So I don't know exactly how that's going to work out. But morally, his guilt is on par with hers. They were mutually sharing videos of themselves with other people. It seemed like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, he was sharing it with Melina, and she was sharing it with her boyfriend at the time. Both were sharing it with their respective intimate partners, right? So if there was implied consent, if that argument existed, the implied consent would be they're implying that they're allowed to share it with their intimate partners, which I don't even agree with the whole implied consent argument there, but that's besides the point, right? The implied consent, you lose me when you try to carry that claim over to Rose, because Rose was apparently somebody Destiny knew for 10 days at that point in time, right? So just because somebody would be okay with you sharing it with your with an intimate partner, somebody you trust, somebody that doesn't have vested interest in hurting you, does not mean they're okay with you sharing it with strangers. Like, why do we even have to disagree over this? Why can't DGG just admit that, yeah, he did do this without consent? That's a really fucking shitty thing to do. And the whole implied consent argument doesn't work there. Right? Like, it's just like, that's such like an easily discernible, like, the thing is, when this shit was dropping, I knew this shit was going to drop. And once again, this is not, he's an anti. He knew all about this. I knew about the Pixie shit, through a leak to myself. I was actually, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, it's public now who said it. I got this through Chud Logic. I was in a call, I think, with Chud Logic and Nicholas Diorio, when the Pixie shit was discussed, and it was then told to me like a week or two before it happened that the shit was going to drop or something, if I remember correctly. I could have the time a little bit off there, so I'd have to look back to revise my take, or to revise the timing there, because I'm pretty sure it was 2 weeks. It was about like 1 to 2 weeks. But I had heard that this shit was going to drop. It sounded really fucking bad. I went to go see his response, and his response was just like totally insufficient. It seems like this thing absolutely happened. And if you go back to look in the comments, look at his Reddit at the time. It seems like even DGG was saying at the time, this was like a fucking shitty thing. Like, this was shitty as fuck. I don't know why the implied consent argument. She explicitly requested her face not be in the recording because there was a practice by both parties of sharing videos with more than just their current partner. More than just their current partner. Can you show me where that practice... I did talk to a good faith DGGer, okay? It was the British guy that called in after Ingratiate, who, if talk to that guy, and you begin to actually like feel like the term cult isn't all that hyperbolic. I talked to somebody, and it was a little refreshing to see. He was a fan of Destiny's, like Destiny's political debates, and we went over. He asked me if the court rules in his favor, am I going to change my mind on the facts that occurred? Right? I reasoned through with him why the court could, the facts that we are making the moral interpretation of, and assigning a moral value to, can remain the same, and the court can still simultaneously, to my knowledge, rule in his favor. Right? My dispute is over those facts, not what the court says. Right? So unless it's demonstrated in trial that the facts have changed, then obviously the ruling of the court isn't going to change my position. And he accepted that. He said that was totally fair, and he'll do the same. It was very refreshing.
Like, you're not gonna get a debate by begging.
I have met. There are a lot of bad faith DGGers that are like frustrating as fuck to deal with. I have met some that seem to be just like misguided on certain things that are like legitimately good faith, and I don't want to go aggro on every DG. Like, if a DGer comes into my chat and accepts some of my arguments, etc. I was saying this before. Like, I'm not like a fucking, I'm not like here to bite people and scare them out of chat or whatever, right? I will be fine. I'll be cool to those individuals so long as they engage in good faith, even if they're completely wrong.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Anyway, yeah, and that's why, like, yeah, fuck that. Because if you're not gonna, like, if you're gonna be just like fucking spamming like a gaylord like this, yeah, you're not gonna get your debate. Sorry. Like, I don't want to reward annoying behavior. I'm not gonna reward annoying behavior. I'm sorry. Okay.
Reward? So then what changed here that made her now willing to show up? If supposedly she wasn't going to debate me because I engaged in bad behavior by sending her 5 messages, by the way. You know what? This is the best way to tell who in DGG it might be capable of, like, you might be able to get through. The Foodshops issue. Okay? The Foodshops issue. If you're in DGG, I might have a little hope for you if you're in DGG and can admit that this person is fucking insane, completely talentless, sucks at debating, only engages in bad faith, and sucks Steven's cock. And is literally, like, if you could admit that, then maybe we could get somewhere here. Because, like, I feel like even if I was in DG and just, like, tried to lie to defend Destiny, I would not be defending Foodshops. It's, like, impossible.
That's just not how it works. Anyway.
But JSTOP too, right? What's up, Destiny?
Oh, that guy's nowhere near any of this. I'm just curious. Have you seen all the Doobie things?
No, I've seen.
Wait, no, I'm asking.
I'm waiting for her cope here. There's like an insane moment where she just copes so hard.
Have you seen the
I haven't. I'm in the big.
Curious.
Wait, sorry. Like, I don't want to reward annoying.
It comes right after, because the truth of the matter is, I think even like Steven Issue's fucking losing, because hold on. This is actually the one thing I will ever say I feel bad for Destiny over. The one area that Destiny has every right to play victim over is that his one top defender that he's going to send against the commentary community is fucking Foodshops. Like, surely you can do better. Surely there's somebody else in DGG you could be like propping up to go in and debate everyone, and like this, like, I would feel bad if this was like all I had to work with. I think it's Here it is. Yeah, this is the cope because I myself was surprised that Steven, like, he just he did not interject to, he never interjected to go and, like, say. She was completely getting destroyed. She wasn't even answering my question.
And that Destiny would defend you.
So she has to, like, do some self-soothing afterwards to cope, and it's, like, so cringe.
People will. He could jump backstage right now in my Discord, and I will pull him in, and he can have a chat with Destiny.
Hold on,
that is something that he
to
can
not be covering her face.
If you don't have anything else, thank you for calling in.
I like the way he was subtly laying down an assumption that Destiny would defend you unquestionably too. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? But to be fair,
I did assume. You know what? Totally fair. I was assuming that. Okay, you got me there. I was assuming that Destiny was gonna come in and defend her. I was a little surprised that he didn't. Even I was, like, a little bit surprised there, right? Because, like, she was just, like, completely incompetent. It was, like, honestly, like, a little sad.
Okay, like it's not like that has not happened before, because I think that
Steven really is my friend, guys. He's defended me before. He was busy, guys.
When it comes to Steven, he has defended me in terms of against Connor, and I think against.
And he probably realized it's completely pointless. Like, what does Foodshops even do for him? I guess he thinks, because obviously he can't handle, like, all, like, the shitter wars or whatever. I guess he can now. He apparently knows about my sexual history. So I guess he is doing his homework there. But my assumption was Foodshops was being propped up as, like, the alternative within DGG to the Queeman types or the Morale types or the Now Me types, etc. But, like, even there, what incredible arguments is Foodshops laying out in Steven's defense that's, like, really helping him here? Like, if I was him, assuming I was, like, just, like, somebody that just wanted to completely mitigate my own actions, if I myself run a PR campaign to, you know, save my image or whatever, I would have cut her off a long fucking time ago. Because she's not helping.
People in the DG community who did not like me. Yeah. Nope, nothing else. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So just to be very clear, this is what I blocked him over. This is why he said I was running. All right. It's like, what? Like, this guy's, like, spamming my chat.
Yeah, so you ran. I wasn't running. I just refused to show up to the debate. And I have some arbitrary reason for why I didn't. They act like because there's a minimizing factor for whatever it is that the accusation is, that destroys the accusation itself. No, the initial claim that you ran is still the same. Just because you have some bullshit reason to justify it doesn't change that you ran. What are we doing here? I think he sees you're not an anti. So I mean, I basically am recently, right? I'm not gonna try to build a career off of it or whatever and just, like, here we go. Obviously, like, I'm interested right now. I'm gonna get bored of this subject and probably move on. And a lot of people are gonna leave as a result, and that's totally okay. You know, I don't want to dedicate, just like I think it's cringe to orbit somebody else. I'm not gonna dedicate my whole existence to, you know, shit talking a single individual. My criticisms will remain and persist so long as they're not, like, invalidated. But yo, we hit 7,000 again. We might be back, guys. We might be so fucking back. I really want you to do politics debates. I want to do politics debates too. I'm just not, like, good. I just don't know enough about politics. I really don't. Where I'd feel comfortable, like, going toe to toe with somebody about, like, economic policy or, like, fucking you know, I have high school civics knowledge, and I know a bunch of other hyper specific shit. Like, I can debate certain political issues very well. The one that I can debate the best, in my opinion, the one that I'd be confident taking every single time against anyone, and I'd be totally willing to do this debate, is about the death penalty. I would, that's, like, my, like, it's a weird subject, you know, for me to like, that's the thing I can debate politically. But, like, that's the thing that, like, I think that's, like, the one political debate I'm always confident in. I'm always confident going into that. Go against some. Well, I could. The conservatives are not really. I'd probably want to debate the conservatives, but I don't want to sit there like Dean Withers and like do the annoying like performative faces and like be like, oh, saying retard is bad or whatever. Even though like I use synonymous words like idiot or moron that nobody can explain the substantial difference between the two, etc. You know, I don't want to be like that guy, but you know, I would absolutely debate conservatives on various issues. I was actually comfortable debating when they sent the detainees to El Salvador without trial. I looked into that briefly and debated that, and I think I did pretty good there. I mean, that was the appeal. Like, I want like liberalism without the fucking performative, like posturing, like gay bullshit. You know what I mean? That was the original appeal to me of Destiny. To be honest with you, you know, I liked that we weren't like. That's changed now, obviously. I like that we weren't grandstanding about like edgy jokes or like it was like purely policy based, etc. I liked that. I think that was much needed. I don't like types like Dean Withers where it's just the most like fake plastic like shocked when somebody says retard, like performative, like bullshit. But then I realized I don't need Destiny to believe in that, right? How many veganism debates have you had? Like in private, probably 3, and I've lost all of them because logically, veganism seems like a pretty strong position. Unfortunately, I'm just not a completely morally consistent person. And I like meat, and I defy my own moral values for the sake of eating it. In an ideal world, if I had more discipline, I'd go vegetarian. I'd become vegan. Veganism is bulletproof morally. Yeah, it is. It's a strong moral position. The truth of the matter is, the rebuttal to it is just people are not like people don't always like people. Everybody is morally flawed, and that's going to be one of the most morally flawed areas. Because it's just easier to eat meat. It's just easier. It's more convenient. You grow up eating it. It tastes better. And that like basic convenience, most people are not willing to sacrifice to make strong adaptations to coincide with their moral values, right? And that's unfortunate, just like it's unfortunate for me. But I wouldn't debate against the issue. I think, you know, the more vegans, the better. And hopefully one day I'll find the discipline to become one. You'd feel better living your beliefs? Well, obviously, but it's I've used this word I think 3 times. I've known this word since I took algebra, but an asymptote, right? It's like you have your ideal self that is built upon your moral values, that is built upon your goals in life, that is built upon where you envision the self you want to be at, and then you have your actual self. And life is just a struggle of attempting. Obviously, the perceived self develops over time with growth, but many times life is always going to be a struggle to get closer to the perceived self, but you never quite reach it. You do feel better the closer you get to it, right? You do feel better the more you get there, but most people are never going to completely reach that in their lifetime, unfortunately. Nice subversion, California liberal. So true. Anyways. What time? It is. Hold up. We'll go to 4 hours here. We'll do the Lego shit tomorrow, probably. If you like Legos, there's this guy, Mr. Mooten, who builds Legos on stream. Awesome. What is going on with Hassan? And also, what's the deal with this Graham Platner guy? I actually wanted to check this out, because that's actually Is there like a good video? Because every time I hear about this guy, it just keeps getting worse. It literally just keeps getting worse. I don't know who all I hear is that this fucking guy, like, he's apparently like running in Maine or whatever. Was this the same guy that originally got outed for like the Nazi tattoo? Everything I hear, it's like somebody wants to smear this guy. I feel like somebody, like, there's like active vested effort in smearing this guy. It's just like I'm hearing about edgy jokes he made like years ago. I don't know. I mean, he could actually be bad. I haven't looked into it at all. I'm not gonna pretend like I have. There's an article from the Times we can read. I'm not a subscriber, but we'll get around it, right? Hold up. One sec. Oh, they got rid of 12-foot ladder? Fuck. They got rid of 12-foot ladder. Fuck my life. Cry some more. I'm not crying. It's just a little inconvenient that they got rid of 12-foot ladder, so I can't illegally access articles anymore. Report me to the police, by the way, over this. DGG, please. Where the fuck? See, in radio, producers help the I would, if I ever go on Jubilee or some shit, I need a producer, dude. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I can't I'm too busy to manage every aspect of this shit and take it seriously. I just don't know if I want to take it that seriously yet. But that would be something to consider in the future. Wow. Yeah, how am I getting in here? Do I have to pay the $1? I don't want to pay the $1. Get a Smaggle AI. RemovePaywalls.com. You don't even try. I don't try, you're right. I'm lazy as fuck. My goal in life is to have to do the least amount of work possible. There we go. Alright, got it. So I'm totally legally about to access this article. Oh, it didn't work. Or wait, no, I think it might have. Hold up. That's everyone's goal? Of course it is. Wait, I disappeared now. One sec. Did it. All right, let's take a look at this article. On Tuesday evening, after a whirlwind day in Washington, Graham Platner, the Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, rushed home. Rumors were spreading from Portland to the Potomac about Mr. Platner's messy personal life, after news reports that he had sent sexual messages to women while married. An affair? Obviously, I think it's like cringe for people to sit there and pretend like an affair is not like a huge violation of personal trust, but that's really between the aggrieved party and the other person involved. And the truth of the matter is, affairs are surprisingly common to the point where I don't think affairs should be like the downfall of somebody's political career or whatever. You know, even Gavin Newsom had one, right? Gavin Newsom had one. Fucking like yeah, I agree. It's like a moral failing to some extent, but it's like a moral failing of like keep your dick in your pants, right? But obviously you don't need to like fuck to make policy happen, to my knowledge. So it's not really gonna. Rumors are spreading from. If anyone has serious business offers for me, you can message me through Discord or Twitter. Amid the turmoil, Mr. Platner worked the phones, rolling through calls to ex-girlfriends who might publicly acknowledge that while he may have been a bad boyfriend, he was in fact a decent guy. If somebody was a bad boyfriend and their exes are still saying like he was a decent guy, I feel like that you have to be like I mean, there's a failing on your end. To be fair, you could be like manipulating them or whatever. But I feel like exes have like a lot of incentive to smear the people they were formerly dating. Amid the turmoil, Mr. Platner, in interviews with the New York Times on Wednesday, Hassan suing, somebody said that in Dicker's chat, and then I never saw any proof for it. Interviews with the New York Times on Wednesday, several women did just that, describing Mr. Platner as a fun and caring partner and saying they felt safe with him. Some remain friends with him to this day, years after their relationships ended. But in extensive conversations over the past 2 months, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Platner offered a far more complicated assessment, describing volatile and toxic relationships that were unsettling and at times emotionally wrenching. Mr. Platner could be charming and charismatic, they recalled in interviews, but also demeaning to women, and in at least one case, even physically threatening. Physically threatening. It's a big claim. He drank heavily and was regularly unfaithful. Okay, how old was he, by the way? Because if this guy's in his 40s now... Mr. Platner, 41, a combat veteran, has spoken openly about grappling with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and drinking that he said resulted from his time in the military, as revelations about him have surfaced, including his dismissive remarks about rape and derogatory comments about women, as well as a tattoo he had that is widely recognized. If his policy is good, I hope he gets in, even with a fucking horrible past, because I hate to see this, like, image of you have to have this squeaky clean life to be able to make it as a politician. I want to see imperfect people succeed, because the truth of the matter is none of us are perfect. The question is, are your skeletons still in a closet or are they not? Right? I'd have to look more into the specific nature of the allegations. But it would be nice to see somebody succeed in politics despite having like edgy jokes in their past, or like, because you could identify with that. You could relate to that, right? Drug binges are hell on the sleep schedule. Well, I'm not a drug addict. Mr. Platner, 41, a combat veteran, has spoken openly about grappling with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and drinking that he said resulted from his time in the military. His revelations about him have surfaced, including his dismissed remarks online about rape and derogatory comments about women, as well as a tattoo he had that is widely recognized as a Nazi symbol. He has said it, his past behavior does not reflect who he is today. True. Yes. Yes. Who he is today, he's urged should not judge him for the worst thing I said on the internet on my worst day 14 years ago. Agreed. Absolutely. I'd have to look more into the claims about this guy before he has my endorsement. 150%. The era of digging, if you have to go back and dig 14 years, you're probably not dealing with as bad of a person as you think, right? Your main claims should be about recent and persistent behavior. It depends on the nature of the original act itself, but the era of like destroying professional careers because somebody was an imperfect person 14 years ago in regards to like jokes or comments they made online is retarded. Why do you think I don't invoke the fucking shovel tweet or whatever against SNA, right? As I said, I brought up a million times, I don't invoke that. I've only brought it up as a comparison when I was being called up for my edgy jokes or whatever. The reason I didn't bring that up at the time is because like it just like doesn't tell me a whole lot about a person. If the other things tell me a lot about who Destiny is, but like it doesn't tell me a whole lot about a person. They said shocking statements online like 1,000 years ago. You know what I mean? The critical accounts provided by 3 of the women interviewed by the Times, who were each in romantic relationships with him for years, give a fuller picture of Mr. Platner's life. They shed light on an earlier era when he has acknowledged intense struggles, but also raise questions about his more recent years in Maine, which his campaign has presented as a period of healing and personal redemption. The disclosures last week that Mr. Platner, now married, was exchanging sexual messages with women as recently as last year have complicated that narrative and unnerved Democrats. No. No, dude. Dude. Hold up. I'm hoping if his policy, once again, is assuming his policy is good, I hope the Democrats don't abandon him. I honestly. This era of like And unironically, it feeds into the right's caricature of the left that you have to be this like purity tested, like morally perfect person for all of time to be socially accepted amongst the left or whatever. And like how like, because the right is like offered itself as like the home of like people who are in those cases, people who said shitty things that they're unrepentant for, that the right gives a home to. But the truth of the matter is, the new generation, the new voting generation, Gen Z, has a history of making edgy comments online. And Gen Z wants to be able to identify with the politicians that are in office. And if an imperfect, well, not all of Gen Z, but a good portion probably, if somebody with the edgiest fucking history possible in the past, the most offensive comments made 14 years ago online, can make it and get into office on like a platform of personal redemption, that can give a lot of people hope for the sake of their own redemption, right? Lindsay Fifield, 40, a Virginia conservative who's worked for right-leaning groups, Republican campaigns, recalled them as a cavalierly contemptuous of women's emotions, of our weakness. Mrs. Fifield, who dated Mr. Platner from roughly 2013 to 2015, said that his offensive online posts reminded me of just how much he hated women. Jenny Rassicott, 41, a Maine Democrat, who said she dated him casually off. Wait, hold on. A Virginia conservative who has worked for right-leaning groups. I'm sure there's no incentive to smear this guy. A Maine Democrat who said she dated him casually on and off in 2019 and 2021 said that the post deepened her belief that he did not, okay, that's a Democrat saying it, that he did not respect women. When I saw the old comments that he made online, she said, I recognized a version of him that I had experiences with. His campaign strongly denied that he knew what the tattoo stood for, and in a statement to the Times, Mr. Platner said he had too often self-medicated with alcohol and was far from the perfect boyfriend during what he describes as a very dark period of my life. You know what? I'll say it. I don't care if he did know what the tattoo meant, okay? And it's crazy for me to say that, because once again, what we want to encourage people with abhorrent viewpoints to adopt good ones, and people with abhorrent viewpoints are never going to join your side and adopt good ones so long as they believe that their past abhorrent viewpoints are going to be held against them till the end of time, right? So I don't give a fuck if he knew what it was at the time. The question is, how have his policies and beliefs developed over time? What was the process of that change? And is it substantiated prior to his campaign? Yes, the age of digital footprint shit needs to be ended. I'm sorry. It's like the most stupid. It's like, it is an evil concept. It's an evil concept because growth is a part of the human experience. And this idea that people are invalid, people should not be able to exist in professional capacity or aspire to do great things because they at one point had imperfect or abhorrent viewpoints or opinions, etc. It's just taking away like a fundamental part of the human experience. It's just like, who the fuck wants to live in a world like that, where you're not allowed to change, and to the point where any ambition is unachievable because of something like a fucking joke you made 14 years ago. I take responsibility for all of that and wish I'd been better, he said. Any characterization beyond that is false, and I believe politically motivated. I'm not proud of who I was then, but I am proud of the work I've done since. I unironically have thought of this exact line. I've thought of this exact line. The movement we were building in Maine. If this guy wins, I'm going to run for office. If this guy wins, I'm running for office, okay? One day. I will never even consider politics if this guy loses. I'll never consider it. The woman, do not call Graham. The article is based on interviews with more than 24 people, and it's going to be really bad if we go on to read this and find out that he raped somebody. That's going to look really bad for me. The article is based on interviews with more than 24 people, including 6 women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Platner. The Times spoke with friends or acquaintances of several of the women reviewed, contemporaneous texts and social media messages, and saw some of Mrs. Fifield's diary entries. Mr. Platner declined to be interviewed for this article. The women who described difficult relationships with Mr. He should have done the interview. He should have done the interview, and he should have had it like on video and debated them. The women who described difficult relationships with Mr. Platner knew him at different points of his life. Ms. Fifield said she dated him starting when they were both in their late 20s in Washington during a time Mr. Platner is described as challenging. Mrs. Rascott knew him in Maine when they were in the mid-30s, and he was living in Sullivan, Maine, and working on his oyster farm. The third woman, a Democrat from Maine who spoke on the condition of anonymity, had a long-distance relationship with Mr. Platner on and off for years, as recently as 2016. A decade ago. As recently as 2016. That was a decade ago. What are you talking about? As recently. Third woman, a Democrat from Maine, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, had a long-distance relationship with Mr. Platner on and off for years, as recently as 2016. The three described him in similar terms. Spending time with him could be exhilarating, they said, but they also recounted patterns of heavy drinking and womanizing. Asked to sum up how he treated her, the third woman said she felt like collateral damage to the world that is his. When Mrs. Fifield first met Mr. Platner in 2013, he was a student at George Washington University. She was working on veterans issues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and beginning to make a name for herself as a conservative activist online. Their roughly 2-year, on-again, off-again relationship, as Mrs. Fifield described, it was heady and passionate. Lindsay, I love you in a way I can't even describe, he texted her. In 2016, according to the message reviewed by The Times, you were literally everything to me. She said she recognized that Mr. Platner was struggling with the aftermath of his military service and thought she could help him. Mrs. Fifield, who was navigating family challenges at the time, recalls that period as emotionally rocky for her too. Mr. Platner could be rough with her, Mrs. Fifield said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. Okay, at least they're noting that he never actually touched her, because if you leave it like this, I would have just believed this guy, she's accusing him of beating her. He never hit me. He never punched me. There are other forms of abuse that don't involve hitting and punching, for example, right? But if like some young drunk guy that's out of the military with PTSD was like yelling at some woman, like that's not okay or whatever. But like, if it was 10 years ago or over that, and there's no claims recent enough where you don't have to go back 10 years to source it, like what are we supposed to do here? Literally, the people accusing him are the Heritage Foundation people who also wanted Kavanaugh to be the Supreme Justice despite him having sexual abuse claims. I hope the Dems don't abandon him. During one argument, she recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held... Okay, that's pretty bad. Shoved her into a bedroom and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Mrs. Fifield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added it didn't cause an injury, it didn't break my arm. Mr. Platner strongly disputes any claims of physical intimidation or altercations. His campaign said the Times could not independently corroborate Mrs. Fifield's accounts of the altercations. His campaign said... Well, could the Times verify it or not? Mrs. Fifield also recalled that Mr. Platner's displays of weaponry and discussions of violence... She said he kept an AR-15 lying around his apartment on Capitol Hill and would sharpen an axe, a relic from... Okay, to be fair, if the guy was actively suffering from PTSD in the wake of military service, that literally could be a part of it. That could literally be a part of it, right? He only feels safe if he has a fucking... Obviously, you shouldn't probably have a gun around at that point for a little bit, but that could certainly be a part of it. She said he kept an AR-15 lying around his apartment. Okay, he had what she described as a warrior ethos and would fantasize about killing people he deemed a threat. She said, She said he told her that rape was about power. Oh, this is a smear campaign. This is literally a smear campaign. Because you could say that as an anti-rape statement. There's a misconception that rape is merely about attraction. It's not. Power is a huge component to rape. That's just like a true statement. Why are we including that as if that's a point to they're including that to make it look like he was pro-rape. This is literally a smear campaign. That's crazy. It was something that stuck with her through the years, Mrs. Fifield said. He said this a lot. If anybody ever broke in here, I would rape them. Okay. Really? Really? This is... What? Like, Dad. Are we serious? Are we serious? We're using that against them? Also, they're including these statements together and not explaining if it was a part of the same conversation. He could have been making an anti-rape statement or a statement accurately assessing the nature of rape, and then in a separate, completely independent conversation, made some dramatic comment, hyperbolic comment about what he'd do if people came in and threatened their safety or some shit, right? He said this a lot. If anybody ever broke in here, I would rape them, she recalled, saying that he added, it would not be in a sexual way, not in a gay... We're endorsing Graham. We're endorsing Graham. His slogan should be, he's not perfect, but neither are we. No, that shouldn't... but neither are you. Okay, well that'd be a horrible slogan. Don't actually use that. He was like, I would rape them to show I'm down. He said, asked about those remarks. A Platner campaign official did not. I'm not even that edgy in private. I don't say the N-word. I don't fucking like the edgy jokes I make in private are like, it's just like shock humor stuff or whatever. Like, that is obviously humor unless you have like vested interest in, you know, fucking misinterpreting it. Asked about those remarks, a Platner campaign official did not dispute them. A friend who knew Mr. Platner and Mrs. Fifield during that period said the comments sounded out of character. Mr. Platner, who had overlapping relationships with other women while he and Mrs. Fifield dated, also referred to women as hatchet wounds, Mrs. Fifield said, a crude term for female anatomy. The Times reviewed texts between Mrs. Fifield and Mr. Platner, along with Google chat exchanges, texts, and Facebook messages between Mrs. Fifield and her friends during and after the relationship. The Times also reviewed some of Mrs. Fifield's diary entries from after a relationship had ended. Okay, did any of those entries support the singular claim of physical aggression? Because they said his campaign was said that the Times couldn't corroborate it. Could the Times corroborate it or not? Times also reviewed some of Miss Fifield's diary entries from after the relationship had ended and spoke with two of her friends who confirmed that the pair had an emotionally volatile relationship but cannot corroborate. Okay, anyways. Mrs. Fifield said she did not expect her friends to offer that corroboration because she did not tell anyone at the time, saying she had been embarrassed. The impact of the relationship on Mrs. Fifield's life lingered for years, she said. She referred to him in a diary entry in June 26th. Also, keep in mind, by the way, Andrew, I know you're talking... Those jokes, this was like a drama from 6 months ago. I don't even joke like that in VCs anymore. But also... I don't drink. I didn't drink outside of England. I've never had a fake ID. I only turned 21, I think, in, what is it? Fucking, I know when I turned 21. I don't know why I'm thinking about that. But obviously when you're drunk, your inhibitions are removed. So any jokes that you think are funny, that you know you're joking, that you may have had prior pause for, that inhibition is removed, and you're willing to make more edgy jokes, right? Jokes that, you know, might not be optically the best, but are still along the lines of just an edgy joke. But that was exceptionally edgy. Ms. Fifield was affiliated with Independent Women, a conservative group, insisted that her political beliefs had nothing to do with her choice to come forward. She worked briefly on Nikki Haley's 2024 presidential campaign, and before that for the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank. Miss Fifield said she had not been paid by any campaign or political entity since Miss Haley's campaign. Mr. Platner's campaign said in a statement, "Let's be very clear, this is a lifelong GOP operative who has dedicated her career to electing Republicans." Mrs. Fifield said she had no connections to the campaign of Senator Susan Collins, Mr. Platner's likely Republican opponent. She acknowledged that the independent woman had been supportive of Miss Collins, but said she had not been active with the organization recently. "I know it looks like a bitter ex-girlfriend Republican trying to take down a Democrat. It has nothing to do with that," Mrs. Fifield said. "If he was running as a Republican, I would be doing this exact same thing." And I'm sure we could take your word for it, a woman that we've never known up until this story was released. You could take her at her word that she would totally be consistent on that. Carrie Lucas, the president of Independent Women, and Ms. Fifield said, Ms. Fifield had never been an employee and was last paid by the organization in 2022. The total amount she was paid, Mrs. Lucas said, was roughly $15,000 over 2001 and 2022. Mr. Platner's campaign arranged interviews for the Times with 3 other women who dated him over a period of 7 years and all support his candidacy. They described a very different kind of relationship. Caroline Lemp, who dated Mr. Platner for several months in 2013, described him as a gentle giant. She said he never made her feel unsafe or showed any signs he was struggling with the physical or mental effects of military service. He was a great boyfriend, said Mrs. Lemp, 36, who now lives in St. Louis. He was super kind, very nice, fun. The others who spoke on the condition of anonymity said Mr. Platner was... Okay. What this is demonstrating to me is if we're to accept the claims of Mrs. Fifield or whatever, right? Assuming everything she said is true, this would not be a pattern, right? Because you would have probably seen this persist to all of his other exes who would typically, because there's exes, have further incentive to lie, right? We know that he was actively struggling from PTSD, which she supposedly acknowledged, and met him at a time when he was still going through that, etc. And also, if he's like talking about like, if a lot of this stuff just seems like it's related to PTSD. If he had to keep a gun around, for example, there was even a conversation that got brought up about people potentially breaking in, how he'd have to defend it, etc. Like a lot of this sounds like it's just hyperperceptiveness to non-existent threats. My totem cop. Last fall, a few months after announcing his campaign for Senate, Mr. Platner said that he learned from news media inquiries that the tattoo on his chest was widely recognized as a Nazi symbol, and he moved to cover it. Mr. Platner said that he hadn't known what the images were, what the image was, other than a terrifying looking... Okay, that's obviously not true. Unfortunately, though, yeah, you know what? He should lie. He should lie that he doesn't know what it is. He should stick to that lie, unironically. Ends justify the means. Stick to it. I don't give a fuck if this guy was sympathetic to abhorrent ideologies at one point. Ideologies, by the way, which call for the death of people like me. So if anything, I should be especially aggrieved. If somebody with those abhorrent viewpoints, every time somebody with those abhorrent viewpoints feels shame over it, sheds those beliefs, and adopts progressive ones, that is a win. That is a win. There's basically no evidence. But also, as I said before, I don't give a fuck whether he was or not. I care who he is now. I care who he's been in the years prior to the campaign that would demonstrate that his change was legitimate and not just like induced by the fact that he wants political power. But this war on redemption, the war on redemption that has occurred since 2016, it just needs to end. I think it gives Republicans more of like a relatability advantage in the most minimal facets to like surface level voters. I think that, the war on redemption is retarded. Mrs. Fifield called that a lie. Mr. Platner, she said, knew when they were dating years ago that my tattoo was a Nazi symbol, and he called it my totem kopf. I would never have known what that was, she said. You didn't know what a totem... Okay, that also... I guess that's maybe possible. Mr. Platner said he hadn't known what the image was other than a Oh, I already read that. He was in... Why was he in Croatia? Oh, with the Marines. In 2000, he got the tattoo in 07? How old would he have been back then? They literally deliberately selected it because it was relevant to the military unit, she said. Mr. Platner strongly disputes Mrs. Fifield's account of what he knew about the tattoo and what he told her. His campaign said. His campaign noted that he had not hidden his tattoo since receiving it. That could work to his advantage. Taking off his shirt and photos at the beach and the gym. I've lived my entire life like a regular person with a skull and crossbones on their chest, he said on a liberal podcast in October after showing video of him dancing shirtless at his brother's wedding. At no point this entire experience of my life did anybody ever once say, hey, you were a Nazi. In a private chat group last summer, months before Mr. Platner acknowledged the tattoo himself, Mrs. Fifield told friends that her ex-boyfriend turned Senate candidate has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. It's a totem comp, she told them on August 20th, according to a screenshot she shared with the Times, an actual one. I will personally go campaign for Colin, she wrote. Two of her friends reacted with a crying, laughing emoji. The comment was a joke. Oh, okay, it was a joke. Got it. She was joking. She was probably joking. But it's, all the grace in the world provided to the opposition, none of it, provided to him. Noticing themes here. Complex narrative. Throughout his campaign, Mr. Platner has presented his life as a story of... unironically, because, once again, if I didn't think about pursuing politics one day, I'd be lying. I've just given up on it, because the truth of the matter is, if you've made edgy jokes before, like, there's a world that has existed where if you've made edgy jokes before, you're actually incapable of redemption, and your whole professional life that you pursue will be pulled away from you over something you did 10 years ago, right? So I haven't really ever considered that a real possibility. But if somebody this imperfect can do it, right? I think that is a big win for redemption. He's described himself as self-medicating and drinking heavily and becoming very emotionally distant. During his time in the military, which ended in 2012, he says, and the years immediately afterward, a relationship with a girlfriend while he was serving in the Marines totally fell apart. Because I was just a wreck of a human being, he said in an interview with the Times last month. Then in 2016, he returned to his small hometown in Sullivan, Maine, with therapy from the Department of Veterans Affairs. He got treatment for PTSD, anxiety, and depression, and began to build a new life. In 2018, he took over an oyster farm from a family friend. Still, he stayed active on Reddit, offering glimpses into his unvarnished thinking in more than 1,400 messages between 2016 and 2021. Also, the other thing, too, is... like all the like Yale graduate, like perfect history, but they've done abhorrent shit in their private life. It's literally a difference between is the closet transparent? Can we see the skeletons, right? And if anything, I am more trusting of somebody whose flaws are this out in the open than I am about the people who've come from, fucking wealthy families, gone to Yale, had their past scrubbed, etc. Like, if it's out there and this is the best they've got, I actually, like, unironically, if they're, like, digging this far to the point where they're talking to 12 women from over 10 years ago, and this is the best they're coming up with, I think that's, like, pretty, like, it's not that bad. I'm a vegetable growing psychedelic and socialist these days, he wrote. Still got the guns, though. I don't trust the fascists to act politely. He since said he abhors political violence, but his relationships with women have remained complicated. In November 2023, Mr. Platner married Amy Gertner, a former teacher from near his hometown. 1 year later, an anonymous Facebook user went on a private page called Are We Dating the Same Guy? And shared an image of Mr. Platner smiling broadly and sporting a t-shirt with drawings of oysters. Ghosted me in the past, read the message dated November 4th, 2024, then popped up on a different dating app. I'm concerned he may have a significant other out there. The comments drew replies from at least 6 women, several of whom noted that he was married. According to screenshots posted by the Main Wire, a conservative media outlet, Mrs. Rascott, who was one of the women who commented on the chain, confirmed the post was real, as did a second woman who commented on it. Asked about the post in a follow-up interview this spring, Ms. Rascott, who said she agreed with many of Mr. Platner's policies, said she had an on and off relationship with Mr. Platner and had positive memories. But she was not shocked, she said. When she saw the incendiary comments he had made about women that have surfaced during the campaign, I was like, that makes sense, she said. This person does not respect women. Ms. Rascott also said that in 2021, he arrived at her house drunk after she'd asked him not to come over. She declined to elaborate, but said she cut off contact soon after that episode and found his behavior reckless and unsettling. Last week, the Wall Street Journal and the Times detailed Mrs. Gertner's efforts to warn his campaign staff about some potentially explosive information in the early days of his candidacy. Her husband, she said, had been exchanging sexual messages with multiple other women. Mr. Platner sought to discredit aspects of the reports, but acknowledged that Amy and I went through something because of me, and Mrs. Gertner, who had become a more visible presence in his campaign in recent weeks, posted a direct-to-camera video defending her husband and her marriage. No marriage is perfect, and I don't want a perfect marriage, she said. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham. Hey, I mean, that could be two things. That could either be either way, she's putting up with more than she should be expected to deal with, but she could be putting up with that because she sees a good person that's flawed, or she could be putting up with it because he has, like, some power over her, I guess. But I do, like, respect people who have been wronged by somebody. And I mean, there's being naive, and I've done this where I've, like, forgiven people I should not have forgiven because they absolutely didn't demonstrate any signs of change, and I just got fucked over again. But I do respect people who are able to forgive, especially in this context. On the campaign trail, Mr. Platner has consistently worked to reassure voters who've been rattled what they've read about his messy personal history. He said that he had not lived a very complicated life. I have a lot of ex-girlfriends, he told voters at a town hall in late April. They are still all my friends. I'll have to look through his policies, but I hope he fucking wins. This will be a victory for our side in the war on redemption. Is Green drunk? When am I going to unban Windy? If Windy can prove to me that he's not going to just go back and do the same thing for the 8th time, then I might unban him. But at some point, like, if I repeatedly tell you the jokes that you make are going to fuck me over so long as you're president of my community and you just keep doing it anyways, at some point, like, I kind of take it a little personally. It's like, I feel like you kind of have to want the worst for me and hate me to just keep doing that. And it's like a, you know, I mean, I guess like in like a way of like, you know, if that's how you feel, I guess that's how you feel. You're allowed to hate me, but like, just say it. I don't think he hates me at all. I just think he doesn't care. And which is still shitty, right? I think that, it's still shitty, right? I think that if I've made it clear that, like, people are going to use or mischaracterize jokes that are made by people in any proximity to me to justify me as fair game and a target for acts that I don't perpetrate against other people, and you just continue feeding into that, it's like, what am I supposed to say? Dan Saltman is reformed? Or, sorry, Dan Saltman was right. I don't think he was right. I don't think he was right. But I also think that if I allow certain behavior to continue, he could one day become right. So I have to sort of take a firm line on this now. I've been sort of a pushover. Please just think, well, is it like really unreasonable to ask somebody to like, hey, can you not like fuck me? Can you not fuck me here? Maybe like, can we maybe not do that? Is it really that unreasonable to ask? I feel like that's like a completely reasonable request. I gotta be honest. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, Cat was a turn. I'm still, even though we've done like 200 on some streams recently, I am still a 100 viewer Andy. I'm actually a 100 viewer Andy now. in the sense of I don't think we're doing like 80s anymore, to my knowledge. But like this is really just a temporary influx, right, of viewership. Just like the ACC shit was. The goal is, as always, is to make temporary viewers permanent ones. But obviously you have like tourists that tune in for drama related coverage and then dip, and that's fine. I do the same thing to other people. But the day I actually become a 200 viewer Andy, I'll be proud. All right, guys. I gotta eat dinner, even though it's almost 3 in the morning. That's gonna be a stream from me. We hit extremely goal like beyond. I think we almost made like what fucking $200 again off this one, dude. People were crazy on the last one. We made like it got near 400, but YouTube took a cut and I got less than that. But like, that's been pretty cool. It's been pretty cool. All right, but thank you guys. I will see you all here probably tomorrow. Maybe not. Tomorrow's gonna be a tricky one. I'll have to see. But thank you guys, much appreciated, and I thank you guys for helping me hit 7K again. And I'll see you here maybe tomorrow. If not, definitely the next day. I think tomorrow will be good. All right, thanks guys. Take care.